Arc 7, Chapter 87, Decisive Battle at the Bastion. Machine translated by Archbishop Kiln Archbishop proofread by Alpha Didra Archbishop Japanese to English checking by Archbishop Senkel Art Sources. Punibaba. This an edited machine translation, which has been checked by at least one Japanese-English human translator for quality using feedback from the machine translators and proofreaders. This may have a quality dip in accuracy, therefore. If you read this chapter, you must take into consideration the trade-offs between speed and quality. The siege of the imperial capital Lupugana by the rebel army. For the purpose of defeating the Emperor Vincent Valencia, rebels had gathered from all over the country in cooperation, and it had begun as a united front was not what had happened at all. There was certainly a great number of rebels who were currently gathering around the imperial capital of Lupugana. Gathered from all over the empire, they laid siege to Lupugana, the heart of the Valetian Empire, and prepared a force that overwhelmed the number of imperial soldiers the imperial capital held. In most cases, battles were decided by numbers. The larger the scale of the battle, the more decisive this rule became, and it could be said that the rebel forces, which had been able to gather more than double the number of troops in simple forces ratio, gained an overwhelming advantage in their attack on the imperial capital. However, that is, if the assembled troops can function as a cohesive unit. In the innermost place of the imperial capital Lupugana, seated atop the throne in the audience chamber of the Crystal Palace, Vincent's black eyes narrowed as he received reports of the all-out offensive with the rebels that had begun. The capital was surrounded by rebel forces and attacked with an overwhelming difference in troop strength. Despite being in a predicament unprecedented in the history of the empire, there was no sign of fear or impatience in his cold, demonic appearance. This was largely due to the analytical factor that he had just mentioned himself. Vincent, the objective of the assembled rebels may be united around my head, but there is no room for compromise in the methods used to be able to do it. From the beginning, they were the ones who strived to stand at the front after things began to occur. The harder they try not to be outdone, the more difficult it is for them to come to terms with the idea of coordinating with the others. This sure gets me to remember, back to the times of the imperial selection ceremony. Vincent, in order to determine the next emperor, a blood ritual in which the siblings of the Valetian imperial family vie for the imperial throne. Even on that occasion as well, those who refused the alternative were removed from the board. Most of all, with that, Bastetts, who was standing next to the throne, cut off his words and accumulated them for a moment. Within those eyes, as narrow as a single thread, the old man's emotions could not be read, but one could get a rough idea of what he was feeling. After all, Bastetts was yet another one of the people who had experienced the bloodshed of the imperial selection ceremony. Bastetts. At that time, there was wariness regarding the personality of His Excellency Barthroy, who had created the largest faction, and as expected, he was quickly removed, though. Aside from those inner thoughts of Vincent, Bastetts touched the mustache under his nose as he vocalized the end of his accumulated words. The way he spoke about it was as if it were some other person's business that was terribly ingenuine. Vincent, you dare to speak of such. Was it not none other than you and Lamia who removed that elder brother? Bastetts, while it is shameful, I followed the judgment of Her Excellency Lamia. In addition, I was unable to see the true intentions of His Excellency Barthroy, so even now I continue to live in disgrace. Vincent, elder brother Barthroy's intentions. Bastetts, indeed. It was a conspiracy hatched by none other than His Excellency Vincent and His Excellency Barthroy. Deeply drawing back his chin as he gave that response, Bastetts's expression did not change. Considering the events that took place, one might expect him to harbor a grudge, but he was a man free from such miscellaneous human emotions. And moreover, he was reasonable enough to know that it was useless to say anything to Vincent. That deed was Vincent Valetia's no. It was the result of the actions of Vincent Abelux from before he became the emperor. Since the real His Excellency is outside the walls at this time, the feelings of His Excellency the Prime Minister, who gets lost at the brunt of offense, are something that I can understand. Bastet. Tilda, the two of you are giving me stern looks. Did I say something unnecessary? The gentle man, who shrugged his shoulders in an aloof manner as he faced Vincent and Bastet, the highest-ranking members of the Empire, was an unorthodox being who was permitted to visit the Crystal Palace, regardless of his rank, the Stargazer, Ubulk. It was not that the heckling Ubulk suddenly broke into the conversation. He was there from the beginning when Vincent and Bastet spoke with each other. He just had not interjected. Nonetheless, Vincent, even if no one else is around, it is not something you should feel relaxed discussing. Ubulk. Tilda, it was unnecessary to top it off with the title of real, wasn't it? No wonder His Excellency the Emperor and His Excellency the Prime Minister would get so angry. Though if I don't let it out once in a while, it may inadvertently come out through an outburst. Don't you feel sorry for the soldiers who, even now, continue to risk their lives to protect the imperial capital? Vincent, Ubulk. If it were to be inadvertently revealed that His Excellency the Emperor Vincent, who everyone is all trying so hard to protect, is actually a fake, putting his hand over his mouth, Ubulk brazenly spoke aloud what he had just been rebuked for. His abilities had made him a valuable asset, but his behavior certainly had the frivolity of a clown. However, the duties of being a clown could not be seen as merely a permit for making practical jokes. Even if his abilities as a stargazer were excellent, Vincent, your repeated rudeness cannot be written off. If everything until now comes to fruition, I will cut off your head myself. Ubulk, of course, I'm aware of this. But your excellency, no, you are a prudent one. Until the very, very last moment, I had been assuming that my life couldn't be taken. Even when he was pierced by a glare from the throne, Ubulk met his gaze with a smile. He continued, more than that, and looked over to Bastet's Ubulk, more afraid of His Excellency the Prime Minister. It seems that within him he is hiding hell itself. Bastet, it's not like the Stargazer to be afraid of someone like me. Why not ask the stars whether someone like me is deserving of your fear? Ubulk, my apologies, Your Excellency the Prime Minister. The stars look down on this world from high in the sky, and unless they assert their dazzling selves, they cannot be seen. Those who are insignificant are not reflected in the future that stargazers see. Whether that was a facade or his true thoughts was impossible to read from Ubulk's speech and conduct. But peacetime nonsense aside, Ubulk's words could not be ignored when he was performing the role of a stargazer. 9 years had passed since Ubulk began serving the Valatian Empire as a stargazer. Perhaps it could be said that his achievements have been building for the sake of this very moment. Ubulk, whoa. Suddenly, a thunderous roar from the distant sky reached the audience chamber, which had fallen into silence. A slight tremor was felt under their feet, and the atmosphere of a fierce battle could be felt even in the depths of the Crystal Palace. That said, the phenomena which caused this thunderous roar was probably someone on the side of the imperial capital for the most part. Ubulk, even though in terms of numbers, the rebels surrounding the imperial capital should outnumber ours. Vincent. In the end, it is just a disorderly mishmash of people. No, they are not even cohesive, but a bunch of outlaws who may even drag each other down in some cases. That is no way to compete with the pack of sword wolves who are governed by the law of iron and blood. Ubulk, I see. However, no matter how out for blood the imperial citizens are, they will not invade the imperial capital without a chance to win. Isn't that why each tribe will throw in their own hero? Vincent, have you forgotten what you said in front of me just now? Vincent spoke to Ubulk, who tilted his head, shifting his attention to the battle outside due to the shaking. Ubulk closed one eye at those words, and Vincent rested his chin on one hand. Vincent, if there is dazzling light of the stars above the ground, you said that you would notice it. In that case, it would not be strange if a glittering star that could move this war situation had let you gaze upon it beforehand. Ubulk, Tilda. Vincent, has there been such an occurrence? Stargazer. Narrowing his black eyes, Vincent quietly posed a question. Ubulk laughed at the question as he scratched his cheek with his finger, and Ubulk, unfortunately, I haven't heard anything of the sort. Bastet, in that case, it aligns with your own role as well. I guess that's how it is. With that statement, Bastet's put Ubulk's forced smile to an end. Ubulk was at a loss with an awkward look on his face, but there was no sense of being cornered. To begin with, Regardless of whether Ubulk was a stargazer or not, it was something he thoroughly understood. Certainly, all the insurgents would come to take the head of Vincent, the one sat upon the throne. For that purpose, each tribe would dispatch their strongest warriors to try and proclaim their supremacy. But that notion was misguided to begin with, since it was based on a widespread misconception. It was bound to happen. Just what did they think the 9 divine generals were? Vincent. They were already setting themselves up for failure by measuring the heroes of each tribe based on such small standards. To begin with, what other criteria do they believe were utilized to select the generals of the first class, the 9 divine generals? Vincent Valatia had gathered the strongest entities within the Valatian Empire. The unofficial heroes within the lands of the empire were no match for them. If a sleeping giant of the sort did exist, it would never have gone unnoticed by Vincent. No matter what it took, he had kept them close at hand and bestowed them status befitting their abilities to take precautions for the future. Once they failed to meet Vincent's expectations, a hero was subpar compared to a monster. The emperor of the sacred Valatian Empire had assembled monsters that no hero could ever hope to stand a chance against. Lupugana, the impregnable imperial capital, was protected by star-shaped ramparts which had never permitted outsiders to trespass, ever since the founding of the empire. And at the 5 bastions of the points of the star wall, these monsters awaited any invader. All those superior transcendent entities would, without mercy, crush the arrogant heroes that had gathered. Upon witnessing this scene of devastation, even the most hot-headed among them would come to realize that they had averted their eyes from reality, casting them towards a dream called madness. Bastetts, however, it would be difficult to expect all the rebels to be well-behaved. Vincent, it seems so. In that case, what shall we do? Bastetts, I know it is not my place to come out from the curtain when the prominent generals have already chosen their battlefields, but merely sitting idly by is unbearable. Ubulk, my Mai, that's awfully. Our ally, His Excellency the Prime Minister, is awfully out for blood. Bending at the waist, Bastetts gave a bow towards Vincent as Ubulk pierced him with those words. But the old Prime Minister took that being pointed out in stride, and Bastetts, in the end, I am also a man of Valatia. And leaving those words without even showing his smile, Bastetts walked out of the audience chamber. Without stopping that back, Vincent silently saw the old veteran off as he made his departure. With the door closing and Bastetts taking his leave, Ubulk shrugged with a "Is that fine?" Ubulk. As he said himself, there's nothing His Excellency the Prime Minister can do to influence the current war situation. I also think that, but Vincent, contrary to my expectations, he endured it with perseverance. He has always been someone who has restrained himself for the sake of his ideals. If I were to put it in a way that you would, I would like to avoid an outburst. Ubulk. I see. By the way, is His Excellency the Prime Minister in the know? Hooking his thumb on the hem of his robe over his chest and wriggling his other fingers, Ubulk posed that question. Vincent, understanding the significance of that unfriendly question, closed one eye. Receiving that silence, Ubulk nodded and said, "As I thought, Ubulk. I had a hunch about that, so I just refrained from being overly careless with my words. But whether I should be happy or sad about my hunch coming true, I have pretty complex feelings about it, you know." Vincent, sad. Can you even comprehend such human emotions? Ubulk, what a terrible thing to say. You make it sound like I'm not even human, so I feel very hurt. Compared to the first and the second, I'm much more reasonable, don't you think? Vincent, if you raise Cecilus as an example, he stands little chance in most topics. Arakir is also a girl that lives by the logic of a beast rather than that of a human, but she can be managed once she is settled on an owner. However, cutting off his words there and then, Vincent's black eyes pierced Ubulk. His presence was unwavering to whatever cruel gaze was cast at him, as paying no heed to his own life was his way of living. Vincent, you are but a husk in the shape of a man, made of human flesh. Ubulk, oh, that really hurts my feelings. At Vincent's words, Ubulk lowered his eyebrows with a forced smile on his face. Doing so would make him appear sad or bitter, a forgery of emotions, as though someone had taught him to do so. At the very least, Vincent's eyes perceived it as such. With an expression that did not betray that impression, Ubulk placed his hand on his chest, and Ubulk, By your logic, all those with the same role as me, all the stargazers lending an ear to the commandments, are husks. Vincent, I do not know any stargazers aside from yourself. I have no inclination to answer you. Bulk. There you go again. You don't need to lie like that. I don't think you would put that much trust in me. Of course, I expected you would track down and torture every stargazer in the country instead. Vincent, Bulk. I fully believe that you wouldn't thoughtlessly base your decision of what the stargazers are solely on me. Confronted with Ubulk's trick question, Vincent's expression did not budge an inch. He did not state whether the former's points were factual or mistaken. The only thing he was convinced of was that every single stargazer who had been bestowed a commandment, without exception, had a mental disorder. He also did not intend on going out of his way to state how he had reached that conclusion. Vincent, otherwise, how could you possibly commit an act as barbaric as to destroy your own evil eye just to prove your identity? Ubilk, tilde, that was quite painful. The feelings of loss weren't normal either. But thanks to that, you became willing to listen to me, didn't you? While he spoke, Ubulk pulled his hand on his chest further back, exposing his bare skin. Directly in the center of his slender chest, a large burn mark had been painfully seared. In the past, Ubulk used a branding iron to burn the evil eye at that spot to crisp, leaving nothing but that scar. He destroyed his very meaning for existence as a member of the evil eye tribe. A deed just to prove that he did not pose any danger, and if he had not been stopped, he might have even crushed his own limbs. Henceforth, Vincent, I do not demand an honest answer from you. Just answer carefully. Ubulk, your wish is my command. Vincent, there is not even a whisper of a new commandment in your ears, without any doubt. Ubulk, yes. I, for one, wouldn't lie. No new commandment has been handed down. In the first place, without completing the previously passed down commandment, one wouldn't try for a new commandment to be passed down, however. Shaking his head loosely side to side, Ubulk smiled. With a truly inhuman smile lacking any resemblance of joy or abasement, he continued. Ubulk, the board you have created won't be thrown into disarray by any interference from the heavens. Virtually everyone across the Empire resides in the palm of your hand. Vincent, Ubulk, is anything the matter? As those assertive words did not yield the desired effect, Ubulk appeared puzzled. To his question, Vincent shook his head with a no. He did not believe Ubulk's statement just now had been a lie. He was a man who valued the whispers of the mysterious stars more than his vassalage to the Emperor, but his lack of selfishness was genuine. Therefore, Ubulk himself probably had no ulterior motives with his declaration. It was just that, Vincent, the people of the Empire are in the palm of my hand, you say. Those decorative words that had been deliberately left unspoken had left an unease in the mind of the man playing the role of Emperor. And then that unease on the throne proved to be correct. Oh, ooh, oh, oh. At one of those bastions of the star-shaped wall, a war cry rose up, and a tiger rushed furiously. With both arms mantled with shining silver gauntlets, he stepped right in front of an enemy with lightning speed in order to be able to reach someone who had pulverized a group of centaur people in a dreadful manner. One step, two steps, and Garfield Tinsel charged forward in a blink of an eye. However, indeed, many-on-one is my specialty, but Garfield, HK. Even a one-on-one fight won't cast any clouds over my brilliant technique. In opposition, Kafma Urulux readied both arms to intercept that brave voice. His tattoo-covered dark brown skin bulged from the inside, and immediately after, an enormous amount of thorns shot out, completely filling Garfield's field of view as he charged head-on. The speed of the thorned vines growing countless spines gave the impression of a carnivorous beast leaping at its prey. In other words, it was the fastest attack to reap the life of an opponent. Garfield, brash. Atop the rampart, the considerably thick wall for the protection of the imperial capital was quite broad as a place to stand. But compared to an open battlefield, the restricted mobility felt like being strangled. With the thorned vines spreading sideways and surging forth like a great wave, closing off any means of escape, rather than poorly evading, Garfield chose to hold up his gauntlets and plunged into the thorny vines. Trusting in the strength of his gauntlets and legs, he went in a straight line into the storm of vines. Kafma, that resolve is admirable, but your decision was a mistake. At the same time, Kaffma muttered that Garfield made contact with the leading edge of the surging thorned vines. But the next moment, Garfield clenched his teeth at an impact greater than what his gauntlets could presumably receive. Garfield. Gah. Even if unleashed in such an unusual way, vines were still vines, and from the size of the ivy and thorns, he had readied himself for a certain degree of power. However, the actual power of the vines far exceeded his assumptions, and the speed of Garfield's advance faltered. Without exaggeration, the pressure was like that of a whole forest crashing into him. Upon being struck down by a literal forest of overgrown thorns brought forth by a single person, Garfield adapted his approach. Garfield. Then what about this? Kaffma. What? Clenching his teeth so hard they creaked, Garfield swung his foot down fiercely after being struck by the surging wave of thorned vines. The force spreading from the sole of his shoe rose up the portion of the wall he was standing on and tilted Kaffma's foothold on the opposite side of the vines, causing the stunned general to lose his position. It was an effect of Garfield's divine protection of earth spirits. Essentially, the divine protection made it possible to receive power from Earth and conversely interfere with it, but the scope was largely depending on the interpretation of the divine protection's wielder. In Garfield's case, as long as his feet were on solid footing, that was the Earth. Garfield, as long as I'm not flying. It would be a different story with the dragon ships that are carried by the famous flying dragons in the Valatian Empire, but otherwise, Garfield could firmly believe it was the Earth. Kaffma shifted his footing not once, but two, three more times as the rising foothold pursued him, and the man of the insect cage tribe dealt with it while flying backwards. Meanwhile, dealing with the thorns disrupting the precision of his attacks, Garfield pushed forward while his cheeks and shoulders were torn up by the thorns he failed to block. Bright red blood splattered, and sharp pain cut through his entire body, but the distance between them shrank and shrank. And just when the distance remaining between them was nearing a few meters, Kaffma, then I'll just cut deep. Abandoning his mid-range thorn attack, Kaffma, who was about to fall back, reinitiated his attack. For a moment, he was still wary of the unleashed shockwave that mowed down the centaur people. Kaffma did not open up his chest, but he severed his control over the thorned vines from his arms and started buzzing the wings on his back. Momentarily, those wings fluttered so fast they were difficult to see, and at the same time, the sight of Kaffma having kicked off the rampart appeared right beside Garfield. Rather than just being quick, he varied his speed. Via this method, he went around and entered from behind Garfield's awareness. However, Garfield, I won't let you. Forcibly shutting off his circumvented directional awareness, Garfield roared. Along with his roar, the released backhanded blow was striking into Kaffma's face that had appeared beside him. Against that, Kaffma threw up his arms in defense, both being covered with black carapaces. Like Garfield's gauntlets, it was protection for himself. However, with thorns, wings, ribs, and now carapaces, he already had 4 abilities. Just how many insects did he have in his body? Kaffma, SH. One blow was struck, but the pair's battle did not stop there. Ultra-close range was favorable for Garfield. He took a full swing with his left fist, using the momentum of turning all the way back around from the position where his backhanded blow had been stopped, and then drove a headbutt into his opponent who had tried to parry the blow. Impacts and cries of pain bursted between the two, and from their fierce punches aimed at vital organs were exchanged. Garfield and Kaffma, HK. Gauntlets and carapaces, both sides exchanged blows with their reinforced fists. However, his prior pride was not misguided. Being within reach was favorable for Garfield, and getting beaten from that position was out of the question. Garfield, Gar-ara. He turned and caught the incoming fist. In return, he drove a fist into his opponent's chest and torso. From below, Garfield's opposite fist shot up into his loosely dangling jaw, and then he drove a knee into his torso that had bent backwards. With a cry of pain, Kaffma flapped his wings and greatly leaped backwards. Garfield, you're not getting away. Kaffma, Gah. Seizing Kaffma's leaping legs, he forcefully slammed him back down against the rampart. He then pressed Kaffma's body to the ground and started dashing ferociously to tear the wings from his back. On the wall, Garfield ran while raising a plume of smoke, and Kaffma's back spurted out blood as 2 wings were torn to shreds. At that rate, he was about to, a moment later, Kafma's chest opened as the wings on his back flapped powerfully, lifting him off the ground. Beyond his protruding ribs, his eyes caught a glimpse of the golden insect within his chest. Garfield, following the urging of every survival instinct, he abandoned Kafma's body and leaped directly to the side. It was the correct decision. Right where Garfield had previously been, the golden insect had gouged out the entire top of the city wall in its line of fire. As short hairs on his body were shaved away, Garfield felt a chill run his spine. Kafma, I admit my lack of insight. Garfield, oh. Immediately after experiencing the sensation of bloodlust, Garfield was drawn back by his voice. His gaze caught Kafma kneeling on the wall, touching the torn wings on his back, looking at Garfield with admiration and reverence in his eyes. He wiped the blood running down the edge of his mouth with his hand and rose to his feet. Kafma, I was unaware of the existence of a brave warrior like you. I am ashamed of my ignorance. Garfield, heh, I don't blame you if you didn't know. I'd be more worried if you did. Kafma, what do you mean? Raising a chivalrous eyebrow, Kafma questioned the truth of Garfield's words. From his point of view, it would have never occurred to him that a person from another country, especially from the kingdom, would be involved in such an important event within the empire. Otto, if they find out who we are and where we are from, it could lead to a very difficult diplomatic incident. For that reason, please avoid being provoked by the other side and carelessly saying unnecessary things. Otto, who remained behind at the main camp, had said this to Garfield before he jumped into the battlefield. Kafma had already identified himself to him, and he has already identified himself back. But if he gives any more information, there was a possibility that Kafma, who seemed to be smart, would be able to guess all of this. There was no way they could turn this insurrection in the Empire into a gigantic war that involved the kingdom. Garfield, sorry, but I was only letting you know about my name. But I can let one thing slip. About two-faced Kurulukiak, that is. Kafma, I have no doubt that you are a person of great skill, whether you keep your mouth shut or not. That's why I'm also regretful. Garfield, regretful. Kafma shook his head and lowered his voice, causing Garfield to frown. There was no falsehood in Kafma's delivery, and it was laced with regret, with no intention to provoke. But the regret was not attributable to Kafma himself. Kafma, if it weren't for the circumstances, I would have liked to have had a straightforward conversation with you. Garfield, what the? It was the moment he was thinking about whether he should question the meaning of his words. Taking a step forward, Garfield's knee gave out, and he knelt down in place. With an ah, a gasping breath leaked out, his eyes growing bloodshot as he held his own chest. His heart was beating and pounding so very loud and perilous. Garfield realized what he heard, the alarm bells of his horrified instincts pleading for his life. There was something crawling around inside of him. Garfield, Garg, Kafma, if you were going to fight in close quarters with me, you should have avoided getting hit. Kafma stuck out his hand to Garfield, whose teeth were trembling, bitter tears streaming down his face. At the tip of Kafma's 5 bent fingers could be seen a tube holding a white, wriggling insect. An insect had implanted an egg through these tubes in one of the wounds inflicted by the thorns. It hatched inside Garfield's body and crawled around inside him. Garfield, Guo. The moment he realized this, Garfield embraced himself and activated his healing magic. Intense healing waves enveloped Garfield's body in a pale light, forcibly healing the wounds he had sustained. Witnessing this, Kafma slightly raised his eyebrows, revealing his surprise. Kafma, healing magic, which means you are also a healer. Its versatility is something to keep an eye on. However, Garfield, HKRO, Kafma, the purpose of the insects that circulate inside you is not to wound you, but to make your body a seedbed for their own. You can heal the wound, but you cannot heal the transfiguration. Kafma's cruel declaration, it was proven correct by the unhealable malaise. Garfield gasped in agony and cursed the result of clawing at his own chest, thinking that he had, in fact, blocked the escape route of the insects in his body. His breathing became agonized, and his vision turned bright red. Unable to bear the sight of Garfield's agony, Kafma stepped forward with a somber look on his face. Kafma, your skill and prowess, I, Kafma Urulux, will surely bear them in my heart. Sleep valiantly. His right arm was once again encased in a black carapace, and his fist thrusted into Garfield, who was unable to move. The impact smashed his skull, causing blood to spray and his body to tumble violently. He rolled and rolled and rolled and bounced right off the edge of the ramparts, consumed by a sense of floating, and fell. Garfield. Ah! Garfield's faint death cry escaped his throat, and his powerless body fell unprotected beneath the city ramparts. Otto, listen, Garfield, please remember this well. Otto, if they find out who we are and where we are from, it could lead to a very difficult diplomatic incident. For that reason, please avoid being provoked by the other side and carelessly saying unnecessary things. Otto, though I do say that, since it is you, I am not expecting you to be so patient. I am not telling you to exchange words in a tit-for-tat as a merchant would. Therefore, Otto, therefore, make sure you properly remember this one thing. Otto, if you get caught up in an exchange of words in the battle against the insect cage tribe, it would be impossible for many to avoid being killed upon first sight. The insects that they put inside their bodies had evolved and grown beyond the bounds of human imagination, and their abilities could be said to be of an infinite variety. In addition, if they harmonize with the insects bred within their own bodies and hasten the development of their skills even further, then the insect cage tribe did not yield two warriors who were the same. Not to mention, Kafma Urolux had been born as a genius among the insect cage tribe. Kafma declined to be promoted to the 9 divine generals because of his own beliefs and philosophy, and his abilities were recognized by Emperor Vincent as being on par with those of the generals of the first class. As a warrior of Wallachia, he was an exceptional individual who was allowed to stand atop the summit. Naturally, since he was born into the insect cage tribe, he had no hesitation or guilt in borrowing the power of insects and using their abilities as his own. Including the power of insects, that was the strength of the warrior known as Kafma Urulux. And yet, Kafma, I am not without my own thoughts. Unable to expect anything but victory, Kafma, who demanded the destruction of as many enemies as possible, did not have the time to fight against just a single warrior. Therefore, using an underhanded move in order to bring down his opponent as fast as possible, he defeated the enemy. Kafma, the ritual of inserting insects into the body, was the culmination of careful preparation, even for the insect cage tribe. From the time they were newborn babies, their bodies were altered in preparation for the future insertion of insects. But the ritual was forbidden until they reached the age of 12. That was to say, it took at least 12 years of preparation before an insect could be inserted into the body. If the process was skipped and an insect was implanted, the subject's body would not be able to withstand it. Henceforth, Kafma, it pains me to have to settle this with you in this way. Declaring his regretful feelings, Kafma closed his eyes and offered a silent prayer to his vanquished opponent. But the time he immersed himself in sentiment was short-lived, and Kafma quickly turned around and once again looked beyond the rampart. Although he had fended off the initial attack of the centaur people, the second group would launch their attack on him. No matter how many times they rushed at him, it would be fine. Each time he would fend them all off. It was the moment directly after he thought that. Kafma, HK, what? In an imposing stance, Kafma tried to call forth the thorn insects that were circulating in his body. But there was a thunderous roar that erupted right nearby him. He widened his eyes at the tremendous impact, which appeared to be an explosion. For a moment, Kafma suspected that the rebels had brought out some kind of weapon to breach the rampart, but he quickly realized that he was mistaken. However, that understanding did not lead to relief. The reason was Kafma, Garfield Tinsel. In Kafma's shuddering vision, Garfield stood, having crawled back up the fallen ramparts. Taking on the form of an enlarged, ferocious beast, the mad warrior, his entire body wrapped in a blazing fire, stood. It was a blessing in disguise that the place where he fell was on top of an open field. If he had fallen down onto the ramparts, he might not have been able to muster the strength to get back up. By virtue of falling onto the ground, the earth itself had taken Garfield's side. Still, the damage done to his body was severe. With his head split, the sensation of his body being stirred up from the inside beckoned for death to encroach on Garfield's life with every passing second. A split head could be restored with healing magic. However, an insect was preventing the activation of it. Since the insect was not actually attacking, Healing magic could not get rid of it either. In the first place, there was no time to use the healing magic, and with the interference of the insect, his head was split and the blood was. Garfield, or, clenching his back teeth and holding on to his tenuous grasp on life, he stopped using his head. Naturally, it was a split head. It could not be relied upon. What was needed was the instinct to live, to follow it, to move the body forcefully, and then the magic stone cannon that had been prepared on the wall, ready to intercept the enemy coming from outside the walls. He had swallowed the magic stone loaded inside it and crushed it in his belly. Instantly, the mana that had been stored within swelled up inside Garfield, burning the insect. Once the insect was burned, all that Garfield was left with were fierce scars. No, it was just the wounds and the enemy. Otto, listen, Garfield, please remember this well. Otto, if they find out who we are and where we are from, it could lead to a very difficult diplomatic incident. For that reason, please avoid being provoked by the other side and carelessly saying unnecessary things. Otto, though I do say that, since it is you, I am not expecting you to be so patient. I am not telling you to exchange words in a tit-for-tat as a merchant would. Therefore, Otto, make sure you properly remember this one thing. Otto, if you get caught up in an exchange of words, Garfield, if I got, speaking inarticulately, while his rationality became dim due to the reflexive beastification to heal his severe injuries, what Garfield heard endlessly in his brain were the words of someone akin to his older brother, the man he could count on in any situation. Ahead of where he looked as he slowly turned around while being burned by the swaying flame, there was a fearsome enemy confronting him. That enemy was needed. To carry out what his older brother told him to do, an enemy was needed. After all, he had said that to him. Otto Suin had said that to Garfield. Otto, make sure to beat that opponent up until their legs can no longer stand. Garfield, I'll fucking crush ya. The roar of the beast rose again, and the transformed Garfield, now a raging beast, trampled and smashed as he soared across the ramparts. Upon witnessing such a display of might, the enemy in front of him, Kafma, opened his eyes and smiled. Grinning, Kafma raised both of his arms overhead and rushed forward. Kafma, come, Garfield Tinsel. Garfield, Arharara. The furious attack of the golden tiger, baring his fangs as he leapt in, crashed right through waves of purple thorns, cramming his vision from directly opposite to them, and a crack was formed at the bastion on one of the star's points. Undoubtedly, it was just as if that was substantiating the unease harbored by the emperor on the throne. Kafma. It was the retaliation of the crack engraving the falls of the indomitable heavens upon the history of the empire. Arc 7, Chapter 88, New Wind. Machine translated by Archbishop Kiln, Archbishop Archbishop 297, proofread by Alpha Dydra, Archbishop Japanese to English, checking by Archbishop Senkel, Art Sources, Merihan. This an edited machine translation, which has been checked by at least one Japanese-English human translator for quality using feedback from the machine translators and proofreaders. This may have a quality dip in accuracy, therefore, if you read this chapter, you must take into consideration the trade-offs between speed and quality. The siege of the imperial capital of Lupugana had begun with a fierce battle that neither side would willingly concede. By all rights, there was no need for Emilia and the others to take part in this all-out war between rebels, who bore discontent against the current Wallachia and its national military, who were trying to protect these peaceful times. Originally, the reason for Emilia's party entering the empire was in search of people. Of course, they harbored a sense of compassion and duty for the people they had met on their travels after they successfully entered into Wallachia in secret. Regardless of the borders of the kingdom and the empire, there were people whom they wanted to make happy, and even those they wished to lend their strength to. Everyone in the party agreed on that. However, no matter how unmistakably soft-hearted Emilia's party was, they still had their priorities. To ignore their original objective would be getting their priorities backward, and the party had people, Otto, Petra, with the judgment to admonish the others, Emilia, Garfield, whose conscience made them reflexively try to save others. After being attacked by flying dragons, they only had taken part in the ultimately hellish battle of the fortress city, because they had reason to believe the friends they were searching for had been in that city. Since things had gone contrary to their expectations, logic would normally dictate that there was no reason for Emilia and the others to join in on the rebel army's attack on the imperial capital. In fact, even as they heard about the Empire's domestic affairs being burned to crisp day after day, Emilia's party had steeled themselves to be minimally shaken in their sense of purpose. No matter what. Since the one who abducted that girl was the Flying Dragon General, she is likely located in the dragonkin Madeline Eschart's residence, the mansion of her owner. Positioned in front of a map spread in a room on the topmost floor of the Fortress City's City Hall, Abel had answered Emilia's question while touching the Oni mask that concealed his face. Hearing Abel's answer, Emilia muttered, "Madeline's owner." Time looped back to a few days before the siege of the imperial capital of Lupugana. With their hopes of uniting with Subaru dashed, who should have returned to Garrel after heading to the Demon City, and having just missed the awoken Rem, Emilia's party had been unsure as to what course of action to take from then on. They pondered whether they should prioritize the search for Subaru, whose whereabouts were completely unknown after the destruction of the Demon City of Chaos Flame, or Rem, for whom they have only identified her abductor so far. The opening words had been what Abel told Emilia, who wanted some basis for making the decision. Abel, it was not like one would ever hear from the fractious dragonkin, but she was a general first class recommended by Prime Minister Bastet's Fondalfin. If anything were to happen, she should return to his side. Emilia, Abel, what? Do you have doubts? Emilia, no, it's not that. I just thought owner was a really mean way of putting it. Emilia, who had exchanged only a few words with Madeline, but rather fiercely quarreled with her, had thought that Madeline would get extremely angry at the way Abel just formulated that. Remaining silent at what Emilia had pointed out, Abel narrowed his eyes behind his mask. She hoped he would reflect on his statement and realize that it had not been nice. In any case, Abel's knowledgeable opinion was helpful for understanding the circumstances of the imperial side of things, which Emilia and the others had not known. With the rising rebellions all throughout the empire in the air, the look of the sky and the dryness of the air growing worse made Emilia have this sense of foreboding, even though she wanted to think things through as much as possible. Since they had failed to meet the people they were looking for at every possible opportunity, their time in the Empire had been nothing but poor. Emilia, but if Madeline went back to that Bastet's guy, then Rem also. If Remchan's there, then so is Big Bro. Emilia retraced the flow of the conversation, and Medium, who had been holding onto the operations desk placed there, joined in. Emilia's lips relaxed as her eyes met Medium's, who vehemently stretched her small body to its fullest. Together with Rem, her precious brother had also been taken by Madeline. Medium, surely very anxious and worried, did not show any sign of being weakened. That undauntedness made Emilia think how she could learn a thing or two from her. Prime Minister San, Bastet's Fondalfin Sama, is this very talented and capable man, said to be the keystone of the empire. Next to Emilia, who had been struck by Medium's admirableness, was Petra cutting into their conversation. Unable to let Emilia go alone, Petra leapt, sticking close to her. Putting a finger to her lips, Emilia murmured, "Is that so?" and tilted her head. Emilia, the keystone of the empire, sounds like a really remarkable evaluation, but isn't that the emperor? Petra, of course, I think the empire always being peaceful was because of the capabilities of His Excellency the Emperor. However, His Excellency the Emperor's capabilities also include properly utilizing his talented subordinates. Emilia, that's right. Even if the Emperor is really strong and really smart, that doesn't mean he can do everything all by himself. Despite her assiduous efforts, Emilia could not imagine seeing things the same way as Valesia's Emperor. However, since she eventually needed to, she had to keep trying her hardest. However, no matter how hard she tried, Emilia would always be reliant on everyone's help. That should have been the same for the Emperor of Valesia. However, while Emilia and Medium were impressed, Abel seemed to harbor a completely different impression. His sharpened gaze radiated through his Oni mask directly at Petra. Abel, what exactly are you trying to accomplish with this blatantly obvious rationale? Do you honestly believe there is room to listen to the words of a young child? We hardly have the time to spare. Petra, my apologies, that was roundabout. I just wanted to ask you this. If he is His Excellency, the Emperor's important right-hand man, then Prime Minister San's residence is in the imperial capital, right? Abel. Petra was not afraid of that sharp gaze, and Abel remained silent at her question. Abel's scary gaze should have felt like having a blade pointed at her, but Petra had not wavered in the slightest. That was how strong Petra's resolve was. That was enough to make her fellow campmate, Emilia, want to proudly puff out her chest. Abel, the answer to your question is affirmed. Inevitably, both of the individuals taken by Madeline Eschot, Rem, and Flop O'Connell should also be under the care of Bastets in the imperial capital. Abel responded in a low voice, as if he was yielding to Petra's gaze. Emilia was about to praise Petra for her words, but Petra's expression was not good. On the contrary, she sighed visibly, and Petra. It's like we are being manipulated, and it's not funny. Emilia, what do you mean by that? Unsure of the meaning of Petra's response, Emilia blinked her eyes. In response to Emilia's words, Petra's voice dropped in tone with a sour look on her face. Petra, we have nothing to do with the problems unfolding within the Empire. I know that there is going to be a very large battle, and I am worried about Medium Chan and Utakata Chan, but, Emilia, yeah, it's okay. I know exactly what you mean. We came looking for both Subaru and Rem. Preempting Petra's reluctance to speak, Emilia chose her words gently. She understood Petra's fears and concerns. After all, Emilia, if nothing else, would like to continue to work with Abel and the others on the sly, as she wanted to help everyone she knew. However, if they only focused on immediate problems like that, they would never get to Subaru and Rem, which was their original goal. Emilia, After thinking that far, Emilia got stuck in her own head. As she answered Petra, Emilia remembered her group's goal was to bring Subaru and Rem back safely. So even though it was painful, they must pass by the battle going on in Wallachia unnoticed. At least, she thought so, but Petra. But I think Rem might be in the imperial capital now. If that's the case, Emilia, we have to go to the imperial capital too. As Emilia's icy doubts started to melt away, her eyes met Petra's on the other side of the ice. Petra had a very bitter look on her face because she was the first to realize that fact. To back up Emilia's amazement, Petra glared at Abel. And then, Petra, it's not fair. You were silent until we said it ourselves. Abel, it was a principle that naturally led to one conclusion if you thought it through. It would be arrogant of you to call me despicable, considering your own ignorance of how slow on the uptake you are. Petra, so please tell us. You mentioned that there are 2 places for Madeline, the Flying Dragon General, to return to the Prime Minister's residence in the imperial capital, and another one. But you only talked about the imperial capital so that Emily would not pay attention to the other one. Abel, Petra, taking advantage of someone's ignorance is called shamelessness where I come from. Insistently, Petra glared at Abel reproachfully. As Petra spoke, Emilia, who had been deceived by the missing information, lowered her eyebrows. On Abel's side, too, Medium, who was peering at the map next to him, looked up to admonish him for his methods, Abelchin. She reflected on it very much. At the same time, Emilia understood why Petra was angry. Aside from the concealment of information, Abel was right that Emilia could have noticed it if she had thought it through without being told after the fact. Of course, Emilia did not intend to rely on others for every single matter. Emilia, Abel, you also said you didn't have time. That's true for both of us, but you don't have to be mean about it. Abel, that's just what your pride makes you say. Why should I go to the trouble of explaining to you in detail why things are the way they are? Emilia. If you want our help, you will have to say please. Abel, what an aggravating woman. Crossing his thin arms, Abel exhaled a long, heavy breath. However, in response, Emilia asked, is that so? And had a completely different opinion. It was not that they did not mesh well, but that Abel did not want to consort with her at all. Emilia, isn't that right? After all, if you have to fight an incredibly troublesome battle in Wallachia from now on, you must feel compelled to ask us for help. Since we are really strong. Petra, Emily, it is a little worrisome how you say that. Emilia, we are really reliable. Petra, we are reliable, especially Emily and Garfsan. Emilia rephrased her statement, and Petra next to her also spoke as such and puffed out her chest. As for Emilia's group, Garfield was unquestionably a strong fighter, and Emilia was proud to say she was quite formidable, too. Arto and Petra were very smart, and Frederica had always been a master in being considerate. Beatrice could not afford to strain herself until she was reunited with Subaru and was currently resting, but the thought of protecting her let strength surge up within Emilia. That was why, Emilia. It would definitely be easier to fulfill Abel's goals if we were here, right? And yet you are only talking like that because you don't want us to think you are asking us to help you, Abel. Emilia, Raswal is also not very good at saying please. Abel, like Raswal, probably had a personality that did not want to expose weakness to his opponents. Because of this, they tried to get other people to say something instead of themselves. Perhaps that was how things had always worked out for them, though. In the Valatian Empire, it was the strong who were honored and glorified. Shouldering the hopes and expectations of his entire tribe, Kafma also set out to make his mark as a general of Valatia and make the strength of the insect cage tribe itself known. Naturally, there were those who liked to gossip everywhere. Sometimes, he received heartless abuse and harassment from those who believed false rumors about the insect cage tribe. But these were trivial matters. It was trivial for Kafma once he got to the outside world. Yes, it was trivial. Kafma Urulux was a monster born out of the history of the insect cage tribe. With a virtuous spirit and a sense of camaraderie with his fellow countrymen, he took the initiative to fight the enemy and protect his tribe. However, no matter how much effort he put in, his tribesmen continued to draw a line between Kafma and themselves. Because they knew the difficulty of coexisting with insects, they could not see Kafma as one of them. Therefore, for Kafma Urulux, leaving his homeland was his aspiration. Only in a place without his tribesmen, the insect cage tribe, could Kafma see the light that he sought. By all rights, everyone in the insect cage tribe was supposed to undergo the process of hatching as they grew up, to a close, and to recognize that they are only one, until finally Garfield. Ah rah 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 rah. Kafma gnashed his molars hard at the howling, furious, golden tiger that had leapt in front of him. Kafma did everything in his power to meet the enemy, who explosively enlarged his upper body and raised his sharp animal claws. A warrior who called himself Garfield Tinsel. Kafma, I apologize for underestimating you. With a flap of his back-torn wings, Kafma released purple thorns from his outstretched arms. Although a newcomer among the insects that Kafma had adopted, thorns were used frequently because of their ease of use. However, even with its suppressive power, it could not halt Garfield's momentum. With one fell swoop of his claws, he mowed down the tip of the thorns in every floor of the rampart, and the sensation of the insect screaming within shook Kafma's brain. The seemingly endless amount of thorns were part of the insect that Kafma had taken in. Naturally, if they were hurt, there would be a proportionate backlash. They just suppressed it through their sheer vitality to make it seem like there is no reaction at all. Garfield, gah! Garfield stepped forward with unstoppable momentum, and out of the corner of his eye, Kafma slid down the ramparts with the acceleration of his wings and slipped past the fierce tiger. The impact, a thundering roar, echoed just off to the side, and Kafma was horrified by how much the margin for evasion had been narrowed down. Every attack was even faster and more powerful than the previous one. Either one grew in battle, or one drew on one's dormant strength, neither of which was realistic. Almost every change in force that occurred on the battlefield is a reduction in power. Of course, any perfect condition set up before a battle is lost with every second that passes once the battle commences, until one's energy reserves are depleted and the optimal results can no longer be achieved. That was why it was important to unleash the greatest firepower and skill within the first move of a battle. Of course, Kafma was no stranger to this rule, unleashing maximum firepower and fighting techniques on the enemy. And Garfield ought to have been the same, too. It should have been that way, so it did not make sense. Such an increase in power and speed over the course of a fight, regardless of the particularities of beastification. Kafma, and you must be seriously injured, HK. Kafma's earlier attack, it could have been described as a sneak attack or a poisoned assassination of sorts. Whether the means were good or bad, Kafma did not abstain from the act itself. If elegance was the difference between life and death in battle, then one should choose the means that suit one's desired outcome. If those fixations were related to whether or not a person was capable of performing at their best, then it would be a different story. Kafma, whatever the case, Garfield's overall injuries were unusual. The largest injury he had sustained was head trauma from Kafma's attack, but the insects that had burrowed into him were also quite resounding. However, the same methods would not work again. Having swallowed the fire magic stones, Garfield's body was still burning red-hot. His whole body was covered in flames, but inside his body must have been in an even more unmanageable state of conflagration. While the host body was at risk when implanting an insect without a host was also extremely vulnerable and could easily die off if in an even slightly harsh environment. There was no such thing as an insect that could live in a continuously burning body. Kafma, the thought of it is terrifying. Even if one could use healing magic, it could not kill insects with it. Instead, the insect needed to be removed in order for the magic to heal the wound. This was the best way to break through that antinomy, but it seemed unlikely that he could think this up on his own. Rather, it was probably the result of following instinct rather than thinking with one's head. If he had thought it through with his head, he would have never been able to swallow the magic stone and burn his body. Kafma, HK. The moment he slid to an unguarded side, red antennae shot out from Kafma's shoulders like cannonballs. Garfield's body was blasted off the ramparts with a roar as the tips of the insects, horns from Kafma's transformed shoulder bones, pierced through his steel-like abdominal muscles. A crushing blow, but Kafma did not come out unscathed. Kafma, gah! Kafma's cheeks tensed up at the bone-numbing pain of having two of the antennae snapped off at the base. If victory came at the cost of pain, it brought Kafma down to his knees. But Kafma was not foolish enough to kneel here, because Garfield, Gah, Oha, Ruyua. Garfield, supposedly blown away, crawled up the ramparts, his claws piercing the walls, and leapt up high before Kafma's eyes. Red steam erupted on the side of his body where the horns had supposedly pierced, and the wound closed up. Kafma exhaled as the healing magic's pale light violently glowed with phosphorescence, and the wound healed rapidly and unexpectedly. Kafma, ha! Kafma put a hand over his mouth, realizing it was an impulse to laugh. Then, as if giving up, he put his hand down and shook his head loosely. Kafma, refreshing. He admitted it. Kafma Urulux had enjoyed his battle with Garfield Tinsel to the fullest. Garfield, oh ah! The howling Garfield brought his arms down, and they fell as vertically spinning golden discs. Kafma raised both arms and decided he could not stop them, so he pushed forward and decided to go beneath Garfield's groin and behind him, aiming for his exposed back, which he could see from the side. However, Kafma unleashed his winged slash without turning back and was knocked away by a rising stone right between them. Just before Kafma's attack could reach him from beneath his groin, Garfield placed his outstretched leg on the floor and activated his divine protection, blocking the attack. Moreover, his wings struck against the hard stone and were torn noisily on the other side. Garfield's hind legs were violently unleashed. Kafma, HK. With their backs to each other, Kafma's body went flying after a powerful blow. His efforts to stay on his feet turned out disastrous, and his outstretched body had failed to dissipate the impact, bouncing off the floor, spitting blood, and sending Kafma's tall body bouncing over the wall. Once, twice bouncing higher, he saw Garfield's face as he spun around over his rolling momentum. To the bottom, Kafma, a second time HK. His chest opened, and his ribs spread apart. His reddish organs stored deep within rumbled, and the shockwave emitted from them surged forward straight into Garfield. This, Kafma's trump card, was not the result of introducing a new insect, but a new organ created by the coexistence and symbiosis of the 32 insects that had been inserted up to that point. The functions of multiple insects were combined to release a shockwave that engulfed and destroyed everything in its path with a ferociously precise vibration, a destructive blow pulverizing everything into pieces. The moment any warrior was exposed to it, invisible to the eye, it turned them into a bloody mist. Kafma, bah! That conviction remained unshaken, as Garfield's golden hair was now stained with blood. Any warrior would be turned into a bloody mist. Therefore, Kafma, a monster. Breaking his tumbling body with an arm thrust against the floor, Kafma looked up. Then, Garfield, with his blood-stained upper body trembling, mouth wide open, rushed in. Straight towards him, the monster struck a blow that would have killed any warrior. Garfield. The swing of that huge fist caught Kaufman in the face, and a reflexive counterpunch rocketed upwards to his opponent's jaw. Like that, a violent brawl ensued, red flowers of blood blooming across the wall. It was an epic battle that no one could interrupt, a clash between monsters. Kafma, ha! Exhaling and looking beyond the pain, Kafma poured all of his energy into it. He was an extraordinary monster yielded from a peculiar origin that was the reason for Kafma Urulux to be so distinct from his tribesmen, a fate which he had cursed with his very being. Leaving his closed-off hometown and stepping forth into the wide world, Kafma had tried to discover. He had tried to discover evidence, so that he may puff up his chest with pride that he was not a monster. However, that was not the case in reality. Even in the outside world, Kafma's remarkable true strength was beyond the norm and thereby regarded as heretical. Many that he stood shoulder to shoulder with as regular soldiers feared Kafma's prowess, and they kept away from his abnormality. That no matter where, he was a monster, that in the end it was a fate he could not escape, such was as Kafma had thought. However, rise up, General Third-Class Kafma. Together, let us do everything in our power for the glorious sake of His Excellency. What, don't think too much about it, for just like you, we are all monsters. With a loud voice, the words of the large man who gave that masculine laugh had been a heavenly blessing for Kafma. Wanting to deny that he was a monster, Kafma had tried to ingratiate himself with his tribesmen. Since that wish had not been fulfilled, he had tried to seek it outside, and still he had failed. However, what if he looked upwards? Gathered together were monsters that even Kafma Urulux, who was feared as a monster, was no match for. It was not that Kafma wanted to be told that he was not a monster. It was just that he did not want to be in a loneliness that could not be shared or understood by anyone. Even though he was a monster, the world had not left Kafma behind. Therefore, Kafma, and with my fight against you, yet another. While Garfield's entire body was bathed in a four-pronged barrage of antennae fired at an ultra-close range, he endured it with sheer force by healing his wounds as soon as he sustained them. The uncommon defensive power, vitality, and extreme regenerative abilities that likely included the power of a divine protection were the gimmicks of the monster before Kafma's eyes and the cause of his enthusiasm. The thorned vines released from his right arm had wound around the fierce tiger's entire body, and the thorns were forcibly shaken off while they were tearing the skin to bits. His fists, covered in carapaces that thrust aside every slash, directly collided with Garfield's shining silver gauntlets, and the carapaces shattered tremendously. The insect eggs that had been planted with a flick of his left hand burned in the flames, and the shockwave emitted when he was forced down to his knees, which had caused his internal organs to churn, was still unable to overcome that recovery ability and fell flat. Refreshing. Ah, how refreshing. In the end, he was a military man, and no matter how he may try to pretend, he was a monster, and going along with the insects that cheered from within him, before he knew it, a smile had stuck to Kafma's cheeks and would not come off. The 32 insects, the beings that had become one with himself and were closer to him than his own family, were delighted that they finally had a chance to show their full heart and soul, and began to rant and rave. Victory must be wrought. For the sake of a great cause, for the glorious sake of His Excellency, the Emperor who guides the Empire, for the sake of repaying his benefactor who raised him to this domain, and for the sake of his tribesmen who wished to improve the status of the insect cage tribe. Garfield, bastard, where fuck do ya think you're looking? He heard a voice amidst the pain, the suffocation, and the accelerating thoughts that filled his brain. Even though they were both pounding each other's vitals with such ferocious vigor, and might that it would not have been strange if one of them died, and even though there was no room for a proper exchange of words, he heard it. A pair of emerald green eyes fixed their gaze onto him from in front, and a bloodshot glint pierced his soul. The sharp fangs made a noise as to slurped flesh and blood, and the sound of creaking bones made all of his perception feel distant. So while everything was being put to use for the stage of battle, the monster before his eyes howled. Garfield, my amazing self is right here. Kafma, Garfield, for just this moment, I ain't gonna let anything get in the way. That instant, color faded from the world, the sound of the wind and the ringing in his ears went silent, and that large enemy before his eyes became all that remained in Kafma Urulux's world. Kafma was ashamed of his own inadequacy, thinking how tactless he had been. And then he quickly tossed that shameful tactlessness aside and nodded. Kafma, it's just you and me. That moment, their fists crossed and slammed into each other's faces, and time accelerated. An open palm caught hold of his face, and Kafma's skull screamed from that extraordinary grip strength. But Kafma also put his hand in his opponent's mouth, and from there he poured thorns into his opponent's body. Since he could not break through from the outside, then he would do it from the inside. The overflowing thorns rampaged through the inside of his body, and the conclusion of devouring him from the inside was imminent. However, while the thorns were flowing into Garfield, he swung Kafma's body up, and then swung his body down, slamming him into the ramparts. Kafma, HK. As his back was buried into the rampart, he was lifted up and dropped again. Lifted and dropped. Lifted and dropped. Lifted, 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 lifted. Dropped, 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 and he was trampled upon. A crack formed in the rampart where his entire body was buried, and the tip of the bastion of the Star Fortress was split in two. His vision was dyed a deep red, and in place of his breaths, blood gushed out. Nevertheless, the thorns did not lose their power, and they continued to flow into Garfield's body. Until Kafma exhausted all of his strength, the insects would hunger for victory. Garfield, Gar. The open mouth of the large tiger was not able to bite through the bulky bundle of thorns. No matter how much his claws tore into them, the undulating layers of thorns were too thick. No matter what he did, Kafma would not let him go. The thorns were also finite. There was a limit to how much he could send forth. If Kafma were to send them all forth at this point, he would be giving up his best chance of defeating the other insurgents who were closing in on the ramparts. However, this victory would be worth it. No, the monster known as Garfield Tinsel would be worth it. Kafma, rah. Ignoring the pain of the broken bones in his body, Kafma's throat raised a war cry. The overflowing thorns filled Garfield's body to the brim, and the pressure of the deadly thorns, having no place to go, would cause a rupture that led to death. No matter how hard he tried to twist his body, no matter if he completed his beastification, it would not let him escape. Concentrating the remaining power of all the insects in his body, Kafma suppressed Garfield and pitched forward to wrest victory, and then he bore witness to the unbelievable. Kafma, wah! The large tiger with golden fur had swelled up to the verge of bursting from thorns that poured into his mouth. Before that body could burst, the pressure in the thorns was rapidly lost. Why was that? It was because an escape route had been created for the thorns that entered his body. Garfield's sharp claws tore across his own abdomen, and thorns poured out from the wound. His terrifyingly desperate tactics were acts of barbarism which brought him close to death's door. If thorns rushed into a wound that was created, the wound in the stomach could be opened for the same reason that the mouth could not be closed. Then his body would be split in two, and it would be the conclusion. Indeed, to merely invite death like that, it was an act of barbarity far too foolish. However, the instant Kafma witnessed that barbarism, the momentary emptiness in his mind gave Garfield, who was on the verge of tearing himself apart, a moment to catch his breath. He closed his jaws. There was a sound of thorns being torn apart, and the large tiger's large mouth closed. Kafma lost the decisive blow with his thorns, and before he could realize it, Garfield stepped forth, and his fist struck Kafma's face with a hard impact of his silver gauntlets. Collapsed on the top of the wall, a fist slammed into Kafma's face as he lay sprawled out on the floor, and now the impact that was deeply hammered into him inflicted decisive damage to the rampart. A thunderous roar resounded, and the ramparts of the imperial capital of Lupigana, extolled to be impregnable, began to crumble. While he felt the collapse through the sound behind him, Kafma looked straight ahead to Garfield, who pulled back his fist. Slowly unraveling his beastification, the boy regained his original human form. The wound in Garfield's abdomen, from when he had torn himself open, was closed with a plume of blood. It was a fatal wound, but seeing him forget about it even happening so terrifyingly quickly, Kafma bursted into laughter. What an absurd sight. Kafma, a monster. Thus, right after he muttered to himself as if to catch his breath, the collapse was fully realized, and the ramparts crumbled. Falling amongst the crumbling ramparts and rubble, Kafma's consciousness slowly faded away, and faded away until there was nothing left to hold on to. Kafma, Your Excellency, I apologize. Until the very end, while he thought shamefully of himself for putting on airs of a loyal retainer, he fell. The voices of the insects, which he had been hearing since he was born, also seemed to be awfully quiet. Forcefully grabbing the man's body as he fell defenseless, he kicked off on the rubble to escape the scene of the collapse. Grazing the ground with his heel, he killed his momentum and turned around to see the ramparts crumble with a thunderous roar, opening a large hole in the strong fortress. Garfield, I fucking opened it, a hole for new wind. One. The words had been spoken before the start of the battle. Remembering Emilia's order, his cheeks contorted. Feeling pain in the corners of his mouth, which had been torn wide open, Garfield screamed. Gah! He hurriedly placed his hand on the wound and activated his healing magic. Garfield, og shit, that hurts. But, roughly healing his torn mouth, Garfield intently stared down at his hands. The sudden fierce battle, and being put into a condition where, frankly, it would not have been strange if he died, but the horrific wounds all over his body had closed up, and the seeping pain became a lingering sensation. Even while in his beast form, he thought that he was able to maintain a certain degree of composure while continuing to fight. Thanks to that, he was able to recover from his wounds quickly. Was that really all there was to it? Garfield, has my amazing self gotten stronger? Clutching his opened hand tightly, Garfield spilled that out. He had not been entirely sure. Perhaps it would be better to call it fortunate, but until now, Garfield had not faced an opponent to whom he had to give his all. Except for the battle against Korgan, the 8 arms, in the Water Gate City, the battles in which Garfield was not able to use the entirety of his strength had continued. With those shackles removed, and the result of once again being able to fight with all his might, he had a definite sensation. He breached the wall at a level stronger than he was before. That was what he had ascertained during this battle. That was why, Garfield, you called me a monster, but I'd say the exact same thing about you. With that, Garfield lowered his right arm, dropping Kafma's body to the ground, and snorted his nose. Kafma's chest was slightly falling and rising, and he was still breathing. This was war, and in order to think of it as true victory, he should not let his opponent live, though he understood this. Emilia said they should try to reduce the number of people who would die by their hands, and Otto, likewise, told Garfield to beat them up until they could no longer stand on their own feet. Indeed, Emilia had shared these words from the bottom of her heart, and Otto had said them out of concern. He wanted to fulfill that. Therefore, in this place, Garfield, it's my amazing self's win. And so, having defeated one of the bastions on the points of the star, Garfield pumped his fist into the air. Translation note. 1. Same as chapter 88, the expression Garfield uses here, Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Chinese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, translates directly to open a windhole. But the two meanings of this expression are both to penetrate something and to breathe a new life into something. In this case, it refers to him opening up the wall, but it is technically the same as what Emilia used in the previous chapter. Arc 7, Chapter 90, The Cradle of Hell. Machine translated by Archbishop proofread by Alpha Dydra Archbishop #750 Japanese to English checking by Archbishop Senkel Ice Art Sources. Punibaba. This an edited machine translation, which has been checked by at least one Japanese-English human translator for quality using feedback from the machine translators and proofreaders. This may have a quality dip in accuracy, therefore, if you read this chapter you must take into consideration the trade-offs between speed and quality. No doubt about it. In front, the first bastion is the second-ranked Arakia. It's presumed to be the 9th-ranked Madeline Eshot at the second bastion. A herd of flying dragons is circling overhead. The guardian of the third bastion, still unidentified. Also, no confirmation on the guardian of the fourth bastion, unable to confirm. Fifth bastion, such a flashy attack, not a general first class. It is general second class, Kafma Urulux. The battle conditions were coming in one after another in a loud voice, almost like an angry shout or a scream. The soldiers assigned to the role of long-range observers took up as high of a position as possible, their eyes bloodshot, as they tried to obtain as much information as possible by looking at the majesty of the imperial capital of Lupugana in front of them. The decisive battle for the imperial capital had finally begun. If one considered the simple difference in the number of soldiers as the difference maker, the military strength of the rebel forces was nearly twice that of the regular army of the imperial capital. If all of these troops were to run out onto the plains at once and clash head-on, it would be obvious who would win the battle. I never wanted to be on the attacking side of Lupugana, the robust imperial capital. Shaking his distinctive hairdo from side to side, Zikr Osman wrinkled his brow as he documented the reported battle situation on a map he had spread out in the simple command center. As a general second class of the Empire, he carried out his duty as a general and still had a high level of loyalty to Valencia. So it could be said that the imperial capital was the armor that protected the heart that he needed to protect. He would never have considered himself being in a position where he had to capture the imperial capital and vanquish the existence of the one who, perversely, called himself the emperor on the throne. The situation, however, will not wait for your incessant whining to cease. No, not only you. Time passes equally for everyone. Zika, Abel Dono, Abel, return to the battle situation. Obtain the reports from the long-range observers. Priority should be given to the third and fourth bastions. No matter how trivial it is, we will identify the guardians there. Zika, right away, strengthen the long-range observations on the third and fourth. Without a doubt, a general first class is on the battlefield. Zika nodded and ordered his nearest subordinate, causing the air to fluctuate at a dizzying pace. Savoring the dry air on his skin, Abel squinted from behind his Oni mask, the imperial capital in the distance, outside the cloth-covered command center, where the star-shaped ramparts protected the city. As noted previously, in terms of military strength, the rebels outnumbered the regular army. However, the assembled rebels lacked a sense of coordination, a rabble that rushed off in haste, likely as to not relinquish glory and military achievement to others. In addition, the enemy, whom they needed to attack, was confined to the innermost part of the imperial capital, which painted a picture of robustness and solidity. As was discussed when capturing the fortress city of Garrel, some held the belief that in cases where the attacker was attempting to defeat the defender, if it only boiled down to pure military strength, they would require 3 times the number of men. Considering that the defensive measures of the imperial capital were far superior to those of Garrel, the difference was all the more pronounced. Above all, Abel, the existences that disturb the balance of military strength the most are the powerful who are equivalent to 1,000 men in strength. Zika, it is a decisive battle in the defense of the imperial capital. Although the battle has started earlier than expected, how many of the 9 divine generals have been recalled? Even though the rebels could be surmised as a rabble, if they were to get hit on the head and doused with water, they would turn tail with their ears ready to listen. If that happened, then they would be able to incorporate them into their tactics and shape them. That is, if the water was simply a wake-up call and not something that made them close their eyes, forever, which was no easy task when confronted with the 9 divine generals. Abel, at minimum, Arakia, Madeline Eshart, and Maguro Hagging will be in play. Kafma Urulux is equivalent to a general first class on merit alone, and Albert Dunkelken may refuse to participate due to his injured arm, but that is unlikely. Zika, there will be no participation by General First Class Gars or General First Class Groovy. Is that what you expect? Abel, Gars Ralphon may or may not be alive, and Groovy Gumlet may or may not have been recalled from the west, it depends, but the latter is difficult to mobilize. The uncertainty concerning the West's movements is neither orchestrated by this side nor theirs, but it smells fishy. In the first move of the rebellion, Gars had taken up resistance to allow Abel to flee as he was ousted from the imperial capital. He was likely to have died, as no further information about his whereabouts was known. Gars, who possessed the extraordinary support of his soldiers because of his superior command capabilities and personality, would be one of the greatest threats in the war if he were to become an enemy. But then again, Knowing the identity of the impostor sitting on the throne, there was practically no chance that Gars would join the other side, making him nothing more than a dead pawn that was hard to deal with. Abel. The only possible effective use of a dead pawn is to utilize its death. Something around the lines of taking Gars Ralphon's death and pinning the blame for it on the rebels to stir up the morale of the soldiers. Zika. I do not wish to think about it. If I had remained unaware of the situation over there, I would have also taken up the sword for the sake of General First-Class Gars, even if it meant dying. Even Zika, a general in his own right, mourned the supposed death of Gars. It was a feat of trust and achievement that Gars Ralphon had built up, and in fact, if they were to resort to such a scheme, it would be necessary to re-evaluate the strength of the regular army. But if they had intended to do so, the best time would have been before the war had begun. Abel. Either he deliberately passed up on the opportunity, or he did not want the uncertainty of any fluctuation in force due to improved morale. Either way, he is going to be pulling the strings. Running through his thoughts, Abel put his hand on the edge of his mask and tried to grasp the other party's intentions. When it came to reading one's intentions, there was no room for being worse at it against most opponents. However, this time, the opponent was outside of the most category, and in addition, he was an enemy who knew the hues of his mind better than anyone else so far. The conditions here were the same. However, different win conditions mean different options. And so, to the place where Abel was staring at the map was Abelchin, Abelchin. A lively voice sounded through the entrance of the tent, and with a quick movement, a little girl jumped into the room. She took her place at the desk and turned to Abel, her blue eyes shimmering with immense emotion. Medium, I want to go too. Big bro is there, remember. I can't wait any more. Abel, nonsense. We do not need more contingencies. How can you be sure that your brother is in the capital? Medium, there was a girl named Madeline. She's the one who took Big Bro and Remchan. If she's there, then maybe the two of them are there too. Right. Abel, that hardly sounds like a guarantee. Furthermore, your brother and that girl are of little strategic value in the current situation. Do not confuse our priorities. Medium, but there is nothing more important to me than Big Bro and my friends. With a banging on the desk, the girl Medium snapped at Abel's words. This was an emotional and implicit opinion. Ultimately, as he said, there was no reason other than emotion to give priority to Flop and Rem, who were both kidnapped under the circumstances of this war, and therefore was a worthless decision for Abel. There was a liberating alternative for Medium, though. Abel, causing needless dissension. Medium. What? Lowering her eyebrows, Medium tilted her head, unconcerned about her own worth. Or was she encouraged by the rightful appraisal of herself? Abel quickly dismissed it as overthinking. In any case, he could not afford to devote much time to her. Abel, no matter how much you voice your aspirations, you should be aware how lofty your goal is right now. If you cut loose your shackles and head for the battlefield, you needlessly throw away your life. Medium, But that, Zika, Miss Medium, Abel Dono is concerned about your safety, and I share his opinion. I cannot just let you go. Looking up and down, Abel and Medium glared at each other respectively, and Zika, who interrupted them, rebuked them in a calm tone. Zika, the general in command, was also aware of the unpredictable situation of the battle. Nevertheless, he must have been quite distressed trying to keep the unreasonable Medium at bay. Without revealing any of these emotion with his expression, the man called Womanizer exchanged glances with Medium and spoke. And what do we do about that? Zika, that solid city wall is made up of 5 bastions. One cannot attack the imperial capital without considering these 5 bastions. At the very least, we need to understand our opponent's intelligence and eliminate any ambiguity before we talk about this again, Medium. That is why I'm also properly taking this into account. I really want to hear from Madeline about my big bro, but it's hard to do that, so from an unguarded spot, I'm going to go inside. Abel, wait. After Zika's attempt at gentle persuasion, Medium emotionally tried to push him away. However, Medium's statement made Abel think of something, so he interrupted them. Abel grabbed Medium by her slender shoulders and turned her to face him, causing her to widen her eyes. Abel, you said, an unguarded spot. If you mean one of the bastions, from where did you get that information? Medium, from where, you say? Oh, that's right. Sorry, Abelchin. Her complexion changed at the question, and Medium grasped Abel's hand on her shoulder with both hands. As she continued to hold his hand tightly, her blue eyes again wavered emotionally, and Medium, I should have told you this. Well, the third bastion is full of golems, and the fourth bastion is nothing but black shadows. Neither of them has a person like Yorna-chan. Abel, Medium, Abel Chin. Abel's eyes widened slightly at the message from Medium's mouth. However, this reaction was immediately quashed with a blink of an eye, disappearing in a silent sigh. These uttered words, there was no need to scrutinize their content. He fully understood their meaning. The question was how the information was obtained. Abel, who made you tell me this? Medium, ha. Abel, who? Opposite his gripped hand with his left hand, he held the back of Medium's head and turned her to face him. Medium gasped as he looked straight into her blue eyes. Then she moved her pale pink lips to answer Abel's question. The answer to that question was, Otto Suwon closed his eyes while being engulfed in a vast, raging whirlwind of information. Otto. A storm of voices, voices, voices poured in. From right to left, from top to bottom, from front to back, an unending assault of voices. It was the second coming of the cradle of hell, where he once spent for as long as he could, almost like a triumphant return to his nostalgic hometown. Otto's divine protection of the soul of language was said to be one of the outliers among the many divine protections that existed in this world. This divine protection, which allowed one to understand and communicate in every creature's language, had too many flaws to be considered a strength obtained at birth. First of all, a newborn child would have no ego or self-consciousness, and only a vague sense of self. Since children cannot firmly establish themselves, they have no choice but to rely on their surroundings. But for the owner of the divine protection of the soul of language, these surroundings would be far too vast. It would not be about up, down, left, right, or depth, but literally everything. More specifically, a child with the divine protection of the soul of language could not even distinguish between human, animal, insect, wind, rain, or the ringing in one's ears. Such a living creature, bereft of definitive judgment and attention span, could hardly survive. The only reason Otto was able to last through that period without dying was because of his circumstances. It was the devotion of his wealthy and loving parents, as well as siblings who never dismissed or denied their brother despite not being able to understand each other, that kept Otto alive. But even after establishing oneself as a living being, the suffering of the divine protection of the soul of language did not end. Rather, it was just about to begin. Those who possessed the divine protection of the soul of language were able to communicate with everything around them, but they risked being isolated from everyone in return. This was a major factor in their lacking sense of belonging. Assuming that talking, touching, and cultivating bonds were the foundations of life, the owner of the divine protection of the soul of language could establish relationships with any creature. There was no need to merely bond with human beings. One could communicate with any animal, insect, and even fish because of a divine protection allowing one to connect with all living things, thus making it easy to isolate oneself. One could be trapped in an eternal prison of doubt as to who one was. Due to that, all of the previous holders of the divine protection of the soul of language met an early demise. Otto did not even want to think about how many of his fellow possessors of the divine protection had died without even being able to speak their names, let alone realize the power of their divine protection or make it known to their surroundings. What was the value of living in the midst of unrelenting downpours, uninterrupted storms, and utter helplessness knowing one would never be understood? In fact, he had never heard of any accomplished possessor of the divine protection of the soul of language, and Otto understood that feeling all too well. Literally, the cradle of hell was a place where one was forced to listen endlessly to lullabies enticing one to death. Otto. In this nostalgic hell, Otto consciously narrowed the focus of the voices he had lent an ear to. It was the same way people picked up only the voices in a crowded place or at a party that talked about topics that were relevant and interesting to them. It was a domain only a handful of possessors of the divine protection of the soul of language had been able to enter, in which could adjust the effects of the divine protection. It was that kind of constantly active divine protection that would lose its impact when its effect were adjusted. Otto, too, usually set his divine protection to the lowest setting so that his head was not filled with so many words. He increased the volume of the weakened divine protection and raised its intensity to the maximum. Otto, when Subaru pestered him about the divine protection of the soul of language before, he had called it a channel. He thought that that did not sound so bad, so he opened a channel. The countless voices that popped into Otto's ears and mind were all related to the battlefield centered around the imperial capital. Many of them were accompanied by avoidance, loathing, fear, and anger, and pretty much useless, but he scrutinized them all. Anyhow, Otto, I have asked a lot of Garfield, too. When Emilia made the decision to enter the battle for the imperial capital, Otto concluded that it was Garfield who would have to shoulder the most difficult role in this battle. Because of their prowess as combatants, Emilia and Garfield were the ones taking on the dangerous enemies in battle. However, they could not let Emilia fight to the death. Of course, Emilia's life took top priority, even before recovering Subaru and Rem. Therefore, if Emilia was in danger, he would make her back down, no matter what she said. Everyone in the camp, except Emilia, had been notified of this commonly acknowledged fact. However, it was not an option to come all the way to the Empire and return empty-handed. They must bring Subaru and Rem back home with them. In order to achieve this goal, Garfield was responsible for sustaining the most wounds and spilling the most blood. Otto, Garfield may or may not be aware of this. Did Garfield understand how reckless and cruel the instructions were for the role he was entrusted with? Otto was certainly aware that he had been terribly self-serving and unreasonable in his instructions, and Garfield probably thought he was being reckless, but did he truly get the gist of it? Or perhaps Garfield took it as a sign of trust. Otto, I do not like this. Muttering a few words, Otto thought of Garfield's innocent look of trust. Even if he was giving unreasonable instructions, Garfield believed that Otto had an idea and that it was his role to see it through. In the same manner, Otto anticipated Garfield would see his instructions that way and entrusted him with a role only he could fulfill. At first glance, this was an exchange of mutual trust. However, Otto, as someone involved, believed that this was not a fair balance of what each side had to bear. Garfield was the one in harm's way wherever they went, not Otto. All I do is sit back in my comfort zone, feeling pain and guilt. And when all is said and done, Garfield would say, as I'd expect of Otto bro. I am not sure how I feel about that. You've got to be kidding. Otto, if I can bear it, I should bear it myself. Do not run away from your responsibilities, Otto Suwon. Otto placed his hand over his mouth as he reminded himself. When their camp had finally decided on a course of action to take on the Empire's upheaval, Otto warned Emilia, "You're going down a thorny path." In response to Otto's words, Emilia stoutly held her chest and chose her path. It was probably a stupid idea, a foolish path. If Otto were alone, he would never have chosen this approach of all danger and little gain. But there was something important in the little that was gained, and Otto was relieved that Emilia had chosen a path that he never would have chosen on his own. He was inwardly delighted. Thus, he could not be the odd one out. Out of several possibilities, it was Otto who had chosen this path. If blood needed to be spilled for that purpose, he did not want to leave the bloodshed to others. Therefore, Otto-san, you can be a real dummy sometimes. Suddenly, amidst the flood of meaningless voices, he heard a clear voice and blinked his eyes. In an instant, the sound of hellish rain and storms faded away, and before Otto turned around to squeeze through the channel, his eyes met Petra's, whose eyebrows were lowered with dismay. She went up to Otto and offered him a white handkerchief, saying, "Take this. Petra, your nosebleed is really gushing. I'm a little scared." Otto knows. I failed to notice it. Petra, so it seems, please sit down. You don't have to stand, right? Otto looked at the handkerchief offered to him in a daze. Irritably pulling Otto's hand, Petra made him sit down on the grassy field. She then put a handkerchief against Otto's face and wiped off the blood. Petra, is that what happens when you overuse your divine protection? Otto, yes. If I increase the number I am listening to and the range, this is what happens. I do not really resort to this, but it is an emergency. Petra, so that you don't lose to Garf-san. Otto, Petra, as I thought. Otto-san, you really are an idiot. As Petra stared at him, Otto scratched his head, saying, "Guilty as charged." Petra's point was correct in a broad sense. although subtly different from what she was trying to say. If she had been smart, she might have known what Otto really meant and rephrased it. Petra, the fastest-growing member of the camp, was getting sharper and more strong-willed by the day. Petra, even if Otto-san has lots of nosebleeds, I don't think he can ever be like Garf-san. Otto, certainly, the amount of blood we shed cannot be compared with each other. Unlike Garfield, I bleed to death much more easily. But I should at least be prepared to bleed myself. Petra, is it because Otto-san told everyone to go? Otto, I truly am no match for Petra-chan. Otto laughed as his nose was pinched to flush out the blood that had accumulated. Considering only the events that had taken place, it was Emilia who had decided that she would participate in this battle, and it was Emilia who had declared that they would do it, so Petra's point was way off the mark. But the reality was that Petra was correct. It was Otto who had led her to say that. No, those were precisely the words Otto had wanted her to say. Otto, in fact, I am not hurting myself for nothing either. I hate to say this, but my divine protection is very useful in war. I cannot afford not to use it. Petra, Otto, it is difficult to find someone that can help us because of the circumstances, but it is worth just getting the information. I just entrusted Medium-san with a message. If Abel-san can make effective use of it, then the state of battle, Petra-chan. Petra, Hartilda Otto attempted to at least make amends by explaining the usefulness of his actions, but Petra's response was one of cold and growing dismay. Saying, "Good grief," Petra ran her hand through her light brown hair and looked into Otto's round eyes. Petra, I am not the slow-witted child you believe me to be, Otto-san. Otto, no, yes. I think Petra is a very quick-witted girl. Petra, in that case, Otto-san, I don't think you're as smart as you think you are. Otto, that is a tough one to respond to. I am not so conceited to believe that I am one of these all-seeing schemers no one else can match. Otto's self-assessment for why he had been able to make it this far would be the number of rules of thumb and small tricks he had, as well having excellent crisis management skills. If they started comparing intellect, he would fall far short to the all-seeing schemers. However, it seemed that this notion of Otto's had missed the mark here. Petra, right now, that's not the kind of intellect I'm talking about. Otto-san, I have no intention of being the kind of helpless child you think I am. Otto, that is. Petra, I believe I can be of proper assistance. For instance, saying that, Petra tightly squeezed the hand of the baffled Otto. Then her small hand gave off a white glow, which then permeated through Otto. At that moment, the ringing in Otto's head abated slightly. Otto, is this yang magic? Petra, it's part of the magic that I have been learning from the master, even though it is just the absolute basics. Otto, Petra, Otto-san, I also know the time calls for unreasonable actions, but that doesn't mean taking on more suffering is an admirable thing to do. Otto, who had been determined to put himself in harm's way earlier, held his breath at Petra's words. Petra sighed a little at the sight of Otto. Petra, even though that's the kind of thing that Otto-san would always say. I won't tell everyone, Otto-san, but you've been fretting all along, haven't you? Otto, Petra, you've been angry the whole time. I know how you feel, but your voice and attitude are too harsh. Hearing that, Otto bowed his head and could not even make a sound. As Petra had said, Otto had made some uncharacteristic misjudgments as if he got stuck in a vicious cycle of misunderstandings. Through Petra's small hands, he felt that he could grasp what she was trying to say. Otto, the admirable thing to do is not getting a nosebleed, but getting done what you need to. Petra, yes. What would you like to do, Otto-san? While holding the hand of the still sighing Otto, Petra lifted hers. Petra, if I'm present, you can do your best more efficiently. And yet you want me to stand back because it's something children are not supposed to see. Otto, that is a bad way to put it. Petra, would you like me to back off? With a smirk on her face, Petra put pressure on Otto. He had succumbed to that pressure. Giving in willingly to it, Otto let out a long sigh. Otto. Even now, countless voices popped in as soon as he opened a channel. Just when he was about to be washed away in the midst of the furious momentum, Petra's hands held onto Otto into place. A little more, distantly, many, just so you might listen to them, or so they would have you believe. Otto, I will have Frederica scold both of us later. Petra, yes. I'm glad to hear Otto-san say that he would rather have a nosebleed with me than have a nosebleed alone. I don't like nosebleeds, though. Otto smiled radiantly and closed his eyes at the sight of Petra, who had decided to help him. There was no way that this clever girl could not have noticed the slight tremor in his tightly clenched hands. It was Petra's first time seeing war, a battlefield where her loved ones were involved, and the safety of her friends who were sent away was in jeopardy, and she wished she could do something about it. Imagine their thoughts. Use the hand at my disposal when I can. Be a merchant. Otto, Petra-chan, please lend me your hand. I will control the channels on this battlefield. Petra, we will control them. Otto chuckled at Petra's brisk reply. Well then, he replied, and opened the channels to dive back into the cradle of hell. So Otto returned to his nostalgic hometown, with the only difference being that he was no longer as lonely as he once was. Arc 7, Chapter 91, Racing Across the Battlefield. Machine translated by Archbishop Kiln Archbishop proofread by Archbishop hash 750 Japanese to English checking by Paper Senkel Art Sources. Punibaba. This an edited machine translation, which has been checked by at least one Japanese-English human translator for quality using feedback from the machine translators and proofreaders. This may have a quality dip in accuracy, therefore. If you read this chapter, you must take into consideration the trade-offs between speed and quality. She took off her robe and stretched out her arms and legs that always tried to stay ladylike. She kicked the ground strongly and sent her supple body flying forward. The feeling of the gallant golden hair cutting through the wind was pleasant, and she cautioned herself in her mind as she ran across the grass. This was a battlefield, a place where many lives would collide with each other, a terminus for lives that would be scattered. Even though she knew this in her head, the scent of blood that slipped through her nostrils and the numerous fighting spirits that reached her through the air threatened to embolden Frederica, who had turned into a beast. Frederica, it is unpleasant. Without looking away from her exuberance, Frederica muttered with an emotion detached from her instincts. Fortunately or not, Frederica had not suffered any notable disasters despite being a member of the camp and standing beside the great vortex. Certainly, no disaster had passed that was comparable to when the old Roswell mansion burned, where she and Garfield had met for the first time in over a decade, during the fight with Maylie and her female partner at that time. In the truest sense, it was such a desperate battleground where she barely escaped with her life. It was precisely because she had lived those relatively peaceful times that she realized, whether she liked it or not, that the blood that flowed within her, the mixture of human and beastly natures, was biased. Without sufficient awareness and consciousness, it would be easy to lose sight of what was important to her. What troubled Frederica was a kind of fate tied to her half-beast body, an instinctual appeal that her brother Garfield could unconsciously control at a high level. Frederica was very annoyed with her own inability to control it. The source of the blood that shaped her seemed terribly vile and merciless. Frederica, I do not have time to feel sorry for myself. When Garf and Emilia-sama, as well as Petra and Otto-sama, are doing their best. Finishing the conversation within herself, Frederica faced forward while snapping her animalized limbs. Both the exuberance that swayed her and the anxiety about the uncertain future were negative emotions induced by Frederica's own uncertain position within her camp. Naturally, Frederica and her comrades were represented by Emilia. Although each one in the group had their own opinions on their strategy, Emilia would ultimately make the final decision. Moreover, Emilia herself was a powerful spiritual arts user and could be relied upon in a fight. Garfield was perfectly competent as a military officer, and Otto set the course with his excellent judgment even in a neighboring country that had entered a state of war. Both Garfield and Otto were a little overwhelmed by Subaru's absence, but the former sought opportunities to vent on the battlefield, while Petra handled the latter well. Frederica, if she becomes too dependable, I will feel desolate as well. Although she mumbled sulkily, Frederica was proud of the growth of the girl she loved like a little sister. That it was accompanied by a feeling of loneliness was kind of her being softened. Otto, using his divine protection of the soul of language and listening to every living thing around the battlefield, had probably gained the most information in this great upheaval. Petra, standing by his side, was applying her newly learned Yang magic, which would improve both physical and mental functions, to herself and Arto, reducing the repercussions of overuse of his divine protection while also helping them discern the information he gathered. Petra, who had been learning as a new maid under herself for the past year, had grown incredibly through her own tireless efforts, in addition to her memory and her ability to complete tasks. In terms of her level of growth, she probably was the best in the camp, surpassing even Emilia and Subaru. While still young and forbidden to step onto the battlefield because of her immaturity, she didn't waste away and instead sought a role, supporting Arto, who was in peril, and fulfilling her unique role. She was proud, while at the same time reflecting back on herself. Unable to fight like Emilia and Garfield, she had neither the intelligence nor the ability to assist like Arto and Petra. What could she, one who simply ran across the battlefield as a beast, suppressing her burning instincts, do? Frederica, use your divine protection to the fullest and dominate this battlefield. That is what Otto was prepared to do, and in fact, Frederica believed was happening. Thanks to Otto's efforts, which leaned on Petra's assistance and minimized thinking about the future, the collected information was brought to Abel's headquarters one after another. The tactics that could be assembled expanded once Abel was able to grasp the currently ongoing events and progression of things, and the battle of the rebel army progressed. Certainly, to his advantage. Of course, Abel's instructions did not reach all of the rebel army. The other rebels, who had begun fighting without waiting for the arrival of his group, which included Emilia and her party from the fortified city, showed no signs of coordination or cooperation. However, it was Otto's and Abel's opinion that this frustrating situation would not last forever, and signs of that were already beginning to appear. Carried away by the momentum of the uprising, the ones who met the rebels that had attacked the imperial capital in one fell swoop were the elite chosen by the emperor who ruled the empire, the monsters. The rebels would have been hit head-on with their strength and were shocked and horrified from it. They're holding the expectation that if they could only get them out of the state where they can only see the enemy in front of them and the glory that laid ahead, they would listen to their side. During the frustrating time until that happened, Frederica, I found you. Tarita-sama. Tarita, HK. What? A moment later, Frederica rushed over to the person she was looking for in the fast-changing battlefield. Tarita turned around and widened her eyes in shock at the sight of the four-legged beast running furiously, kicking at the grass. However, her agitation was short-lived as she picked up her bow with a terrifyingly cold eye. The tip of the knocked arrow was pointed unhesitantly at Frederica and... Wait, Tarit, it's an ally. It was Maiselda, holding down her sister's bow from above, who saved Frederica from being nearly shot through. Seeing Tarita's eyes widen at her sister's words, Frederica landed on her feet and apologized in a loud voice. I am so sorry. Frederica, please excuse my appearance. I am Frederica. Maiselda, I see it's you, ha. That is a beautiful beast transformation. If I didn't know it was you, I want to skin you and display your fur in the village. Frederica, I should take that as a compliment, right? Ahem, I have something to tell you. This is a message from the head of the main camp, Abel Sama. Facing Maiselda, who had crossed her arms, Frederica went straight to the point despite feeling troubled by her praise. Frederica turned into a beast and ran across the hellfire raining down on the battlefield to serve as a messenger. She had come to pass along the information that Abel had scrutinized, which had been gathered by Petra's supporter, Otto. Maiselda, from Arbel, what did he say? Wary of the presence of the enemies guarding the star-shaped citadel and its 5 bastions, and fearing a melee with the rebels who had set out ahead of her, Tarita, who had been on the offensive, leaned forward. Although the combat power of the people of Shudrak was threatening, their true strength lied in their ability to fight in groups, and they could only be truly effective when they were prepared for a situation that could be described as hunting. They could not take full advantage of their strength in the field on open land. If these girls could climb over the wall, the defenses of the imperial capital would be quickly reduced. For that reason, the selection of the wall to attack was considered important. And that was Frederica. At the headquarters, they have concluded that the 3rd bastion would be one we need to break through the most. Maiselda, the 3rd, over there. After receiving the message that had been handed down, Maiselda turned her eyes to the rampart in question. In the distance, a group of rebels had taken the lead to topple the walls, one person after another, and attempted to get over the sturdy rampart that protected the imperial capital of Lupugana. However, seemingly slicing through that fervor, blasts and screams marked these approaches of recklessly leaping in and showed them how mercilessly they would be cut down. There was no doubt that powerful beings guarding the imperial capital were positioned at all 5 bastions. However, the reason the 3rd bastion could serve as a breakpoint was Maiselda. Stone golems seemed to be moving there. Tarita. Is it the steelman? However, there should only be one of the 9 divine generals. Frederica. Frederica was struck speechless at the sisters that conversed nonchalantly as they gazed at the rampart in the distance. As a half-beast, Frederica currently had better eyesight than usual in her beast form. Even so, she could see nothing other than the cloud of dust that hung over the wall the pair were gazing at. Even though they were a tribe that hunted to survive, she had once again felt disgusted at her lack of ability. Maiselda. Frederica, what did Abel and the others say about the dolls? Frederica. Ah, yes, well, Abel Sama said that they were the troops of Meguro Hagin, one of the 9 divine generals. Tarita, 9 divine generals. Gazing off into the distance, Tarita's cheeks stiffened after she heard those words. Frederica painfully understood the reason for the slight tinge of anxiety in her mutterings. Naturally, since Tarita was going to participate in the decisive battle for the imperial capital, she must have considered the possibility of a clash with a member of the 9 divine generals. However, even if one considered the possibility, there was still a certain uneasiness that could not be dispelled. In the same manner, the fear of the Sword Saint remains even if one knew for a fact he was not there. Maiselda. Tarita, don't worry. Tarita, sister. However, it was Maiselda who chuckled at her sister's tense appearance. She clapped her sister on the shoulder so firmly, her powerful eyes shining brightly. Maiselda, even if it's against a divine general, will never be outdone again. If it's that divine general, I'll get my revenge, and if it's not that one, then I'll be mad. Any questions? Asking Tarita with a shrug of the shoulders, Maiselda showed her right leg which had been replaced below the knee by a wooden stick. Frederica could not decide if these were words of true madness, or if they were meant to encourage her sister, Tarita. No, no questions. Tarita blinked once, then twice, and nodded, and the next moment, with blinding speed, she drew and knocked an arrow and shot it right over their heads. Immediately afterward, Frederica looked up hearing cries of pain high in the sky and saw a flying dragon spinning and falling to the ground a short distance away from the 3 of them. The arrow that hit the flying dragon under its chin pierced all the way through to the top of its head, killing it. While Frederica was amazed by Tarita's overwhelming archery skills, Tarita exhaled, and Tarita, when the time is right, we will breach the wall ourselves. If we get past the walls, we win. Maiselda. So, as expected of the chief of the Shudrak. Frederica, what about you? Maiselda turned to Tarita, nodding her head in satisfaction at the determined look on her face. Frederica, who was almost overwhelmed by the pressure of the sisters, came to her senses at the mention of these words. Frederica, I will relay this message to the others. If all those who are willing to listen to me will gather in one place. Maiselda, one hole breaks the dam. Frederica, yes, one hole for a new wind. That was the course of action the Emilia camp and Frederica must take. Because she knew how her position still teetered on the edge within the camp, she was determined to do the best she could within the scope of the role she had been entrusted with. Frederica, Tarita-sama, Maiselda-sama, please have good luck in battle. Do not throw your lives away. Tarita, yes, Frederica, be careful too. Maiselda, if you die, we Shudrak will pass on your pelt for generations. Frederica, unfortunately, I have no plans to give it to you. Freed from a little bit of tension, Frederica ran off, accepting the send-off by the sisters. Like a gale, she kicked through the grass and ran ahead to relay Abel's instructions. The collaboration between Petra and Otto could not be in vain. In turn, this would help Garfield and Emilia in their struggle, and also Subaru and Rem, who might have been in the imperial capital. Frederica. But for now, I just have to keep on running. Leaving a slight trail of swaying grass and lingering shadows, the beastified Frederica disappeared. She was a golden leopard, a four-footed beast that bore no resemblance to her original tall, beautiful looks, yet was so refined that even a hunter would have to admire her beauty. According to the information provided by Frederica, Tarita and Meiselder were ready to mobilize the Shudrak to challenge the third bastion. And just when she had made up her mind to do so, "Tusk, I can't cut them down. There's too many of them in the way." With a crude voice, a man with an eye patch holding twin swords dropped from the sky. Dexterously handling his two long swords, the man slashed away the wings of a flying dragon and then jumped to the side of the other flying dragon that dropped down at the same time, cutting off its head as it tried to bite him. A brilliant sword strike, and the one who unleashed it and turned around was Meiselder. "Jamal, I guess. Your face isn't satisfying to look at." "Jamal, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm so sick of this shit. If we don't get into the Imperial capital somehow, I'll never know if Katy is safe or not. Tard, you bastard, I hope you're protecting her." Sputtering and swearing, Jamal yelled, scratching his dark brown, curly hair. As an Imperial soldier captured in the fortress city, he was in the rare position of joining forces with Abel after learning of his true identity. But nonetheless, he was a man of great ability, unfortunately. His face was revealing his crude nature, and did not meet Meiselder's approval as someone caringly deeply about looks. In any case, Tarata could not stay ignorant about how frustrated he was about his family being left behind in the Imperial capital. "Anyhow, Meiselder, regardless of us, the other rebels will probably take what they can get their hands on. Jamal, I already know that. That's why I'm going to end this ridiculous charade by chopping off the head of this fake emperor as soon as possible. Meiselder, since you are so raring to go, I've got some good news for you. We're about to head to the third bastion. Word is that we have a chance to strike there." As Jamal stomped his feet, Meiselder revealed Frederica's earlier message to him. Hearing this, however, Jamal frowned dubiously with a "I what?" "Jamal, a chance. Who told you that?" "Meiselder, Abel, it seems." "Jamal, tell me about that quickly. Or you guys, get ready. We're going to the third bastion." Jamal was quick to switch gears, and he harshly called to the other soldiers to start assembling those in the same situation as him who joined them in the fortified city. His voice was loud, his will was clear, and he boasted some genuine strength. Surprisingly, he might have the makings of a general. Seeing Jamal's back, Tarita moved to catch up. "Tarita, sister, we also need to call Kuna and Holly to get ready, ah." When they called out, Tarita reflexively held her breath. Eyes widening, she reached for something that fluttered and fell before her eyes. Just when Tarita gently reached out her hand, something white disappeared from her palm in less than a second. It was a white light that slowly and furiously danced across the sky of the burning battlefield. No, it was a cold grain of ice, a snowflake. "Tarita, why is this happening?" "Meiselder, right, guess you didn't see it, Tarita." "Tarita, sister." Beside Tarita, who was stunned by seeing the presence of snow for the first time in her life, Meiselder nodded her head. For some reason, unlike Tarita, Meiselder seemed to know exactly what she was seeing. In fact, she recognized it. "Meiselder, it's Emily." Tarita, Emily, the name Meiselder gave belonged to a silver-haired girl in the same camp as Frederica. It was still fresh in Tarita's mind when she revealed herself as a half-elf, yet somehow she was the one who had caused this snow to fall. For what purpose was she doing it? Perhaps because she had experienced something outside of her imagination. Tarita felt a slight shiver and softly hugged her own shoulders. "Meiselder, the world out there is really that big, huh? The Shudrak's chief and former chief come together too often, and we are left on the bottom. This snow is no different." Besides, Meiselder, who was looking up at the sky as snow fell, turned her gaze in the other direction. It was the grass Frederica had stepped on earlier, and the direction in which she had disappeared. The thought of this outrageous duty to continuously carry the message of the latest information from Abel across this vast battlefield without losing your breath, Meiselder. A beautiful beast keeps us alive. Wherever we go, it is the hunter's delight. And she extolled that other person who sold herself short way too much. Arc 7, Chapter 92, Rekindling Old Ties. Machine translated by Archbishop Kiln Archbishop Bruceff proofread by Archbishop #750 Alpha Dydra Japanese to English checking by Archbishop 00 Shig Senkel Art Sources Bardo Vic 2 This an edited machine translation, which has been checked by at least one Japanese-English human translator for quality using feedback from the machine translators and proofreaders. This may have a quality dip in accuracy, therefore, if you read this chapter, you must take into consideration the trade-offs between speed and quality. The air screamed, and the world slowed little by little. A heat had dominated the battlefield. No, it was not the battlefield that was dominated, but the empire. The heat had overtaken the entire empire, and the land was engulfed in an unprecedented upheaval. Many raised their voices, raised their weapons, proclaimed their ideals, and heeded their enthusiasm. It propagated outward, becoming bigger, wider, faster, stronger, and hotter. The heat was one that had been smoldering in the hearts and minds of Valasia's citizens for many years. It is a heat that has been endlessly pushed into a box, losing its opportunity to dissipate. Nevertheless, the trapped heat continued to grow stronger during that time, and it finally exploded when it found an opportunity. Things that had started that way, in and of themselves, were not to be denied. There are many different ways of thinking where many people live. In addition, different countries have different ways of thinking, and different ways of living are rooted in different kinds of soil, water, and air. No matter how much one meddles in, no one would listen to one's complaints. Therefore, it was out of place to talk about right and wrong here. In such a place where so many things were intertwined, if there was only one thing that could be said, that will be, "I really hate this." The voice murmured literally changed the atmosphere of the battlefield. The farmlands, grasslands, and the expanse of green surrounding the imperial capital of Lupigana were covered with flakes of white snow, a scene that would not have been possible in an empire known for its warm climate. What is this? It was the weaponkin collapsed to the ground, who cried out in confusion in front of the snow they saw for the first time. They were born with parts of their bodies made of metal, which they reworked into weapons for use on the battlefield. They challenged the imperial capital and were crushed by a powerful enemy. Just as they regrouped and prepared to take on the enemy once more with those who were still able to fight, the white scene slowly appeared. Taken aback for a moment, they quickly turned their attention back to the battlefield. It would have been no surprise if the enemy had taken advantage of that split-second opportunity to take their lives. However, the enemy did not seem to regard the weaponkin as a threat anymore, and did not take advantage of the opportunity. They pulled up their humiliation, wielded their anger in their blades, spears, and axes to destroy their enemies for the dignity of their race. And it was at this time that they realized that their bodies were numb and unable to move as they intended. Again, the Valasian Empire was a country where the climate remained warm throughout the year. Of course, if one's hometown was situated high in the mountains, along the border with neighboring countries, or close to the great waterfall, one had the opportunity to experience a different climate, but this was not the case for the weaponkin. That said, one could hardly blame them. Who could possibly know to be concerned? Who could imagine that even now, at midday on the battlefield, where blue skies and sunshine were peeking through, a body heated to the point of sweating got cooled down all at once, and a freezing wind blew so hard that it made one's blood run cold. Everybody, get away from here. I'll really try to do my best here. As they forced their numb bodies to move, a voice struck the astonished weaponkin. In the cold air, making it difficult to even grasp a weapon, a figure could be seen moving forward with large strides across the meadow, silver hair flowing in the air. A beautiful girl with fair skin, amethyst eyes, and a tremendously well-defined facial profile stepped forward majestically, taking the spectacle around her as a given. As they admired the sight, the weaponkin realized. They understood by whom this was brought upon them. So it's friggin' you again. The astonishment of the shivering weaponkin continued. As the silver-haired girl advanced forward, a voice called down to her Madeline Eshart, the small figure standing on top of the city wall, a dragonkin with two black horns on her head. She was the monster, who reigned supreme as the ninth of the 9 divine generals and had crushed the weaponkin's battle line with a single stroke. Looking down below in disgust, Madeline held in her hand her flying winged blade, an armament too large for her stature, yet she was a master at manipulating it, though it was heavier than it looked. Even in an empire filled with demi-human tribes, The rare species of dragonkin were so intimidating that even a mere confrontation with them would make a weak-minded person cower and kneel. However, yes, it's me again, Madeline, a passing spiritual arts user, Emily. Emily, the girl who met the golden glare of the dragonkin, did not care about that sharp look. An unfearful exchange. That was all that was needed for the weaponkin to understand. They understood the disparity between the stage that they, Emily and Madeline, were standing on, and the disparity in the height of the viewpoints they saw. Weaponkin. There was disappointment and frustration at the reality of the situation, but immediately afterward, a welling sense of elation. It was the anticipation of the battle that was about to unfold before their eyes, a battle that transcended human understanding. It was about to begin. The battle of the top classes that could never be reached simply by being born strong. A warrior's shiver occurred, irrespective of their blood cooling with the drop in temperature. And then, Madeline, you're a friggin' irritating girl. You couldn't beat this dragon in battle the other day, Madeline's face, which could even be described as adorable, turned fiendishly serious. Raising the flying winged blade in her hand, the angry dragonkin poured all her strength into her slender arms, heedless of the extreme cold that hindered the weaponkin's movements. They intuited. The moment that flying winged blade was wielded, a battle that would be remembered throughout history would begin. Emilia, here. The next moment, a block of ice as large as a castle crashed to the ground just beyond Emily's reach, and Madeline's figure on the ramparts was swallowed up in the icy shards beyond with a roar. A large block of ice slammed into the rampart, and Emilia thought, good in her spirit. The battle between the rebels surrounding the imperial capital and the regular army trying to defend it had begun, and it left Emilia's head in quite a mess. Let's do the best that we can and reduce the number of people who die by all means. That was the policy that Emilia had set forth, a goal that her colleagues accepted without opposition, even though they knew that would be difficult. Yet, when Emilia and the others arrived at their destination, the rebels who arrived earlier had already begun the battle. From the imperial capital's point of view, they are all the same rebels, but each tribe has its own agendas. It was not a battle that began in an orderly manner, with all the tribes lining up to fight. One can understand that without even thinking about it. Abel had said rather nasty things to the impatient Emilia, but they themselves, who had entered the battle from the fortified city, took up positions and joined the battle, albeit delayed. Of Emilia and the others, the two main players in the battle were herself and Garfield. Beatrice and Petra could not fight, and Otto and Frederica both had other roles to play. It was very frustrating for Emilia, as she could only fight, but she had learned that the division of roles was very important, so she decided to leave it all up to everyone's specialties. Abel, Lupugana, the imperial capital, is surrounded by star-shaped ramparts. It is a city that is hard to attack and easy to defend. The only way to conquer the city is to capture the 5 bastions. Emilia, the 5 bastions. Abel, it is a star-shaped wall. You can command the battlefield in depth and at a distance from these 5 bastions. Conversely, if we take these points, we can greatly reduce the opponent's strength. For that reason, Emilia, for that reason. Abel, from the rebels who strike first, we will determine the enemy's force distribution. If they can reduce the opponent's strength, even if only slightly, then that would be satisfactory. Emilia, then the people who strike first will be in danger. You absolutely can't do that. Even though it was Abel's role to come up with a winning strategy, Emilia could not accept that approach. Hence, she had departed for battle, for the sake of capturing the much-needed bastions at the vertices of the star. Honestly, though, she was unable to find the decisive factor as to which one she ought to rush to. Otto, Emily, I will tell you where to go. I have a plan. As Emilia was about to take off, Otto offered to help her. Emilia was unsure what to say to Otto, due to him looking so reckless to her that she was not sure what to say to him. Petra, don't worry, Emily. Leave him to me. Because Petra told her so, Emilia could believe her, and she was able to start on her way. Garfield, Emily, my amazing self is over here. Let's blow open a new hole. After pledging good luck to the spirited Garfield and to each other, they all split up on the way to their respective bastions. Frederica, Emily, no, Emilia-sama, I will also be racing around for my role. Please be safe, and do not be too reckless for Subaru-sama's sake. Frederica, running alongside her, turned into a beast and ran across the battlefield with blinding speed. Everyone was scrambling to do their role. Emilia, I also have to work really hard. With a strong determination in her heart, Emilia arrived at the bastion to do what needed to be done. Closing her eyes tightly, she laid her left hand on her right hand, which was placed on her own chest. Before the battle began, Beatrice, regretting not being able to participate in the fight, had held her hand and said, "Beatrice, it is infuriating, but Betty is asking you to take Betty's place, in fact. After Betty, the next person who can do their best for Subaru is Emilia, I suppose." Emilia, yes, I truly want to believe that. Whether it was because of Beatrice's trust or because of everyone's cooperation, Emilia's body and mind were in surprisingly good shape. Her flustered heart and her confused mind had calmed down, and she was very calm. Very calmly, Emilia balanced her role with what she wanted to do. Emilia's role was to defeat Madeline, who was guarding her bastion. What Emilia wanted to do was to prevent as many people from dying as possible. Madeline and her would fight from this point on, in order to keep a lot of people from dying. Emilia. Opening her eyes, Emilia concentrated on her gate deep inside her body, releasing all her accumulated mana at once and dropping the temperature of her surroundings at a furious pace. Valencia was a warm country, so many people did not like the cold, according to the studious Petra. Otto, an animal lover, also told her that flying dragons in the sky also did not like the cold. Then again, when it got cold, it made people want to curl up, according to the siblings Garfield and Frederica. With everything else and with none other than her experiences, Emilia realized. That was Emilia. When it's really cold, people can't be in position to fight. Once, at the Roswell mansion, the one before it had burned down, the area around the mansion was completely covered in snow when Puck, before he fell asleep, had a problem releasing his mana. The problem spread to the nearby Arlam village and caused quite a commotion, but it remained a strange memory for Emilia, who had never felt cold in her entire life. The experience and knowledge gained from that time were put to good use. Emilia, I know that I can't easily sway everyone's opinions or feelings regarding this fight. I wish I could talk to them and understand them better if possible, but I don't have the time. Therefore, Emilia decided. She would use force now. She would hold everyone down with coldness. Everyone's fingers would get numb. They would be unable to pick up their weapon. They would be unable to use their skills with their knees shaking. Their teeth would not stop chattering. Their gaze would be unsteady, and their breath would be so white that they would be shocked. If they came to realize that, then everyone would be incapable of even thinking about fighting. And yet, if there was an opponent who still raised a strong body and mind to fight, Emilia, I'll be your opponent. Madeline, stop messing around and don't friggin' get carried away. Emilia's cry of determination was covered over by the roar of the ice blocks that had fallen onto the ramparts. Emilia was not surprised like others when she heard an energetic response from Madeline even after the direct hit by a block of ice larger than a house. It was the same as when she encountered her in Geralt a few days ago. That time as well, the fight started the same way, with ice blocks striking her opponent. Madeline, you lack skill. A high-pitched sound echoed through the air, and the next moment, the huge piece of ice broke in half vertically. Emerging from behind the scattered pieces of ice was an energetic Madeline, holding her flying winged blade above her head. The pupils of her golden eyes narrowed as she watched the shattering ice splinter into shards, particles, then reduced to mana. Madeline, even after going through an experience that terrible, you haven't changed your mind, half-devil, Emilia. An experience that terrible, that last one was a surprise, but I think Priscilla and I were about to win that fight. You shouldn't lie. Madeline, HK, don't friggin' underestimate this dragon, half-devil. Madeline bent her knees, preparing to jump off the ramparts, her eyes angry at Emilia's rebuttal. Emilia's eyes widened at that action, and after glancing at her surroundings, Emilia, here. She waved her arms and made an ice block rain down on Madeline as she had done before. It was not even a diversion for Madeline as expected, and was repelled and shattered by her weapon, which she raised annoyingly, rendering the attack ineffective. However, Emilia, here, there's still more. Take this. Madeline, While one after another, she created ice blocks in the sky and dropped them repeatedly onto Madeline on the ramparts. Since speed was prioritized over power during the process, the size of the ice was much smaller than at first, about the size of a fist at most. Even so, if they were to hit one's head, they would undoubtedly cause tremendous pain, and Emilia's hands would produce 10, 20, 50, or even 100 of them, which would then rain down on top of the ramparts. Ice pebbles, though, it was not as pretty as pebbles. It was an ice storm. Madeline, don't get carried away. Against that downpouring ice storm aimed at her, Madeline wildly fought back. Using her whole body, which was unaffected by the cold, she used her flying winged blade not as a throwing weapon, but as a swinging one, swatting down the falling storms of ice chunks. A chain of concussions and cracking noises repeated, and a flood of ice chunks rushed toward Madeline as she sprinted along the ramparts. Madeline dodged, flipped, sidestepped, and spun around with the gait of a dancer or even a gymnast as she dodged the icy barrage. Her mobility was also eye-popping, but it was not Emilia's purpose to hit. It was an attack that was supposed to be avoided, and its purpose was to buy time. That was to say, Emilia, everyone get away. The fight between Madeline and I will be dangerous for everyone around here. Emilia called out to the surrounding rebels as she hurled a storm of ice into the air. The beaten weaponkin were huddled together, seemed to be looking for a chance to recklessly join in, but they were shivering from the cold, and many of them had lost their weapons. The difficulty in moving their limbs was extremely egregious because of what Emilia did, but she hoped that they would do their best to move those limbs and withdraw with their allies. And then, Emilia, HK, oh wait, no. Through Emilia's monotonous attack that prioritized quantity, Madeline's flying winged blade was unleashed, breaking through the finely shattered ice pieces. Emilia quickly dodged the flying winged blade, which roared furiously as it cut through the wind, but as it circled back the battlefield with its roar, the flying winged blade returned with frightening precision. The whirlwind of death that reaped everything in its path came to Emilia, mercilessly shredding everything. Therefore, Emilia ran to prevent collateral damage on the slow-moving weaponkin. Emilia, ahia! Emilia intervened in front of the weaponkin, who were unable to dodge the oncoming whirlwind of death. With her upraised foot, she kicked up the flying winged blade's edge. The impact made every bone in Emilia's body creak, but she gritted her teeth and endured it without hesitation. Launching it with all her might, the blade went over the heads of weaponkin and herself, flying toward their backs. Emilia, now you can't. Madeline, did you friggin' think it was over? Emilia, HK, before she had any time to feel relief, a voice spoke from behind her. Beyond her flowing silver hair, the flying winged blade that Emilia had sent flying was grasped, Madeline's figure brandishing the blade being reflected in her amethyst eyes. A downward slash. To dodge it would put everyone in danger. Emilia, ice brand arts. With no other choice except to receive the blow, Emilia immediately formed an ice sword in order to meet the flying winged blade. A duel with swords locked together, it did not turn out to be. The moment the opponent's blades came into contact, the ice sword abruptly cracked and shattered. But that was only one of them. With a second one in the other hand, the hand losing the first blade produced a third one. Even if they keep on breaking, Emilia's relentless barrage of ice swords keeps roaring out. With a large turn, she kept on striking the side of the flying winged blade, striking, barely parrying it, falling. Emilia, Kaya! The flying winged blade that struck down hit the ground, and a moment later, a shock wave impacted Emilia's entire body. Hit by the same force, the weaponkin that had failed to escape were blown far away. The dragonkin's raw strength was absurd, even more so than the already strong Emilia. Emilia, still. Jumping up as her body rolled, Emilia slapped her cheeks and looked in front of her. Pulling the flying winged blade from the ground, Madeline glared in displeasure at the still lively Emilia and then looked around. Madeline, so it's just friggin' you. What about that woman? Emilia, that woman. Ah, do you mean Priscilla? Madeline, do you think that this dragon would think to memorize a human's name? I mean that friggin' crimson woman. Emilia, that's Priscilla. I'm Emily. Priscilla has someone she wants to meet. While Abel was forming his strategies back at the encampment and Emilia's team were running across the battlefield, both Priscilla and Al had also stepped onto the grounds of other battlefields. However, unlike Emilia's team who wanted to bring back Subaru and Rem, and Abel's team who wanted to somehow overthrow the emperor, Priscilla's goal was hard to comprehend. When asked, she never answered properly either. Emilia, even Yorna, wouldn't tell me what they spoke about. Since it was a reunion of mother and daughter, she thought that they must have had a lot to talk about. Thinking about the day she would reunite with Puck after he eventually awakened from the magical stone around her neck, Emilia wanted to ask them for some advice. Of course, she also just wanted to simply hear Priscilla's joyful tale. Madeline would like to meet Emilia. They're somewhere on this battlefield, I think. She said that it was her problem, and I also prioritized my knight, but Lady Petra's knight maybe, Madeline. In the Valetian Empire where she had to disguise her social position, Emilia hurriedly corrected herself, Madeline looking at her suspiciously. All the suspicions aside, Emilia was simply not good at lying. When she thought about how trying too hard would just increase the likelihood of being exposed, she just shrugged her shoulders in resignation. Emilia, no, that was a lie. Yes, Subaru is my knight. Sorry for tricking you. Madeline, in the first place, even if you tell me that he isn't even friggin' here. Emilia, oh really? Madeline, what a little girl like you thinks is completely irrelevant to this dragon. It's friggin' frustrating that that crimson woman is not here, but even so, it's friggin' convenient. With these words, Madeline's body slowly began releasing steam. In the cold air, dyed white by her exhaled breath, her body continued to heat up as it radiated her visibly rising fighting spirit. As this visible fighting spirit began to pour over, Emilia instantly produced a pair of swords in her hands. Emilia held a vigilant guard, at which Madeline let out a savage laugh. Madeline, one by one, those who make a mockery of this dragon shall be massacred. Her blazing golden eyes shone as she charged forward. With a step causing the frost-covered earth to explode, the distance between them vanished in a single breath. Madeline raised her flying winged blade over her head as Emilia prepared herself. And then, Emilia, even without Priscilla, I'm not alone. Madeline, what are you saying, is what Madeline was about to shout out. But an unforeseen figure did not allow her to finish as it halted the strike of the brandishing flying winged blade. Madeline opened her eyes wide at this, looking at the figure that had jumped on the flying winged blade. That was a body that blocked the attack by colliding with it, a Natsuki Subaru made of ice. Madeline, wah, Emilia, here. Towards the stock-still Madeline, Emilia's twin blades of ice thrusted forwards. Battles began on the bastions of the star-shaped ramparts that surrounded the imperial capital, and the nature of the warfare changed. It was almost comical how many were being eliminated by such a small force, nearly a singular force. It was like a microcosm of the Valetian Empire, a land where the strong were revered. No matter how many weak people gathered together, one swing of a strong person easily plucked away their hope. In fact, even a battle that was enthusiastically labeled the decisive battle of the imperial capital would result in every single rebel being cut down if left unchecked, and those with smoldering fighting spirits would become docile in a year's time. It was possible for that to be weeding out the rebels, but it was doubtful if that was currently the emperor's expectation. Although, Yorna, even so, that would have also been the story if His Excellency the Emperor Vincent Valetia hadn't been ousted from the throne. With a kaisru in one hand, Yorna Mishigia looked down upon the battlefield and uttered a few words tinged with purple smoke. Daring to start that small fire himself, those thoughts that had slacked during times of peace needed to be braced. It was something the Emperor would probably take care of, but it would not be something he would do by giving up the throne himself. However, if she had not known the truth, and had not been invited as one of the 9 divine generals who ruled over the demon city, which side would she have joined? Yorna, I don't have time for such useless sentimentality. I have a role to play. Yorna quietly looked forward, abandoning the implausible alternative. Vincent Valetia, the true emperor, had kept the peace in this empire. The future under the reign of the false emperor who ousted him, and where it would lead, was marked in a deep darkness. Yorna believed that this was the case. Yorna, my beloved children, and the people who live in the land of His Excellency's beloved empire. Her beloved children foolishly lost their demon city and continued to adore her even though she failed to show the might she should have shown. The people of the empire loved by a man who she once loved, and who she still continued to love with undiminished affection. Moreover, she wanted to give none other than her children, with whom she had shared her soul, a world appropriate for them to live in. That was, Yorna, I would rather have the peace of a true emperor than a future built by a false one. As Yorna said this, she slowly began to swirl the earth around her as she spun her kaisru, drawing a spiral. This was Yorna's technique of imparting the soul marriage technique to inorganic objects and making them do as she willed. A technique that others could never imitate due to the capacity of their souls, however, unlike in the demon city, where she had spent a long and intimate time imbuing her thoughts and feelings. The soil of the imperial capital was slow to move. Perhaps Yorna's own mixed feelings about the empire were not unrelated, though. Yorna, I'm sorry I am not in the best of shape, but I shall be your partner. In front, Yorna's gaze looked up at the top of the ramparts, and then further above them. The reason for that was plain and simple. Her opponent, who she should pierce with her gaze, was higher than the ramparts and flying freely in the sky above the battlefield. Transforming her shins into flames, the spirit eater concealed the destruction contained within her slender body. Yorna, Yorna, General First Class Arakia, you are still fighting as flamboyantly as ever. Even from a distance, I could recognize you at a glance. The brown-skinned dog person with a tree branch in one hand and an eye patch over her left eye, Arakia. She casted a wary eye at Yorna, who appeared below her, and while her skin scorched with hostility, Yorna looked around her surroundings, narrowing her eyes at the burnt farmland. It was at this bastion, Arakia's, that there was the most flamboyant of interceptions in response to the rebels' attack. Of course, this was due to the fact that she herself was powerful, but perhaps it was also meant to show off her power to those around her. Yorna was not the only one who had spotted Erakia at first glance as the guardian of this bastion. Even if one of the military men did not know who Erakia really was, it was easy to recognize that she had tremendous power. More than just Erakia's own aims, that was. Did somebody put that idea in your head, Erakia? Erakia, HK. Yorna, you, behind her, stepping onto the black grassy field that had been burnt to a crisp, the voice of the arrived person shook the battlefield. Both Erakia and Yorna gasped, and their eyes widened. Yorna raised her eyebrows at the appearance of a voice that should not have been audible, but was, and then, walking far enough to Yorna's side so she did not need to turn around. What is it, dear mother? Even after having died once, are you still unable to let go of your child? Thus, opening the fan in her hand with a sound, the crimson-eyed Priscilla cruelly laughed. Yorna was caught off guard at that unexpected appearance and the words that followed, and she spilled out a long sigh. Yorna, Priska, it is natural that you cannot forgive me, but, Priscilla, unfortunately, the girl who bore that name is dead. If you are concerned about her, it would do you well to visit her grave. My name is Priscilla Buriel. Strive not to get it wrong. Yorna, was it not that Abel had said that this place was to be entrusted to me? Priscilla, was it not that at the same meeting where I said myself shall not do what Abel tells me to? Priscilla, who had a comeback for every remark, responded mercilessly, and Yorna was at a loss at Priscilla's attitude. However, Priscilla snorted with a HMPH, and the smile on her face disappeared. Immediately after, her crimson gaze shifted towards Arakia overhead. Arakia was one of the strongest divine generals, and Yorna was assigned to be her opponent because it was understood by everyone that no one but Yorna would be a match for her. Nevertheless, the prudent Priscilla came to this place because she had a reason to confront Arakia regardless of such factors as strength and tactics. As evidence of that, Arakia was clearly shaken by Priscilla's entrance. Even in front of Yorna, her expression, somewhat detached from the world, did not waver, but as soon as she saw Priscilla, her mask crumbled. That was unmistakable proof of the special relationship between Priscilla and Arakia. Priscilla, Arakia, have you made up your mind? Priscilla's profile was sagacious as she asked the question, her gaze so sharp that she looked as if she was about to kill the target of her gaze. However, the words spun by her lips somehow felt gentle and even benevolent. A harshly embellished, gentle question, to which Arakia caught her breath and nodded. Arakia, I'll take back the princess. I'll kill his excellency. The princess is the real emperor. Priscilla, you desire a formal resolution of the imperial selection ceremony. That shall do fine. Hearing Arakia's answer, Priscilla closed the fan in her hand. She tucked it into her cleavage, raised her empty hand to the sky, and pulled her treasured sword of crimson out of thin air. The heat emitted around the blade was such that the air seemed to waver. It was the Yang sword that only the Emperor of Wallachia was permitted to wield unconsciously. Yorna gazed at it in admiration. It was as if an image of Yorna's beloved man, who once wielded that treasured sword of deep crimson, came back to her behind her eyelids. Priscilla, this is no time to admire, dear mother. Yorna, all of those selfish ramblings. Although I was not the one who raised you, why did you grow up to be this way? Priscilla, well now, there is no particular reason why I am myself. Additionally, there was one thing I failed to tell you. At Priscilla's sidelong glance as she readied the Yang sword, Yorna's whole body tensed up, and she too entered a fighting stance. Having adopted that posture, Yorna turned to her daughter with a questioning look in her eyes. Without meeting her gaze, Priscilla pointed the tip of her Yang sword at Arakia, and Priscilla, she is my foster sister. Dear mother, after your death, she was raised together with myself as if we were sisters. Now it seems her goal is to place myself on the throne. Yorna, wah, Priscilla, it's coming. Yorna's eyes widened at the revelation, and the unsympathetic pronouncement was made almost simultaneously. Swelling flames covered the sky, and in order to turn the already burnt field into grounds of scorched earth, that enormous heat rained down. Beyond that, painting the world a color of red, Arakia shouted. Arakia, I will take the princess back with my own power. That's what I've been told. Gazing from afar at the flames controlled by Arakia's excessively setting the world ablaze, Tard Fang sensed that the atmosphere of the battlefield was changing with the direction of the wind. Tard, there's no doubt that the first move was effective, but the great firepower broke the fighting spirit of the invading rebels, and the first invaders would always be people who were recognized for their ability. There was no way that a group could maintain its morale while it was being burned without any way to do anything about it. Hence, of the 5 bastions protecting the star-shaped ramparts, he had guessed that the bastion with Arakia, which he had been assigned to, was the safest, and the place where the enemy's attack would be weakened. In fact, Tard's judgment proved true, and after the Cyclops tribe that had bravely marched in was wiped out, the attack of the rebels, fearing Arakia, was in tatters, and the battle was practically won. The cause for this change of mood was the repelled first group of rebels being joined by a second group that had arrived late. After being struck on the head and losing their fighting strength, it seemed like the first group had been about to collapse, but they had been absorbed by the second group that had come around later, and they were attempting to restore their fighting strength. Of course, even if the losers came together, it should not have a significant impact on the outcome. But the ones that came after brought together the group, whose morale should have been broken and kept the damage to a minimum. Thinking that there was likely a very quick-witted commanding officer in the second group, Tard shuddered at that frightening possibility. Tard, no way, was arriving late also part of their plan. Without keeping an equal pace, with each person fending for themselves, the empty-headed rebel army had charged in. Seeing that painful experience of the first group, and from there the battle was about to end with the regular army's overwhelming victory. However, after the first group lost powerful people and grew disheartened, when they had their hot-headedness cooled, the nuisances that did not have the ability to listen to a discussion had been completely lost. In that case, to snatch a victory in the battle they had undertaken, the group had no choice but to join the ranks of the other party for a better chance of success and frantically perform for the sake of receiving a share of the leftovers. Tard, rather than the vanguard, which was full of idiots, is the second group the true contender. Even when it came to taking on Arakia as an opponent in battle, the true contender was likely to have countermeasures prepared. It was hard to imagine that Arakia would be defeated, but Tard did not think an opponent who could calculate to this extent would come without plans in hand for an assault on the imperial capital. There were some sort of preparations for not only Arakia, but also the guardians of the other bastions as well. In addition, other than those guarding the bastions, the soldiers of the regular army, whose role should have been only to hunt the survivors, were starting to spend time on the rebels' movements, even if it was not a hard fight. It felt troublesome, as if eyes and ears that could reach great distances and even skillful limbs were following the brain of a demonic enemy. It would be best to leave the strong enemies to Arakia and the Guardians. However, Tard thought that the truly troublesome enemy in this conflict was something else. Therefore, Tard, I've got to deal with the guy who is up to no good. Arc 7, Chapter 93, The Stone Army. Human translated by Archbishop, Section 2. Machine translated by Archbishop Kiln Archbishop proofread by Alpha Dydra Archbishop hash 750 Japanese to English checking by Archbishop Art Sources. Counter. This an edited machine translation, which has been checked by at least one Japanese-English human translator for quality using feedback from the machine translators and proofreaders. This may have a quality dip in accuracy, therefore. If you read this chapter, you must take into consideration the trade-offs between speed and quality. An arrow pierced the head that had no eyes, ears, or a nose, and the golem, made of stone, was thrown a great deal backwards. However, the head, without any human-like parts, could not be a human-like vital point, so the advancing enemy's footsteps were undeterred, whether it was pierced by an arrow or part of its head was missing. If crushing its head ain't enough, Harley, got it tilde, shuffling, the stone golems rushed towards them with outstretched hands. The sight of them, no bigger than human beings, coming at them with their inhuman movements evoked a sense of disgust. Channeling that antipathy into her fingers as she drew the bowstring, the strong bow made a sound like a thunderclap. 3 arrows were released at the same time. They struck the stone golem's torso, not piercing it nor hitting a critical point, but smashing it to pieces, stopping the golem's movement. If its whole body were broken to pieces, even the stone golem would cease to move. However, with this amount, you can't take them out one by one. Kuna looked up to reach the target rampart, the third bastion, which she had been told was a hole in the enemy's formation. But when she managed to reach it, the number and nature of the enemy soldiers deployed made her feel hopeless. The third bastion was supposed to be guarded by Meguro Hagin, one of the 9 divine generals. Fortunately, Meguro himself was not visible on the rampart. Was it because they had not reached Meguro yet, or was Meguro themselves somewhere else? Either way, Harley, it's as if their ants gathered around a tree's sap tilde. I can't knock them down like this tilde. Kuna, this is no time for your whining. Shoot, 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 shoot as many as you can. Harley. Geez, tilde. Kuna, you're so strict, tilde. Raising her voice in a way similar to a shriek, Harley pulled an arrow from the quiver on Kuna's back and fired them one after another from her powerful bow. 2 or 3 stone golems were destroyed with each shot, but that was not enough to keep up with the number of enemies, because there were hundreds, thousands even, of stone golems, too many to count. Kuna, Tusk, what are we supposed to do? Clicking her tongue and distancing herself from the enemy, Kuna cursed Abel for giving her these orders. She only knew of them from rumors, but Meguro Hagin was a special kind of demi-human called a steelfolk. Unlike the weaponkin, whose bodies were only partially made of metal, she had heard that they were existences whose bodies were entirely made out of minerals. In that case, were all the countless stone golems in front of them also steelfolk? Harley, they all look so lifeless, tilde. They really look like dolls, tilde. One Kuna. I have the same opinion. What kind of a gimmick do these guys have? While maintaining a moderate distance, she glared at her surroundings and looked at the crowd of stone golems. Thanks to their lack of eyes, the stone golems did not seem to have any self-consciousness. They simply surrounded those who approached them, beating and bludgeoning them to death with their tough limbs and monstrous strength. Those who had been unable to escape were caught up to and died tragically as they were exposed to the violence of the sheer numbers. The rebels who challenged the third bastion and were trampled by the hordes of stone golems would have literally had their corpses stepped over, and their remains would not have remained intact outside of the shape of their formation. And this was not an event that Kuna and the others could laugh at as if it were someone else's problem. If they continued as they were, they would be trampled by an overwhelming number of enemies, unable to stand a chance against them. Before that happened, Kuna, if things get really bad, we're going to have to retreat. But, Harley, hey, Kuna, look at that tilde. Kuna, ha, both of them were forced to stomp the grass of the farmland that had now become a battlefield and shoot while running away. As Kuna turned around at the sound of Harley's voice, Something surprising entered her field of vision. A figure stood still on the battlefield, and then the stone golem rushed in and slammed their stone arms down on them. It seemed as if the target would be knocked down by the blow and left to die in a puddle of blood. "Don't get in my way, you stone golem." It was Maiselda who howled, her ferocious beauty contorted in anger. As she shouted angrily, she swung her club held in both her hands, crushing the head and upper body of the stone golem that had leapt towards her, effectively beating it at its own game. No, she was not the only one who had chosen to attack the stone golems rather than run away from them. "Get out of my way, get out of my way, get the fuck out of my way. You're all shame of the Empire who don't understand the authority of His Excellency the Emperor, so don't fucking get in my way." The slash was released with a guttural cry, and it brilliantly separated the stone golem's neck and torso, and further split the flying head vertically in midair. If that was not enough, he slashed the torso diagonally, slashed off the arm from the shoulder, and when he saw that it had stopped moving, he kicked it down and moved on to the next one. A rough-looking man with an eye patch similarly dove into the stone golems, as Maiselda had. The relentless attack power of these two attackers in hand-to-hand combat thwarted the stone golem's ability to launch an attack. But what truly stunned Kuna and Holly was not either of them. Kuna and Holly. A powerful sword roared, and mowing down the stone golems, it blew them away. It was a rough and violent slash that could hardly be described as brilliant. However, it was the most appropriate swordsmanship to use against the stone golems that needed to be destroyed in order to keep them suppressed. Swinging that sword and burying the onrushing horde of stone golems was a red-haired swordsman, a man who she only knew as a follower of the proud and haughty Priscilla Heinkel. A man who looked somewhat dead inside had joined the war front before anyone could notice, and cut down the stone golems one after another without speaking. The scene lacked a sense of reality, much like a nightmare on a night of poor sleep. Looking only at the events that were taking place, regardless of whether they were circumstances that Kuna and Holly should welcome, they were unsure of whether they should accept it with delight, and there were negative thoughts swirling around in them. Surely the reason for this was the expression of Heinkel's face as he wielded his sword. "Holly, it seems like it's full of pain, Tilda." After witnessing the same thing, Kuna could not help but agree with Holly's mutterings. She could not understand Holly's thoughts as the latter expressed that, but from Kuna's eyes, it looked more like he wanted to die. Sometimes, warriors would head to the battlefield in search of a place to die. Even in Shadrach, there were times when those without much longer to live would choose their final moments by taking a bow and challenging the large creatures hidden deep in the forest. It was probably not an ending that Kuna would choose, but she could understand such thoughts. However, those of Heinkel's were different from those of a warrior seeking a place to die. Wanting death while fearing death, the figure that fiercely fought against death only exacerbated how pathetic it was to look at. Even though she knew his presence was dominantly supporting the warfront, Kuna wished for him to collapse and die right away. He was a man who swung a sword, surrounded in melancholy to the extent that it made those around him think that. "Kuna, Harley." With those words, the mood of the battlefield still continued to shift, ignoring that mental image Kuna and the others had. The one who called their names and overtook them as if she was flying through the grassland was Tarita. Carrying her quiver on her back and having returned to the typical Shadrachian attire, she arrived in front of the two of them. "Tarita, it's dangerous to stop moving. This is the path Sister and Jamal have created. Kuna, I understand that even without you telling me, Chieftain. I was just a little bit distracted. Tarita, Heinkel was it." Looking at her fondly, Tarita perfectly guessed Kuna's embarrassed, gloomy feelings. Tarita was Maiselda's younger sister, and she succeeded her as chieftain of the people of Shadrach. Previously she was shy and indecisive, a girl that had stood out for being more cowardly than careful. However, as a condition for taking over as chieftain, the experience of going along on the journey to the demon city of Chaos Flame seemed to have been significant, quieting that cowardice and leading her to acquire a refined strength. Her pointing things out now had also probably accompanied that. "Harley, Chieftain, don't you find it creepy?" "Tarita, I think creepy is too direct, but if it's true that he's desperate and that he will become our war strength, then I have no objection to fighting alongside him." "Kuna, what a magnificent and swur." That's fine with me too. Even though there were things that were unaccounted for, there was no need to account for them at this moment. Originally, Tarita was good at changing her approach in hunting situations, if not in everyday life. Now, as the chieftain, she could successfully adjust to any situation. As Kuna evaluated the situation, Tarita looked at the quiver on her back. Tarita, the number of arrows left has decreased a lot. While we have the chance, let's collect the fallen arrows. It'd be best not to use too many arrows on one person. Kuna, in theory, yes, but Harley, I can't seem to kill them in one shot. Tilda, Tarita, there is a trick to dropping them in one shot. Aim for the heart, like this. Before the struggling duo, Tarita quickly fired 3 arrows from her bow. As 3 stone golems approached Maiselder's back in the distance, the arrows pierced the 3 bodies through their back, head, and thigh, killing them. Kuna, wait. Why did they die in one shot? The heart. Harley, they're stone golems, so I don't know where their hearts are. Tilda, Tarita. Is that so? If you look closely, I think you can see where their vital spots are, but... Tarita's brow lowered with a troubled expression as Kuna and Harley pressed her. Apparently, she really did not do much more than look closely. Tarita was indeed Maiselder's sister, although her personality was so opposite to hers that it was difficult to tell. As one of the people of Shadrach, Kuna was proud of the high degree of purity in her chieftain sisters. Kuna, since that consultation wasn't helpful, let's do this our way. Pick up arrows, and if there aren't enough, use a club or whatever. Then we'll beat the enemy to death. Harley, let's put an end to this dull game. Tilda, too, Tarita. I think that's the spirit. But at some point the real divine general is going to come out of the woodwork. As was the case with Yorna, the 9 divine generals are anything but standard. Be very careful. Harley, you should probably tell that to Maiselder. Tilda. At the serious-faced Tarita's opinion, Kuna shrugged her chin at Maiselder, who was already rampaging on the front lines. The former chieftain, who had a prosthetic leg, had given up her position to her sister and was now running rampant with her lightweight physique. At this rate, if the divine general were to appear from the enemy lines, she would be the first to collide with them. Even without one leg, Maiselder was capable of putting up a good fight against any serious challenger. Tarita, sister, please don't go too far. You will die if you are alone. Maiselder, Tarita shouted, taking a single shot at the head of a stone golem blocking the way ahead of Maiselder. At the sound of Tarita's voice, Maiselder gave a big wave of her hand, communicating that she understood what was happening. Kuna was genuinely surprised and impressed by Tarita's judgment in her statement. Tarita had truly stopped hiding behind her sister's back. Kuna, I didn't see what happened at that time with Mariulai, but... Harley, Tarita, you're flourishing, so we're also happy for you. Tilda. Tarita, is this really the time to say that? Both of you, please go fight. Harley shot the stone golems that surrounded them with her bow. Kuna bashed them with her short hatchet as she gave a remark, and in response, Tarita said that with a sharp voice. Kuna and Harley nodded to each other and obeyed without hesitation at the direction of their ever-reliable chieftain. A covenant of old, a promise exchanged between a former emperor of Valatia and the people of Shadrach, a promise that was now far removed from the present, which Kuna and the others could not be blamed for having forgotten. This battle began to fulfill that, however. It was now certainly a battle that Kuna and Harley, as people of Shadrach, absolutely must gain victory in. Stone golems charged directly towards him. Without faces, they had neither hostile intent nor intent to kill. Swinging his sword at those opponents, while cursing the puppeteer who had inconsiderately chosen those golems, Heinkel Astria looked out onto the battlefield. 3. For what reason was he swinging his sword in the vast lands of the Empire? For what reason was he still swinging his sword after exposing so much of his shame? For what reason, on the lands where the person who must see him being useful was not present, was he there? Heinkel, HK. Slashing upwards from the elbows of those extended arms, the upper body of his opponent was blown away by the aftermath of the attack. The opponents were stone golems, and above not being able to dampen their fighting strength by merely cutting off their head or limbs, what was required more than a refined swordsmanship was to drive the opponent into a position where they could no longer do anything, an attack akin to that of a barbaric tribe. Changing his grip on his sword, he spread his legs wide and decided on a stance. He unleashed the sword he had readied by his waist, and it obliterated the stone golems in its path to an amusing extent. It was not amusing. There was nothing about this that was amusing. He had no such memories of the sword ever being enjoyable to swing. For him, the sword had never been anything but a shackle that was heavier than it appeared. Heinkel, fuck. While spewing curses, he landed a blow on the enemy that had entered his sword's range. Filling his head was nothing but the doubts of for what reason, and blowing away all those hindrances in the way of his vision, he swung his sword. He swung it. He swung, swung, and swung it about. Heinkel, fucking hell. Free your mind from all obstructive thoughts. Such was how he had been instructed during his training with the sword. Strengthen your concentration, become free from obstructive thoughts, hone your skills to become one with the sword. No matter how many times he was told this, he had no idea what the instruction was trying to say. Heinkel, fucking hell. He was told to not think, but if he tried to put that into practice, he would end up thinking about not thinking. So there was no way his mind could become free from obstructions. Completely focusing on nothing but the sword, how could humans do such a thing? If one lived, they would get hungry. They would also breathe. They would probably feel itches in their body and also get assailed by drowsiness. Their worries would be endless, and their families would always present in the corners of their minds. Anxiety about tomorrow and anxiety about 10 seconds later never ceased, and the failures from 10 seconds earlier, let alone the failures from yesterday, and failures from even before that were things they eternally worried about. Piling up on and on, the thoughts were everlasting. How could one possibly become free from obstructive thoughts? Completely cutting off the thoughts that were naturally born from human activity, such a thing was surely unthinkable for a human. In that case, was a swordsman who could free themselves of obstructive thoughts not truly human? Was that why he was not truly a swordsman? Heinkel, fucking hell goddamit. That limitless stream of profanity, no matter how much he let out, it could not disappear from his mind. As if to mow that all down in one go, Heinkel recklessly swung his sword and proceeded to turn the stone golems blocking his way into a mountain of gravel. Just how much value was there in these actions? Failing to do the things he had to do in the place he had to do them, and letting the person he wanted to win favor with clean up his mess. In the end, he owed a debt to yet another person who helped him survive. Doing these kinds of actions over and over, just how much would he be recompensed, and for what? Sorry, Pops, but my amazing self ain't got any idea about what you're dealing with. In his head, mixed in with his own profanity, he heard the voice of another person. Still young, the voice that he heard could even be called unripe, and it had been from he was drunk on the lookout platform. Even though he expressed that he did not want to speak with anyone and had secluded himself, it was the voice of the boy who had tactlessly barged in back then. I ain't got any idea about if you failed, nor how badly you messed up either. But you know, if it's an experience of failing, then my amazing self has also got that. After chasing him away once by saying careless things, the boy started to show up again and again. Then, even though he himself also had a face which seemed to hold doubts, he tried to interject into Heinkel's worries and things had become like this. That was also terribly childish and cheap. Those naive and idealistic ideas made him want to laugh scornfully. There ain't no one but yourself who can make a distinction of what you've messed up. That's why I've been telling you, Pops, if you're gonna do it, Heinkel, shut the fuck up, you damn shitty brat. Encouragement or consolement, pity or sympathy, whatever it was, he did not care. Everything directed towards him was troublesome, and there was absolutely nothing that he desired from them. There was not even a single thing he desired from other people. There was nothing he desired. There was just a person who he wanted to offer this to. There was value in what he would receive from that person. So everything other than what he would receive from that person were merely stone weights which he would drag as he walked. Heinkel, HK. The ominous stone golems silently creeped up, and before his eyes, he slashed them with his sword, vertically splitting two of them into two halves each. As if to take advantage of his large swing, another came flying in from the side, so he smashed its face area with the tip of the scabbard, and followed by drawing the beloved sword Astrea back and skewering it for the kill. Opponents without faces, only using moves they had been taught, if it was that kind of match, then he could cut them down no matter how many there were. As long as he kept breathing, then he could take on 10 or 20 with no problem. However, just what significance did that have? scoring these kind of points without even showing it to the person he must show it to. Just what? Pops, if you're gonna do it, you gotta restore it through your own sword. Heinkel, fucking shithead. HK, it was laughable that he was still clinging to a fading light, which may or may not even be there. On that note, he again collided with the notion of why he was even still living. Just what did he want to prove through this sword? What did he want to gain? What was it that he desired? Heinkel. When it came to the quantity of main threats, everyone in the surroundings would successively launch an attack on that. Charging in was Heinkel, the woman from the tribe of hunters wielding a club, and also the eye-patched twin sword user who employed elegant sword skills unbefitting of his face. However, with the orders of the hunter tribe's chieftain, who mainly used a bow, the warfront was resolutely upheaved, and the other rebels who had once stepped aside had each regained their spirit. A hole in the enemy's line of defense, pointing that out had been worthwhile. Compared to the other 4 bastions, it was evident that just this bastion had a weak defense. The fact that Heinkel could cut his way through was proof of that. One person, indeed, if there was even one person who was truly strong, then it would be impossible for Heinkel to lead the charge like this. Follow after that back. Don't let the red-haired man get all the achievements. We'll also push forward. That swordsmanship isn't too bad. If he shaved his beard, his face would become more visually appealing. Lagging behind Heinkel, who led the charge, the many people raising their voices were unthinkable. He did not have the time to be captivated by them as a phony. Heinkel, fucking hell, bring it on, bring it the fuck on. With just this, I won't even be able to score points, trying to accept the situation before his eyes more severely, more pragmatically. Heinkel lifted his head. The stone golems, standing directly opposite him, their formation was blown away from a sideward sword slash, and trying to look at the imminent ramparts, he funneled power into his knees as he leaped towards them. Immediately taking hold of the ramparts, if he eradicated the enemies atop the wall, then the capture of the 3rd bastion to be clear. It was not that he would slay some enemy general, so would it really be a contribution? So then, to compensate for his failure in that fortress city, would Heinkel be the one to connect the spider threads of what Priscilla wished for? At the very least, even if it was only a little. You killed me most. Heinkel. Indeed, the moment he recklessly took hold of the ramparts, a voice struck Heinkel. His lungs felt paralyzed, and a hoarse breath leaked out of his throat. It was not that he had suffered an attack, nor had he avoided an attack. It was just that he heard a voice. With that alone, Heinkel's entire body trembled with fear. The various thoughts from just before flashed through his head about being free from obstructive thoughts, about his own desires, about recovering for his failures. They were all painted over with white and vanished from sight. What he did understand was what he had happened across, a threat to which he could not do a single thing about. That was, killed me most. Therefore I also kill you. An emotionless voice resounded, and before Heinkel's eyes, the tall and thick wall began to change. It was not the stone golems lined up atop the wall. It was not the stone golems deployed to try and protect the ramparts either. The bastion on the ramparts of the Star Fortress, on the thick wall which they called the 3rd bastion, a change arose. Heinkel, in the vision of Heinkel, who leaked out breaths, countless lights, were born upon the ramparts which stretched both to his left and right. Now, whether those could be called lights was a matter of divided opinion. The lights borne upon the ramparts, they were fist-sized orbs which glowed a bright green, and at a glance they seemed like harmless things from which no danger could be felt. However, those had not originally been on the ramparts. On the wall where there had been nothing, the countless lights from orbs had suddenly sprung up. To Heinkel, they appeared to be just like the eyes of a living thing. It seemed that all at once he locked eyes with those lights. He became frightened when simultaneously those lights seemed to glare at him. Heinkel, eek! That moment, Heinkel's entire body froze and his grip on the sword loosened. Fly away! That instant, in contrast to that monotone voice, making an unbelievable thunderous roar and clad in a strong wind, a gigantic stone fist seized the leaping Heinkel and threw him away. Heinkel, ka! Thoroughly beaten from head to toe, Heinkel was blown away to the sky with nothing he could do. Similar to how he was handling the opponents of stone golems until a moment ago, the expression of being kicked around would be fitting. Heinkel was spraying blood everywhere as he soared, and then he saw it. Within his revolving vision, the circumstances of the surface had completely changed. That was not the result of the blown-away Heinkel's consciousness being hazy, as there was a definite change that was hard to look away from. Meguro, eighth of the 9 divine generals, Meguro Hagin. It was the etiquette of a warrior on a battlefield, a grand estimation in its own introduction, however. That scale was far too abnormal. Heinkel, the rampart of the Star Fortress, which they should have captured, the third bastion itself moved. That was unmistakably one of the 9 divine generals, the mighty being which introduced itself as Meguro Hagin. Translation notes. 1. The word TAPPEI uses for the golems, Chinese letter, can also be read as dal. Harley's evaluation is a bit of a play on that. It is normally golem, though, since Japanese letter is used as the reading. 2. Another pun here using dal for the golems. Harley uses Chinese letter, Japanese letter, which is essentially playing with dals. 3. The narration likens the one to deploy the golems here to a puppeteer, Chinese letter, Japanese letter. Since the word for golem, Chinese letter, can also be read as puppet. Arc 7, Chapter 94, Determination for the Sake of Whom. Human translated by Archbishop, Section 2, Machine translated by Archbishop, Section 1, Proofread by Blade Archbishop, Japanese to English checking by Archbishop Senkel Art Sources. 8002 H. Narpuff, Ko Ung, Nus, / Japanese letter, at Merihan 52,623,048. This an edited machine translation, which has been checked by at least one Japanese-English human translator for quality using feedback from the machine translators and proofreaders. This may have a quality dip in accuracy, therefore. If you read this chapter, you must take into consideration the trade-offs between speed and quality. A roar, like distant thunder, shook Beatrice's consciousness as she closed her eyelids. Beatrice. Such an unpleasant sound, I suppose. The little girl's faint whispering brought back memories of hearing similar sounds over and over again in her mind. 400 years ago, in the Age of Witches, during a time of constant warfare, it was not uncommon for large numbers of people to clash with each other, exchange blows, and fight for their lives. Beatrice was not intimately familiar with the battlefield. She was born and raised in the mansion of her mother, Echidna, a place free from human conflict. Even though the battles were far below her notice, they were still aggravating. As time passed, she spent 400 years with the book entrusted to her, during which the world outside was far from the madness of those days, although it could still be turbulent. Yet this once far distant madness was now close at hand, that being a struggle for countless lives all around the imperial capital. I am worried. I am anxious. I know how you feel, Shu. I guess Oo and the others should be leaving too. Oh, you. You. That's no good. Our job is to wait. We are waiting. Beatrice, endeavoring to close her eyes and conserve energy, overheard the exchange. What could be heard were the voices of children she had become quite familiar with over the past few days: Schult, Utakata, and Louis Arneb. Beatrice and the other children were settled behind the main camp, where they waited in a tent that overlooked the battlefield from a hill. And although it sounded good to say that they protected the rear of the camp, at least Beatrice knew that this was just a pretense not to be expected of them. Normally, it would be wise to leave non-combatants like children behind in the fortress city. Similarly, the non-combatants among the residents who had relocated from the Demon City with Yorna Mishigya and were unable to survive the battle stayed away from the front lines and focused on cooperative support like logistics instead. The reason why children did not do the same was because of their guardians. Priscilla, a skirmish is one thing. However, it would be pitiable to keep them at a distance when it comes to the big stage. The fringes of the battlefield shall be acceptable to me. Wherever you may be, you shall not mistake my brilliance. Miselda, Utakata is one of the Shudrak, cowards who turn their back on the battlefield, and the hunting grounds are not fit to be a member of the Shudrakian people. Naturally, they'll be taken to the battlefield. These were the respective statements of Schult and Utakata's guardians, opinions that could not be dissuaded since Schult and Utakata were both highly determined. Both may have spoken from different morals and beliefs, but Beatrice had no right to interfere as long as the parties involved were in agreement for the time being. To be honest, as a great spirit, Beatrice had not been pleased with the situation in which she and these children were being treated as a package. Nevertheless, since everyone in the camp had their own role to play, it was only logical that Beatrice was assigned here considering how restrained her actions were. The role entrusted to her was Louis. Like Schult and Utakata, Louis had also been ordered to stay behind in the tent. Beatrice, except her treatment was distinctly different from that of other young children. Unlike with Schult and Utakata, there was no obvious guardian. However, the main focus was keep an eye on a certain person. Of course, that was the Sin Archbishop. The danger would never diminish, no matter what those who knew her in the Empire said. So, unlike the other children, Louis was the only one they had no choice. They could not leave her by her lonesome. Otto. Currently, she is a balm with the least inclination to make a move. Beatrice Jan, I do not wish to burden you too much, but please keep an eye on her. We cannot tell Emilia Sama or Garfield about this. At least we need to remain level-headed, had been Otto's statement before he decided to participate in the full-scale rebellion. It may have been a precaution so that Beatrice would not be discouraged by the helplessness of having no role to play and staying in wait to conserve her energy, but it was also an unsettling statement because she started losing the ground under her feet. The fact that he purposely tried to keep a calm look on his face was unsettling. Both Petra and Frederica had the same concerns, so perhaps they could have done something about it. In any case, Beatrice, you shouldn't fidget around so much, in fact. Calm down, I suppose. Utakata, B is awake. Beatrice. Betty has been awake the whole time. In fact, also, that name you used is unpleasant, I suppose. It kind of makes one feel like they're being accompanied, in fact. 1. There were no beds in the camp tent to lie on, and no lap of Emilia nor Petra to borrow either. Consequently, Utakata's lips pouted at Beatrice, who had had her eyes closed as she sat on a simple chair. Opening her eyes thinly at the reaction, she looked at the three restless people in the camp. Schult was anxious. Utakata couldn't handle the fighting spirit, and it was hard to tell what was going in Louis's head as she impatiently bounced her shoulders at each sound of the battle. Beatrice. Looking at the behavior alone, there appeared to be nothing suspicious about Louis. A child who was simply hypersensitive to changes in her surroundings, other carefree people who were unaware of the threat of gluttony would have inadvertently regarded them as a normal child. But that was not the case for Beatrice. Beatrice. Emilia and everyone else are doing their best to help Subaru and the others, I suppose. The reason Emilia and her group were willing to intervene in this rebellion and fight for their lives, despite having no obligation to do so, was that they were likely to find their friends, Subaru and Rem, there. If Beatrice was unable to fight alongside them, she would at least be able to cut down on distractions by keeping a close eye on Louis. So Beatrice braced herself through shallow breathing, and Louis, Beatrice, what are you up to, in fact? Beatrice's lips pursed as a small hand caressed her head. She glanced at Louis, who was looking at her with lowered eyebrows. For a moment, her body stiffened at the risk of being touched by Louis's hand, but she did not feel threatened by her, nor did Louis make any gesture to snatch Beatrice's name away. As far as Beatrice knew, gluttony required calling out the other person's name and eating it in order to activate the authority, but Louis' mouth never even uttered the right sounds to begin with. Of course, if Louis only required awareness, there was still a possibility for her to activate the authority, so Beatrice was nervous about Louis moving the hand that touched her head to her mouth. If Louis ever showed the slightest gesture to eat Beatrice's name, then. Utakata, your face is scary. Do you still hate Lou? Beatrice. What a way to comment on Betty's adorable face, I suppose. Besides, Betty does not hate this girl, in fact. Despising would be more fitting, I suppose. At the sight of Beatrice glaring at Louis, Utakata pushed up both of her own eyes with her fingers while saying her face isn't adorable, and Beatrice let her true feelings come out in the end. So yes, I find myself hating Louis. Not just Louis, but the Sin Archbishop of Gluttony in general. Everything that caused Subaru and the others to suffer. Beatrice. regretful in fact. For the Emilia camp, and above all for Subaru, gluttony's biggest victim had been none other than Rem. Watching Subaru suffer over the girl who was indefinitely asleep made Beatrice constantly regret the time wasted before she had been contracted with him, when she was indifferent to the world around her, wondering what could have been. If Beatrice had opened up earlier and shown a willingness to cooperate with Subaru and the others, things might have turned out differently. Not allowing the white whale, the witch cult, and the like to do whatever they wanted, Subaru would not have ended up displaying such a never-ending expression of sorrow beside Rem as she continued to sleep. That was why she decided to never let Subaru suffer like that again and stay by his side for the rest of his life. Yet here she was. After being separated from Subaru, she could not help Emilia and the other members of the group to the fullest extent because she was forced to conserve energy. The meaning of her existence was in tatters. Schult, Beatrice Jan, you can't talk like that to Louis Sama, Beatrice. Betty doesn't feel sorry for her, I suppose. You're being imprudent to begin with, in fact. Why do you refer to Betty as Chan when the others are called Sama, I suppose? You lack respect, in fact. Schult. Ugh, I'm terribly sorry, Beatrice Jan. Picking up a sense of danger, Schult interjected as she stared at him. How did Schult, who did not waver despite being terrified, see Beatrice? Could it be that he thought she was a little girl since she had been asleep all this time? Beatrice. In any case, do not fatigue Betty, I suppose. The whole purpose of being left here is to prevent everyone here from doing anything unnecessary, in fact. As much as a pain it is to do exactly that, Louis. Ooh, Beatrice. It is much better than letting you run amok, I suppose. Beatrice grabbed Louis's hand resting on her head and made the startled Louis sit down in the chair right next to her. In the end, she decided to hold on to Louis's hand and not let go of it. Beatrice, you too, in fact. Schult, stop moping around, and you to Carter, if you do not have anything to do, just take care of your bow, I suppose. So, it appears that there is no need for me to interject. Beatrice, wah. As she was dealing with the restless children, she suddenly heard a calm voice enter the camp tent. When she looked, she saw a man with curly hair, Zicker Osman, peeking inside. Beatrice furrowed her brow at his appearance since he was supposed to be at the main camp, commanding alongside Abel. Utakata, Z, we've been busy, but now you're here, it's time for Oo and the others. Beatrice, you wish, in fact. But what business do you have, I suppose? Zicker, my apologies, Miss Utakata, but it's not your time. However, there is a possibility that we may move the camp at a later date, so I thought I would let you know in advance. Schult, moving the camp, you say? Zicker's intellectual, round eyes made Schult tilt his head. Zicker nodded, yes, in response, as he pointed at the battlefield behind him. Zicker, currently we are devoting our forces to breaching the city walls, but once a bastion has been opened, we will venture forth to the Crystal Palace in the imperial capital. At that time, the commander must also go to the front. Beatrice, Abel does not seem capable of fighting, in fact. He is safer in the rear, concentrating on giving orders, I suppose. Zicker, you are right, however, then the troops will not follow us. In the case of us paving the way for His Excellency the Emperor, then no one would allow him to sit on the throne. Beatrice, such bothersome national ideals, in fact. The fundamental principle of the Valetian Empire was that the people of the empire must be strong. However, this apparently applied even to a leader taking over the nation. If the supreme leader did not possess any strength to boast of, they would be overthrown by their subordinates in the blink of an eye. Zicker, yes, it's bothersome, but that is what our homeland is about. Shaking his head gently, a slightly wry smile appeared on Zicker's mouth. It was hard for Beatrice to discern what emotions were being mixed in there. He may not have been entirely comfortable with it, but neither was he negative about it. Schult, Zicker-sama, could it be you are heading into battle? Utakata, Z. Suddenly, beside Beatrice, who was watching Zicker's lips, Schult asked him a question, while Utakata called out to him in a quiet voice. At the children's gaze, Zicker raised his eyebrows slightly, then Zicker. As you have guessed, I will also be participating. Even though we outnumber them, we're still at a disadvantage in terms of generals below general second class, so we have to change that situation. Beatrice, why is that, I suppose? Zicker, pardon, Beatrice, why do you bother to come here, in fact? In your position, you could have just ordered your men to do it, I suppose. What purpose is there in you showing up in front of Betty and the others, in fact? Zika. Oh, that's what you mean. If one was about to head into battle, one would want to be even more focused at this point in time. Nevertheless, Zika showed up at a camp tent full of children who could not be left behind on this battlefield. When he was asked his reason, Zika put up an embarrassed smile. Zika, there are only men at the main camp, since the women of Shadrach are also on the front line. If we are in need of encouragement before going into battle, only women can make you truly exhilarated. Beatrice, ha, Schult, I see. Certainly, Yudhakata-sama and Louis-sama are here as well as Beatrice Jan. Hearing his unexpected answer, Beatrice's eyes widened. In contrast to Beatrice's reaction, Schult looked convinced, and Yudhakata nodded with her short arms folded. Then she turned to the astonished Beatrice and said, Yudhakata, give it up. It's been like this from the start. Beatrice, it was a big mistake to think this guy was the only normal one, I suppose. The signs were there. For some reason, he was called a coward, and instead of trying to argue about it, he was proud of it. However, there was no reason for her to get deeply involved, so she just didn't say anything. As a result, Zika's eccentricities ended up on display at the last minute, with it resulting in an awkward situation. Zika, besides, if you are aware of what is behind you, you have a better chance of not getting lost. Beatrice, you have a family, in fact. Zika, a mother and numerous sisters. But when I joined this side, their position became much worse. It's a terrible misfortune for my family. Zika was originally a general on the side of the Empire as a general second class. Since he defected, it was only natural that his family would be affected. Zika was prepared for that and still considered it worthwhile to choose this side. Beatrice wondered if Abel was worthy of this choice, but no one but the man himself knew the reasons. She was simply curious. Beatrice, what is it you fight for, I suppose? Zika, Beatrice, you are not supposed to be like those guys who fight for the sake of fighting, in fact. Why is that, I suppose? A simple soldier may have been fine with this, which made the Valetian Empire such a terrifying place, since many of its warriors were of a similar mindset, but that was not the case for a general, much less Zika. At Beatrice's perception, Zika raised a thick eyebrow in slight contemplation. Then Zika, of course, it is for the sake of the future of the Valetian Empire for which I place my faith and to which I owe my loyalty. With a strong voice he replied, and then he continued with, of course, Zika, I am a coward, after all, so I doubt I could resist. So may I ask you, Miss Beatrice? Beatrice, what in fact? Zika, the obvious, the blessing of a lovely maiden. As he said this, Zika pulled out the sword from his side and presented it to Beatrice. After narrowing her eyes and looking down at the proffered item, Beatrice sighed and Beatrice. For the record, Betty does not know much about the proper etiquette, I suppose. Zika. In such matters the feelings are what's most important. As long as the giver and the receiver's hearts are in tune with each other, the etiquette is of no significance. Beatrice. Since when are our hearts in tune with each other, in fact? Good grief, muttering, Beatrice accepted the sword. In front of Beatrice, Zika reverently dropped his head and kneeled down. His seriousness reminded Beatrice of a ceremony she had attended one day when Subaru was knighted by Emilia, and she followed her example. With the sword she received, she tapped each of the kneeling Zika's shoulders once. Beatrice, to see this through properly, I suppose, for the sake of no one else's but your own wish. Zika, as you command. At Beatrice's blessing, Zika looked up in somber acknowledgement. He sheathed the sword returned to him by Beatrice and looked towards Yudhakata and the others by his side. Seeing the look in his eyes, Yudhakata called out, Yudhakata, who is a Shadrachian warrior, so we don't do things like bay, a send-off in the style of a warrior. As she said that, Yudhakata pulled out the knife from her waist. With a knife made from the tusk of a beast, she cut a thin slice of skin from her palm to cause a small bleeding. Beside Schultz's pained face, Yudhakata gently pressed her blood-soaked palm against the armor Zika wore, marking it with her handprint. Yudhakata, Shadrachian blood, the blood of strong warriors, makes thee strong too. Zika, with gratitude. Schultz, ah well, I can't think of anything like Beatrice Jan or Yudhakata-sama, so I'll cheer for you. Hooray, hooray, Zika-sama, I'll be there. In response to Yudhakata's action, Schultz also shouted a loud cheer to Zika. Zika accepted it with a smile and stood up in place. And then, Zika, oh, Louis, Oh, ooh, Louis slipped out of Beatrice's hands and hugged Zika's waist as he stood up. Zika was startled by the little girl's embrace as he patted her on the shoulder with a frown. In Beatrice's eyes, Louis' behavior was an indication of positive feelings towards Zika. The fact that she could not control her at a moment's notice was also because there was no sign of unpleasantness. Zika Osman, as I depart for battle, please remain in good health. Schult, may you have success in battle. Breaking free from Louis' embrace, Zika exited the tent with a cheerful look on his face. Schult waved his hand, while Utakata narrowed her eyes as they watched him go. As Beatrice watched Zika's back grow distant, she understood that he headed into battle fully prepared to die, just like it was the case 400 years ago, when war was happening in faraway places. However, there were frequent visitors to her mother's mansion, and they all sought the witch's knowledge and cooperation, all with a strong desire to improve bad situations. That being noted, it was up to every single person to realize whatever advice one received from the knowledgeable. After seeing the possibilities within the future of her mother's advice, many turned their backs on the mansion and headed toward their own futures. Zika's back appeared to be just like one's from that time. Beatrice, you. Louis, you. Watching Zika leave, Beatrice addressed Louis. Turning around, Louis stared back at Beatrice with her already wide eyes becoming more wide upon her childish face. Completely thoughtless, no, that would be a mistake. Yet looking at her face, which seemed to be devoid of any plan, she asked Beatrice, which side are you really on, in fact? HK. With a full swing, the pair of ice swords struck her chest, and Madeline, her eyes wide open, flew a great deal backwards. Zemilia chased after her. She called out, "Thank you," to the beings that prevented Madeline's movement, to the sculptures of Natsuki Subaru made from ice. To fight alongside the 7 soldiers of ice was a tactic Emilia had developed as a last resort when she had taken Volcanica's trial at Pleiades' watchtower. On her own, she may have lacked manpower. Without time to waste on her vague apprehensions, these ice soldiers were the result brought about by her confidence that I've been watching Subaru closely. As for an official name, she intended on asking Subaru to provide one once she showed them to him. Emilia, so for now just do your best as soldiers. There was no direct reply to Emilia's words, but one by one, the 7 ice soldiers pumped their fists up, giving a response to Emilia's cheers. While she thought of that reassuringly, Emilia and the ice soldiers drew near Madeline, who had been blown away. It probably looked just like a scene where 8 people were bullying a small girl, but Madeline, Gara. If one were to see the howling Madeline swinging her arms, blowing away the upper bodies of 2 ice soldiers, such a leisurely impression probably would not come to mind. Even without her flying winged blade, Madeline's dragon claws and superhuman strength were exceedingly frightening. Emilia's ice had been made hard and firm, and even if it was not to the extent of iron, it was at least as hard as a strong boulder. If one were to carelessly strike it barehanded, it was hard enough to reasonably break their hand instead. So easily had it been destroyed by Madeline's fingers merely wrapping themselves around it. Emilia, I'm sorry. The soldiers resembling Subaru were destroyed, and Emilia could hear the screams of Beatrice in her mind. Apologizing to the Beatrice inside her head, Emilia remained vigilant for Madeline's counteroffensive. While she was vigilant, she chose not to back down, but instead to continue stepping forward. Emilia, here, ya, Taria Tilda. Brandishing a pair of ice swords, she proceeded to rain down attacks on Madeline, who had not been able to fully halt the momentum of the initial strike. Although, when the pair of swords struck the shoulders of Madeline, her arms widespread, they shattered into pieces. The tough skin of the dragonkin remained unyielding to the sword's slashes of ice. She needed to use even heavier attacks. Emilia, with this, the shattered pair of swords became shards of ice, and what Emilia had made to replace them was a large ice mallet. As Emilia brandished it, 2 of the kneeling ice soldiers linked arms to create a foothold before her eyes. Then she stepped on that and jumped up high. Gaining speed immediately after, Emilia drove the ice mallet into Madeline with enough force to make her own body spin vertically. Madeline, HK. Without any defense, Madeline received Emilia's blow directly on her head. Landing before Madeline, who had turned downwards as of the impact, Emilia used the recoil to put power into a second strike. Emilia. Ha! As soon as she gripped it tightly, the handle of the ice mallet shattered. No, it was not just the handle. The entire thing had been destroyed. The ice mallet that had struck Madeline's head was the one unable to bear the opponent's hardness. Emilia widened her eyes upon seeing that, and simultaneously the claws below her eyes rose sharply. The moment the claws moved within the edges of her vision, a small shield of ice intercepted its trajectory. Emilia, Owa. However, the ice shield was smashed at that instant, and cries of pain erupted. After having poured energy into her body at an earned moment, the side of her head was slashed by the claw tips, and at the slight impact of her silver hair being grazed, Emilia's vision greatly and violently shook. Nevertheless, the attack did not end with that. Madeline, do not mock this dragon. The howling Madeline raised her claws overhead. The wind of destruction that followed turned over the surface of the ground. She promptly flew backwards as to avoid the claws, but the wind that arrived afterwards struck her, and Emilia's body was flicked away, having been hit in kind. Engulfed by the ground, turning over like waves, Emilia's body bounced, being blown away. Emilia, roo-roo-roo, with eyes just like those of a dragon or a snake, Madeline caught up and raised her flying winged blade overhead. As it swung down, it accelerated with aim for Emilia's lower back. In an instant, Emilia funneled power into her abdomen to try and withstand the oncoming strike, but she immediately concluded that it was something that she must not be hit by reaching out her hand. She tightly grasped a cold and solid sensation. Emilia. Her arm was jerked up with force, and Emilia's body, now having been pulled up, escaped the trajectory of the flying winged blade. The one which had done that was an ice soldier who caught up to the blown away Emilia as fast as it could and pulled her arm while diving into a forward somersault. The ice soldier forcibly pulled Emilia up and heaved her away just after. Emilia's body spun around as it was sent flying, and in her field of vision, the ice soldier was overpowered and shattered by the flying winged blade which she had evaded. Emilia, Subaru. It was not Subaru, but Emilia had called out with the feeling that Subaru had received harm. Catching up to Emilia, who had again been sent flying, was an ice soldier different to the one which had been destroyed. Without a pause, she was thrown over to the next ice soldier, received, then thrown over, and was escaping from the dragonkin. Madeline, enough. Quit friggin' messing around. With an angry bellow and a flash, the solid earth fissured where it had been stepped on by Madeline, her face red, and with her firm foothold, she threw the flying winged blade with a tremendous and ferocious vigor. The flying winged blade revolved at a velocity so intense and extreme that to the eye it did not appear as anything but a disk. It was a disk that cut down anything and everything in its path, and clad in a strong wind, it approached Emilia. Emilia, I'm counting on you. Before that could reach her, the ice soldiers, receiving Emilia's voice, rushed out one by one. They lined up in single file and wedged themselves into the gap between the flying Emilia and the disk flying towards her. All of them took an ice weapon in their hands and used them to fight against the flying winged blade. As a result, the sounds of ice shattering at high speed chained together, and the Subaru ice soldiers were completely annihilated. However, just before each Subaru was shattered, they each landed as much of a hit as they could onto the flying winged blade. The change in the danger of the flying winged blade was something that ordinary people would not know, but that revolution had very slightly, just a wee bit weakened. She felt like it had weakened. Emilia, it weakened. She declared it in a loud voice, and it truly appeared like it had become like that. Using the leeway that the ice subarus had made for her, Emilia equipped her legs with thick-soled ice boots, placed the two arms of her airborne body on the ground, and met the oncoming flying winged blade with her two legs. Emilia was well aware. That legs were just a little stronger than arms. Emilia, here, yeah. Firmly clenching her teeth, Emilia extended her knees using all of her might. The direct impact from the flying winged blade delivered a shock to Emilia's entire body, and from head to toe, all the bones in her body were creaking. Firmly withstanding, she would withstand it to the end. Fully extending her legs, which were experiencing resistance, even while crevices started to form in her ice boots, Emilia's kick shot the flying winged blade up into the sky. Madeline. Wah. It seemed like it was beyond Madeline's expectations for it to have been stopped, so she raised her voice in surprise. Facing that, Emilia got up and leaped, reaching her hand out to the flying winged blade which had been kicked up. She tightly grasped the edge of the flying winged blade, and into that arm she poured a considerable amount of strength. Emilia, this time I'm returning the favor. The flying winged blade was much heavier than it looked, but Emilia was also someone who possessed indomitable power. It was difficult with a single arm, so she twisted her body in order to change to a two-handed grip. From there, with all her might, she resolutely flung the flying winged blade away with a "Here, Madeline, HK." Seeing the flying winged blade flung away, Madeline widened her eyes. Receiving the vigor of rapid spinning, the flying winged blade soared. Although it paled in comparison to when Madeline had thrown it, the dangerous weapon still cut through the wind as it flew. Flying towards an incorrect direction, it had flown away amazingly. Emilia, Madeline, what the frig is your intention? Emilia, I may have messed up. She was trying to return the favor and deal damage, but she was completely unable to handle the flying winged blade well, so it had flown away. On the forehead of Madeline, who had been angered by that, a vein had begun to bulge very quickly. Immediately after, Madeline's cheeks stiffened, and she stepped forward in order to chase after the flying winged blade which had flown away. However, Emilia, that's a no-no. Then, Emilia, her hands outstretched, created a wall of ice ahead of where Madeline was proceeding. The wall of ice erected from the ground was thick, and she had also made it fairly long horizontally. Going around it or jumping over it, neither feat would be managed so easily. She had not been able to utilize the flying winged blade very well, but it would be dangerous if Madeline were to wield it. It was not as though that was her aim, but she thought that the current situation of it being at a distance was the most beneficial. Emilia, I'm sorry, but I can't let you retrieve that weapon. If you are to continue, then it shall be without that. Madeline, Emilia, if you surrender, I will properly accept that. Actually, if you do that, it would be really helpful. What will you do? Will you continue? Emilia posed a question to the back of Madeline, who cast her eyes downward as she faced the wall of ice. If Madeline, who had lost her weapon, were to surrender, that would be the best scenario. In order to get Madeline to believe she was at a disadvantage, Emilia once again created the Natsuki subarus of ice, which had once been annihilated in her surroundings, and she crossed her arms as she stood. 8 against 1, this time, in a state without her weapon, Madeline was in a much more unfavorable position. With all this, then, Emilia was enthusiastically thinking as such. But alas, Madeline, why the frig do you think that I, the dragon, would give up? Muttering, Madeline gently placed her hand on the wall of ice before her eyes. Gazing at that gesture, Emilia reflexively caught her breath with an ah. With a crack, the very moment that high-pitched noise reverberated, the entirety of the gigantic ice wall began to fissure with the pattern of a spiderweb. The origin was naturally Madeline's palm, so the fissures that extended across the entire ice wall were centered on her. Emilia had gone all out when creating that ice wall. The hardness and density of the ice were just as previously mentioned, and even though it was not something that could be destroyed easily. Emilia, Madeline, Madeline, when talking to you humans, this dragon's head gets friggin' weird. You, that healer, that senile old fool, all of you are in this dragon's way, Emilia. Turning her back, without revealing her downcast face, mixed into Madeline's trembling voice were complex and intricate emotions. Anger, sorrow, and all sorts of other things. It seemed just as if Madeline herself did not understand which of her own emotions was the strongest. What she had spoken of were those who were in her way. Of course, Emilia understood that she herself was in a position confronting Madeline. Outside of Emilia, the ones she called a healer and a senile old fool, did they also happen to be her enemies? As a dragonkin, as an ally of the Empire, Madeline opposed Emilia and the others and went on a rampage. Emilia, Madeline, for what purpose do you fight? Madeline. At the question, Madeline swayed her head to a tilt. Her two black horns at a slant, Madeline's golden eyes stared at Emilia from above her shoulders. Though she was getting a horrifying, blood-curdling sensation, Emilia did not avert her gaze. Going against the instinct to turn away, Emilia fixed her eyes on Madeline. Thinking about it now, she should have done it sooner. She should have tried to talk like this from the very start. Both this time and last time, even though Madeline, who was blocking in the way, had been brimming with fighting spirit, Emilia had gotten caught up in it and suddenly begun an attack. But Emilia, if we can talk with each other, then I really think that talking is the best scenario. Madeline, why do you fight? For the sake of whom? Madeline, what about you? Why? Emilia. Wondering if it would really be necessary to say that, Emilia realized that Madeline was trying to continue. The fact that she had responded with that was something very difficult for Emilia. The reason that Madeline had given Emilia something she must speak of, that unfortunate occurrence, was something which Emilia could not be prepared for. If Emilia were to refuse her dialogue, and if the result of that refusal was claws being swung, Emilia would wield an ice weapon as expected, and would need to oppose Madeline. In that manner, upon Emilia's cheeks stiffening, Madeline, why do you resist? There's no friggin' chance you'll come out victorious in resisting this dragon. Emilia, Madeline, why do all of you friggin' resist? That was the question posed from Madeline's side. Unknowing of Emilia's circumstances, she responded as such to words she should have brushed off. On the contrary, being questioned about that, Emilia cautioned her own slow mind. She thought she could not respond with anything. However, it was not like that. Just as Madeline had said, if Emilia could not get Madeline to speak, then she herself should be the one to open up her heart first. After all, this battlefield was harsh, so Emilia prioritized the things she herself wanted to do and the things she herself wanted to say. But even so, at just this moment, for what reason did she think to try and have good manners? Why did she fight? For what reason was she here? The answer to all of that was, Emilia, I came here to meet my treasured knight. No, everybody's treasured knight. Saying that, Emilia touched the shoulder of one of the ice soldiers, the imitations of Subaru, directly next to her. She thought she had made them well. She had replicated his hairstyle and tracksuit quite proficiently. Though no matter how well they imitated him, Subaru's reliability could not be reproduced. His positive words, his reliable attitude, his kindness which gave her delight, just about everything. Natsuki Subaru-ness, just thinking about it made Emilia's chest grow pleasantly warm, and it was impossible for anyone except the person in question to possess. Emilia, he's a really treasured person. That person and the girl who should be with that person, many people are awaiting their return, so that's why I am here. For that purpose, I'm trying my very best. Madeline, Emilia, the reason I fight, that's it. Madeline, what about you? She probably had someone or something which she wanted to protect. If that was the case, they could make a promise to not hurt the other's treasured thing, and they could probably stop fighting. Subaru and Rem, it would open the path to reach the two who she wished to bring back. Those hopes and wishes that Emilia held were Madeline, Balleroy, Temiglyph. Emilia, that name is. Madeline, that was the name of the man who was to be this dragon's darling. He is this dragon's entire reason for fighting. They were betrayed by Madeline, who fought for the sake of someone who had already been lost. Emilia, hearing her voice lose all spirit, Emilia caught her breath. She was unable to find the right words to say at the spur of the moment, and because she was not close enough to reach her hand out, Emilia could not make it in time. For that reason, Madeline, kill the man who killed Balleroy. That is this dragon's long-standing desire. A violent sound rang out as Madeline crushed the ice wall with her grip. There was no other way to describe it than crushed it with her grip. She tightened her grip with the hand placed on the wall, and from there, the destruction spread throughout the entire ice wall. It had been shattered in one fell swoop. Taking the flying winged blade present on the other side, Madeline looked to the figure facing her once more, and while Emilia digested those bitter feelings, she and the ice soldiers headed towards Madeline. Having lost someone dear to her, the Dragonkin girl was desperate to fill the empty hole in her chest. Stepping forward to chase her, that was the moment. Madeline, Mesorea. Facing the sky as she bathed in the fragments of the shattered ice wall, Madeline cried out. As though it was ripping apart the sparkling ice shards as they danced down, the loud voice echoed throughout the sky of skies. Hearing that, Emilia's eyes grew wide, and she looked to the sky. The sound Madeline had made, Emilia had heard it once before. Her lips had previously spun that sound, and at the time when it was spun at that time. Emilia, at that time, there was a really big attack. A white corona rained down incessantly, and mowing down the fortress city in the blink of an eye, the very terrain had been altered. Since Emilia was together with Priscilla at that time, they were somehow able to defend against it. Supposing the same thing happened here, Emilia wondered if she would be able to stand a chance against it on her own. That would be very difficult. Above the head of the panicked Emilia, the same thing did not occur. However, despite the fact that the same thing had not occurred, Emilia could not greatly rejoice. After all, I am Mesarea. In accordance with the voice of mine dear child, I shall become the wind from the heavenly skies. Spreading its wings of pure white, a body of colossal scale, clad in the very essence of an overcast sky, the cloud dragon Mesarea, invoked by Madeline Eschot, swooped down upon the skies of the imperial capital. Translation Note 1. Utakata uses be macron, Japanese letter, to refer to Beatrice. This also shares the sound and part of the name of the gesture called an akam, where one pulls down the lower eyelid of one eye and sticks out their tongue. See https://n Wikipedia org/wiki/akam for more info. Arc 7, Chapter 95, Enemies on All Bastions. Machine translated by Archbishop Kiln Bruseff Archbishop 297 proofread by Archbishop #750 Archbishop Blade Japanese to English checking by Archbishop Paper Senkel 00 Shig Art Sources Punibaba. This an edited machine translation, which has been checked by at least one Japanese-English human translator for quality using feedback from the machine translators and proofreaders. This may have a quality dip in accuracy, therefore, if you read this chapter, you must take into consideration the trade-offs between speed and quality. At that moment, everyone on the battlefield caught sight of a being clad in clouds of pure white, having descended to above the ground. Excessively magnificent and majestic, the transcendent being that, from the foundations of its existence, was in a completely different dimension from worthless mediocrity, everyone understood that with just a glance. That's a dragon. Widening his emerald green eyes, Garfield muttered beside the crumbled rampart. After his fight to the death with Kafma Urulux ended, while taking rough breaths with his shoulders, just as he looked around searching for the battlefield where his next duty would be, that had happened. In the distance, a colossal presence that made it look like the sky itself had fallen had appeared on the battlefield where the most fighting spirits were flaring up in this empire, at the decisive battle on the bastion which had been frozen white. Garfield, Emilia Sama. Possessing a gait with absurd capacity, using her mana without needing to be subtle, taking the heat away from the world, was undoubtedly the work of Emilia getting serious. The 5 bastions of the ramparts, if she was fighting an enemy guarding one of them, their opponent would be a divine general or a being of equal strength. Even at the minimum, that opponent would be on the same level as Kafma. Even though that alone was enough for them to be an enemy he did not want to make Emilia fight, it had been particularly absurd that the additional fighting force that had appeared there was a mythical being. Garfield, did Flying Dragon General call M down? Shit, I gotta get her out of there right now. Gnashing his fangs, Garfield decided in his heart to shift battlefields. Emilia fighting and letting Emilia fight were simply not connected. Emilia herself would probably object, but letting her fight was a distressing decision for the camp. Originally, Emilia should have been in a position overseeing everything from a place without concern for injury. Garfield, my amazing self wouldn't be able to face Captain. It was natural that Emilia would not want to leave the whole situation to someone else. He thought that narrow-sightedness, in a good sense, and thoughtfulness were desirable traits. But he could not permit all of that, and could not let her do what she wanted. It went without saying that Garfield was a military officer of the Emilia camp, and his role was to repel all the sparks that rained down on the camp and defeat the enemies standing in their way. Garfield. Closing his eyes, Garfield quietly ascertained his own condition. He got severely wounded from his battle with Kafma. His entire body had been mangled. His insides had been spread outwards. He had burned his own body to kill the insects that had nested there, and yet Garfield was still alive and well. It was a situation where the only thing he had to boast about was that he was alive and well. Garfield, it may be exaggerating to say I'm full of life, but I'll do it. Even now, he was absorbing power through the soles of his feet planted on the earth, and through invoking healing magic with all of his might, Garfield's body healed at a furious pace. both inside and out. Normally, this would be a load on the body that could potentially reduce his lifespan. But the events in the Watergate City forced Garfield to break out of his shell, both physically and mentally. Though it was not visible, Garfield tore through the shell that was certainly there and stood tall. With the steam rising from his many bloody wounds, as if his body were truly blazing hot, Garfield settled his resolve to face the dragon in the distance. Garfield, everyone, my amazing self tore down the rampart. Hurry the fuck up and get your asses in there. Opening his mouth, Garfield howled at the group of rebels who were watching him from afar. They were the group that had challenged Kafma before Garfield and were mowed down. Although a considerable number of them, including those wounded but supported by their comrades, should still be capable of functioning as a fighting force, but they had all stayed away from Garfield and Kafma's battlefield and remained motionless even after the battle had been concluded. There were those that might say that this was just because they were overwhelmed by Garfield and Kafma's battle. However, it was not just that. You're the one who broke through the rampart, so you should be the first to go through. Garfield, brave warrior, we respect your might. No one, whoever they may be, would dare to desecrate that. One of the Centaur people had thus gallantly answered Garfield's words. Having defeated Kafma, Garfield deserved to be the first to climb over the ramparts. That was why they had stopped, and fixedly waited for him to cross over the rampart. It seemed that this was not his opinion alone, but the opinion of everyone who saw the duel just prior. Those who started the battle for selfish reasons, hidden within them was the historic warrior's pride. It seemed that in their judgment, Garfield's way of fighting had been radiant. Their consideration, in and of itself, was heartwarming, but Garfield, my bad, but there's somewhere my fucking amazing self has gotta go. This ain't the whipfrock who came back. It's the one over there. Garfield jerked his chin towards the white dragon reigning over the distant sky. In both the Pleiades watchtower and the fortress city of Geralt, there had been opportunities to meet one. Garfield had continued to let them get away due to his poor timing, and he was finally in a position to take on a dragon. It was not that he wanted to fight it. It was an opponent that must be fought. Rebels. After seeing Garfield's gesture, the rebels also gasped at the sight of the white dragon. It was a matter of course, but they had also become aware of its existence. Fearing that, though it was the unusual spirit of the imperial citizens to not bend their knees or hang their heads, whether or not they would challenge it was a different matter. Garfield would challenge it. Therefore, Garfield, I'll leave crossing the rampart to you guys. If the rebels crossed over the collapsed rampart and surged into the imperial capital, the situation would change. If all 5 bastions were defended by the greatest military powers of the Empire, then there was also the possibility that the defenses were thin in the area around Emperor Vincent Valatia, who should be in the Crystal Palace. There was a possibility that a literal decisive blow could be fired through the big hole that he had opened in this rampart. Garfield. That's why after handing over the vanguard of the attack on the imperial capital to the rebels, Garfield would begin his battle with the White Menace. Then it had happened when he had been about to embark towards the bastion where the dragon was. Garfield shuddered as all the hairs on his body stood on end. Garfield, HK, free from obstructive thoughts. He was free from obstructive thoughts. Without hesitation, without question, following the sensation that his brain had brought to his attention, he unleashed a blow using the full force of his body. The backhand blow of steel that was able to shatter rock, striking the wind dead, about to hit what lay ahead of his instincts. Oh, so you can see through my invisibility. Isn't that a bit dangerous? Such a hoarse voice could be heard from beyond his strong fist. Garfield, Ka. That instant, his backhand blow should have hit the shadow behind him. Undoubtedly, there was a sensation of something touching the surface of his gauntlet. Nevertheless, a bitter sound escaped his own mouth, and Garfield stared in shock as his thoughts were struck by that impact. The impact had struck him in the back. Someone's small foot or toe was perfectly placed on Garfield's back. An absurd kick. No, that was wrong. That was entirely your own punch. I just let it pass through my body and returned it to you. A voice answered his doubt, and every bone in Garfield's body creaked as his eyes widened. Whether it was true or a lie, Garfield's vision was greatly shaken as his internal organs and brain were jolted by the force equivalent to his blow using the full force of his body. Cuts, bruises, broken bones, and ruptured organs could all be healed immediately. Even if he could not fully heal, he could bring it to a point where he could move through sheer force. However, an attack that resonated throughout the core of his body could not be negated. Garfield, HK. At the numbness of his whole body, he gritted his teeth, and Garfield's entire being was on alert for a follow-up attack. He moved his limbs, which were slow to react, and somehow managed to protect the vital points of his neck and head. However, the follow-up he feared did not come. Instead, what was done with the time for that follow-up was containment. Actually, it'd be a pain in the ass if they got past the wall and went inside. With a sigh mixed into his words, the pained cries of 10 people rang out at once. Exhorting his collapsed knees, what filled Garfield's vision as he raised his head was the group of rebels which had accepted his command and were moving to push their way into the imperial capital. Those lined up at the vanguard of their formation had fallen. Centaur people and beastmen had their lives taken away in an instant by having black iron flying blades, throwing blades called kunai, punctured into their foreheads and chests. Even if he were to rush in and cast a healing spell, he would not make it in time. It was an attack that caused instant death. As warriors, they must have also had the ability to take on the imperial capital, even if they were not as good as a general like Kafma. If you die, you're a small fry. What does it matter if you're a warrior? Garfield. Kaka, your eyes look like you aren't too pleased, youngster. You're also the one who busted down the rampart, aren't you? You know, it's real troubling when dangerous guys keep coming out one after the other, isn't it? The small shadow laughed with an open mouth and ran a finger through his long white eyebrows as he spoke. At last, Garfield kicked off the ground with his foot, and filling his vision as he moved in was an old man even shorter than Garfield, who himself was considered to be short. However, an old man of small stature was not a very fitting description of this monster. Garfield, damn you. Oh, wait, I'll be your opponent in a bit. Ah, there we go. Garfield, ha! Garfield glared at him with hostility, his hair standing on end, but the old man stuck out his arm, his right hand missing from the wrist, to hold him back. Garfield raised an eyebrow at the missing arm, and the old man shook his leg at the same time. A moment later, not knowing what he had done, a horizontal sweeping kick drew a deep line in the earth. It also split the space between Garfield, the old man, and the rebels behind him. And then the old man turned to the rebels on the other side of the line and told them, "Try stepping over that line, target over here. You're all gonna die. Rebels, HK. My, it's a relief that you guys are so attentive. I want the young peeps of my village to learn from you. Lately, they've been disobeying me every time when I say something. I'm the village chief, aren't I?" Shrugging his thin shoulders, the old man chuckled, showing his white teeth. It was an attitude of not caring at all about the threat he had made to the rebels just prior to this moment. However, everyone here was made to understand instinctively that the threat was neither a lie nor anything else. Garfield also understood just who the old man in front of him was. Garfield, the vicious old man, Albert Dunkliken, ain't you? Albert, I say this every time someone calls me that, but I really don't like it. It's like slander, isn't it? Garfield, what the fuck do you think you're doing here? Towards the old man tilting his head towards Albert, Garfield posed that question. Albert appeared carefree and natural, which was why Garfield could not let his guard down in the slightest. Albert stood behind Garfield without any sign of his presence. Right here, in the middle of this plain with good visibility. Garfield, it would still be understandable if he were out of sight, hiding behind a building and approaching stealthily. Even still, that was more than enough of a threat. In that case, he could be satisfied with the events that took place. However, how could he perceive a being that intruded into this space without a hint of a presence? Though he was a being that could not be perceived as anything but a threat. Before the trembling Garfield, Albert raised an eyebrow with his unchanging attitude and let out a ho. Albert, why am I here, you ask? Isn't that how it always was? Even though it's our job to keep the rebels out, Kafma had the nerve to be a failure, and now I have to clean up his mess. Stating that, the old man pointed out Kafma lying on the ground with his arm missing a hand. Then, with an oops, he retracted his right arm and pointed correctly with his left instead. Albert, I drew the short end of the stick seriously. That's why I told M that it would be dangerous if they didn't bring out Keisha or call back Groovy, but sure enough, he had the nerve to lose. Garfield, sure enough. Old man, you ain't got the fucking right to laugh at this guy. Albert, ho. Albert closed one eye and looked displeased. In order to obstruct the old man's gaze, Garfield wedged his way in between Albert and Kafma and exhaled a heated breath. Kafma was an enemy. That would not change, but no one was qualified to speak about how Kafma fought except Garfield, who had exchanged fists with him head-on. Garfield, this guy was fucking strong. My amazing self was just stronger. Albert, well, I know that from just looking, yeah. I'm not gonna try and deny that, you know. So just what are you trying to say, you? Garfield, I'm saying I don't like your damn attitude. Is that how you talk to a fellow general on your own side? Ha! Opening his mouth wide, Garfield snapped back with a howl. At the ferocious roar, Albert frowned and tilted his head. Seeming like he was truly doubtful, the old man continued, Do you know, Albert, I'm a general first class, Kafma's a general second class. We're not even remotely the same. Garfield, HK. Unapologetically, Albert's remarks were just conveying the obvious facts. Garfield's pupils narrowed as he felt an incomprehensible gap. The moment the carnivorous beast determined his prey, he raised his tail and pounced on the old man. He felt like he should pay respect to Kafma. However, he did not feel that for the enemy before his eyes. The old man, too, neither wanted it nor would he give it. Within battle, the things he placed value in differed to his opponent, and recognizing that, Garfield, I'll fucking crush you. His arms, both raised overhead, closed in on Albert. With a strong arm that could not measure by feel, he wondered if it was different from when he smashed the ramparts, and it probably exceeded all the might he had used then. He had put enough destructive power into it so that it was more than enough to destroy that small old body. Then, without letting him get away, his arms smashed into Albert's head. Boom! The impact of the crash shook the earth, and a cloud of dust ascended from the smashed ground as if there had been an explosion. The dust rained down upon the heads of the rebels who had been stopped by Albert. Perhaps Albert would be smashed to pieces after being struck by so much firepower. However, Garfield, wah, HK. Garfield's eyes widened at the sight before his eyes. Before him, Garfield's fists slammed into Albert's head from both sides, as if sandwiching him. There was a definite impact and resistance, which Garfield felt through the recoil in his arms. Despite this, the old man, with his head caught between Garfield's fists, showed his white teeth and laughed, and then Albert. Incredible, isn't it? I just released the power of your attack onto the ground. Garfield. Ah, Albert. Well, the ground exploded, cause you've got some dangerous arm strength, though. Immediately after finishing his words, the old man's face, trapped between his fists, slipped out from under. Garfield followed him with his gaze, but Garfield, gug. As his eyes followed Albert, who should have slipped below, an impact struck the top of his head. Even though Albert should have crouched down, something had hit him from above. Albert, up when you think it's down, down when you think it's up. That's the basics, the basics. Garfield, gar-ara. At the crouched Albert's flippant words, Garfield furiously swung his fists downwards. They thrust into Albert's head of grey hair. That moment, a sharp impact pierced the back of Garfield's head, his back and his buttocks. Garfield's fist, swinging downwards, whiffed and struck the ground with a tremendous impact. Instead, the voice of Albert, who disappeared in an instant, was heard from directly above. Albert, that's why if you think I'm below you, I'll be above. Those who don't learn'll be left behind, you know. Exerting his body, he faced the voice and raised his arms overhead. Moment his fingertips caught hold of something, Garfield swung it down forcefully, trying to smash it into the ground. Smashing it into the ground, preventing its movement, and then struck it with all his might. He thought that if the feet were separated, then acrobatics like the ones before would not be possible, Garfield. The appeal from his fighting instincts ceased when he realized that it was not Albert within the grasp of his fingers, but Kafma's body that the old man had thrown over Garfield's head. Stopping his movement to throw the body to the ground, Garfield's lips quivered. At that instant, Albert, listen here, you, why do you think there are 50 second-class generals and only 9 first-class generals? It's cause we're so stupidly strong. The voice and shock bore into Garfield's head from both left and right. As a massive flame descended, that wrath of the sky intended to consume the world in its entirety. It gave Yorna the illusion that the world was being dyed in red before her eyes. If one could greatly rouse its wrath, the world would probably take out all of the anger it had saved up to this point on that single individual. The ground had already been turned to scorched earth, and the rebels and plants were all burned with the same method. That devastating firepower rained down upon them to scorch them down to their entrails the same way the corpses had been. However, facing that, Yorna made not even the slightest movement, and Yorna, young sword. Priscilla, my, making your daughter use such a terribly rough thing. The sound spun by Yorna's lips was the signal for the treasured sword of deep crimson to swing vertically. It was a beautiful sword that would capture the eyes of those who saw it, burn their hearts, and even captivate their souls. That bewitching nature was only an accessory to the treasured sword. It was not even a sliver of its original purpose. In other words, when it fulfilled its original reason for existing, the brilliance of the treasured sword would become even stronger. Yorna, the Yang sword, the tip of which was swung vertically upward to intercept the tremendous fire that was raining down upon them. That instant, the mighty flames that had permeated their vision disappeared. It was not that they were cut away. Quite literally, they had disappeared as if they had never even existed. Priscilla, my Yang sword burns what I wish to burn and slashes only what I wish to slash. That logic was far too violent, far too irrational, and far too absurd of an imposition. However, that sight had materialized before her eyes, and the inferno that seemed like it could destroy even the world vanished. Pouring in an appropriate amount of power, she had released that great firepower with the intention to dampen their first move. But at the sight of its erasure with a single swing of a sword, even their opponent was not able to stay calm. Priscilla, do not look down on her, for that is the Spirit Eater. Regardless of whether it was an explanation or a warning, it was impolite, and with those words Priscilla's figure flew to the right. Similar to Priscilla, flying to the opposing left, was Yorna. In between the two of them, a massive flash flood rushed through. Yorna, HK. It was as if the entire contents of a well had been unleashed, and Yorna, while successfully evading, felt that her enemy, that Arakia, had heightened her capabilities above her previous impression. This was not the first time Yorna had fought Arakia. They had previously crossed paths just once before, during an uprising considered to be brought about by Yorna. At that time, Valatia's strongest was looming behind Arakia, and the stage was set in Chaos Flame, where Yorna herself was in a perfect position to face them, so the preconditions were already variously different. Of course, Yorna was serious about fighting, but her true intentions at the time were not really serious about killing them. During past uprisings, especially the one which resulted in a clash with Arakia, Yorna's goal was retribution against those who had meddled with the residents of the Demon City and to make known the righteousness of doing so. In other words, her objective was a kind of protest, and Vincent, who faced her across the board, must have been aware of this intention, and it was a clash in which a reconciliation seemed possible. However, Arakia was unaware of those circumstances at that time, and probably did not hold back in her fight against Yorna. Since then, Yorna had assumed that Arakia's strength completely surpassed those of the other troops, and so she was expected to serve as a standalone force comparable to an army. However, that perception was not only incorrect, but also naive. Yorna. So, disregarding old man Albert, is this what it means to be the second? Letting that out together with a long sigh, Yorna glanced behind through the pressure of the unleashed water. The land itself had been split vertically all the way until the horizon. She understood the rationale that pressurized water posed a threat. However, when she saw how extraordinary it was, Yorna rolled up the sleeves of her kimono. In preparation for the decisive battle, she had worn her favorite kimono. Even so, she wondered if it would be possible to stop Arakia's blow. Yorna, before you only used fire, so you had burned one half of my city to the ground. But, in one breath, Arakia had burned one half of her city, and today she also burned the rebels to nothing by the ramparts. Arakia had assumed that a defensive line of fire, which was well suited to stone structures, and a battlefield where one did not need to pay attention to one's surroundings, would be convenient for her, and that she had no reason to change her battle strategy now. Priscilla, this idea was also planted in your head, though it would have been so much more charming if it had not been directed towards myself. After saying so, Priscilla kicked off the ground and closed in on Arakia. With one of the bastions of the Star Fortress behind her, as if to protect it, Arakia flew through the air, her legs ablaze below the knees. Even just the unrelenting firepower that rained down from high above was enough of a threat. First, Arakia needed to be lured down to an approachable position. Priscilla, dear mother, Yorna, HK got it. Priscilla shouted as she rushed through, causing a momentary disturbance within Yorna. She had yet to obtain a proper sense of the intimacy between her and her now reunited daughter. Rather, she was doubtful of Priscilla's pompous attitude toward her mother, who had changed appearance. Since they parted when she was a suckling infant, she had no way of knowing how Priscilla was raised. Yorna, dance. Taking the kaisru out of her mouth, Yorna swung the tip of it and struck the ground with her thick-soled shoe. Then, in front of the advancing Priscilla, the trembling earth slowly peeled up and rose to become a foothold to support Priscilla's path. Yorna's soul marriage technique also worked on inorganic objects. However, it was a system in which the strength of its efficacy was proportional to the amount of time and devotion she had put into it. Therefore, she had an apprehension. How much could she really love the land where she had spent time with the man she loved? Though the results were clear. Priscilla, your work was for a great cause. Leaving her mother with a statement that did not make her feel like a mother, Priscilla hopped to the footholds directly in front of her. Of course, the footholds did not stop there. They emerged one after another to create a path towards Arakia. A single straight path would be targeted, so she continued to take the consideration to create multiple paths. Because of that, Arakia, nuisance. As Arakia swung her arm holding the branch, the great wind that was released completely uprooted the floating earth and mowed down all the paths. Rather than a storm, the great wind was powerful enough to be equivalent to being hit by a giant palm, and the force of it was such that even Priscilla could have been completely crushed by it if it hit her directly. Priscilla, to drive that into myself so mercilessly, would you not miss mine beauty? Arakia, I've made up my mind. Even if you lose your limbs, princess is still princess. Priscilla, would it not be more accurate to say your mind has been made up for you? Narrowing her eyes, Priscilla hit Arakia with those words as she descended from high in the sky. Just before the great wind mowed down the foothold, Priscilla quickly escaped into the sky. She barely managed to avoid being hit by the wind, a feat of sheer perception, but she was still vulnerable to a second blow. Truly erasing the hesitation from her eyes, Arakia took aim at Priscilla's limbs as she was forced to fall, and raised her arm in a merciless attempt to take away her fighting ability. And then, Yorna, I would be troubled if you forgot about me. Flying up from directly below, Yorna's kick was delivered towards Arakia, who was preoccupied with Priscilla being above her head. Yorna's long legs thrust upward, as her meticulously maintained thick soles, which she treasured greatly over time, followed her decisive blow. Priscilla, it is unbecoming of someone your age to be more eye-catching than myself. Synchronizing with Yorna's kick, Priscilla swung the yang sword held overhead straight down. Arakia had been caught in a cross-generational pincer attack of mother and daughter. In perfect unison, the two enchanting strikes worthy of self-praise struck each other. Yes, they had struck each other. Priscilla and Yorna, HK. The strike that should have caught Arakia was bereft of a hit reaction. Rather, the expected impact had been slightly off and produced a solid sound instead. From the look of it, the thick sole of Yorna's upwards kick collided with nothing other than the blade of the yang sword Priscilla had swung down. Their pincer attack had missed this crucial opponent, and they had rather astoundingly struck each other instead. What was more surprising was that the collision of both Yorna and Priscilla's attacks had been inside Arakia's seemingly flickering body. Yorna, it passed through her. Priscilla, how impudent. Immediately after Yorna's astonishment and Priscilla's irritation spilled over simultaneously, Arakia's body, having seemingly taken in both attacks, glowed white as a counterattack was unleashed. It was as if Arakia's whole body exploded. No, it had in fact exploded. Arakia's body scattered into rays of white light, dispersing with terrifying force spread in every direction like buckshot, hitting Yorna and Priscilla like a fountain of water. Yorna, ka! In an instant, Yorna gathered the fine pieces of whirled-up dirt by the previous gale and clad herself and Priscilla in a cloud of dust. Rather than cladding them in clothing that stuck to the body, it was a delicate technique that circulated around one's figure at high speed to repel attacks. If Erakia's buckshot merely had the firepower one would discern at first glance, this would have sufficiently reduced its power. However, Yorna, HK, easily penetrating the cloak of earth, Erakia's rays had pierced Yorna and Priscilla. Blown away by the impact, Yorna dropped to the ground while screaming in agony. With all her strength, she instantly burrowed her stretched-out feet in the ground to avoid an unsightly fall. She could not afford to collapse, much less miserably falling on her back. Yorna, to lose the ones in love with me, the weight of the soul Yorna held was sustained by the presence of those that loved her. Therefore, Yorna needed to respond to said love with all her might. To respond to love was not something to be done half-heartedly. She must aspire to be appropriate in her movements, speech, conduct, and even emotions. Whether it was in everyday life, in the bedroom, or in the middle of a battle, it was all the same. With a faint bang, the hairpin that held Yorna's hair in place shattered, hanging on which were ornaments made of layering scales. Priscilla, was that a gift from someone, dear mother? Yorna, it was a gift from my beloved children. Shattered, Yorna caught the pieces of dust from the hair ornament with her fingers and gently gazed upon them. Most of the items that Yorna wore were gifts. Her kimono, footwear, and even her hair ornaments, be they woven, carved, or molded, the inhabitants of the demon city had gone to great lengths to craft these beautiful items with their own hands, which became imbued with the souls of their creators. The ones that received Yorna's love received the capability to be crushed on her behalf to protect her in return. Yorna, you too. Priscilla, unfortunately, I do not boast the same fidelity as you, dear mother. Merely what I have had on hand from the very beginning, the tribute from my already late husband. Saying this, Priscilla gently displayed her ear. In this motion it was revealed that the green jeweled earring that should have been there had disappeared. She too had transferred her life force to those she loved, providing her a longer life. Yorna, your husband. Priscilla, you also. Priscilla, what a meek expression to make. These missing earrings, I received them from my fourth husband, I believe. Yorna, fourth. Priscilla, 8 times I was bestowed a husband. Of course, that does not rival you, dear mother. At Priscilla, callously stating this unexpected answer, Yorna's mouth was left agape from the shock. However, this shock was negated by Priscilla's grasp of the radiant Yang sword. That strange phenomenon from earlier was, Yorna, Priscilla, if that is the Yang sword, then it should be able to reach any opponent. Provided their soul hasn't been severed by the life sword, Priscilla. Even without you telling me, dear mother, I am painstakingly aware of that. However, there is something you are mistaken about. Yorna, mistaken. Priscilla, my Yang sword burns what I wish to burn and slashes only what I wish to slash. Saying that, Priscilla slowly raised the tip of her Yang sword. What assembled beyond the tip of the Yang sword, as Yorna followed it with her gaze, was Arakia, scattered white light forming her figure little by little. Reflecting the nature of the spirit they had devoured, the spirit eaters were said to be able to house the strength they possessed in their bodies. While the true nature of this rare ability was unknown, the capability for its capabilities to be expanded upon was remarkable. Just now, the principle behind transforming light into a body, by thinking it through, it became clear. The Yang sword that slashed what it wanted to slash, a treasured sword that could reach all things. Priscilla, is that fire, water, or wind? If that becomes indistinguishable from light or shadow, there is no doubt that it becomes difficult, even if I can still reach you. Arakia. Priscilla's crimson eyes narrowed, meeting the gaze of Arakia, whose eyes were the same color. The owner of the Yang sword that could reach all things, and the transcendent being, possessing the ability to transform into anything, confronting each other. Yorna, I see you were raised with quite a troublesome opponent. Had this been Chaos Flame, Yorna may have been able to properly take down Arakia. But this was not Chaos Flame, and Yorna was hardly at full strength. Therefore, the one to deliver the decisive blow was not Yorna, but Priscilla. At any time, it is I who resides at the center of the stage after all. The girl blazing red as the sun, who turned any hardship she faced into sustenance for herself, smiled graciously. That smile was dazzling, even for Yorna, who stood alongside her. Set ablaze by Priscilla's dazzle, if there was only a single being capable of remaining in her vicinity without being scorched to naught, for that being to be Arakia, standing in Priscilla's path, What an ironic twist of fate it was. Arto Suwon sensed a change in the direction of the wind. At first it was a hunch, then it changed into an omen to be received, and finally it became a conviction. War situation that was gradually and slowly changing, moving and tilting. As Arto opened the channels that were supposed to be kept closed and immersed himself in the task of picking up all kinds of voices, he was fluxing in a sense of omnipotence, as if he himself was at one with the world and was fleeting. Things that could only be found in such a situation were submerged in an overwhelming vortex of information. In order to retrieve them, one must dive deeper and deeper. Arto-san. Arto, HK. A voice from outside of his consciousness was heard very close by, and at the same time, a thirsting shark destroyed the whirlpool of voices. It was as if a water tank had been broken, and the water inside flowed out, as if grains of sand had been scooped up from a sandbox and spilled out through the cracks between one's fingers. The voices escaped. Though he felt empty without it, and finding himself regretful, Arto. Oh my. Thank you for saving my life, Petra-chan. Petra. You had a horrible complexion right now. Please wipe up your nosebleed. Arto. Oh, that is a big help. I feel like I am bleeding just as much, though I am not fighting. Arto took the offered handkerchief and squeezed it against his nose. The dripping blood was wetting the grass beneath his feet, and he was acutely aware of the heavy load that using his divine protection beyond its limits was putting on him. In fact, the amount of blood that had been spilled was seemingly no joke to him. As expected, it was not as bad as when his legs were carved in Prestella, though. Arto, it comes quite a bit if I try to dive far and deep, Petra. Am I not being helpful? Arto, no, if it was not for Petra's support, it would probably be worse. The exhaustion of the interior of my head, I guess I should call it brain fatigue, and that is because it is pretty heavy. It was difficult for them to understand each other, even among those who possessed divine protections. But the way in which divine protections placed a burden on their users varied greatly depending on their effects. For example, the divine protection of wind evasion possessed by a ground dragon was almost a perfect type of divine protection with no flaws, except for the drastic difference in its burden between when it was deployed and when it was not. Garfield's divine protection of earth spirits also had a positive effect while he was standing on the ground, but at the same time, it placed a high burden on his body in order to maintain his physical well-being. It just happened that Garfield was physically strong, so he was not affected by the negative effects. But if a normal human were to possess it, they would need to regularly take breaks and relieve the burden on their body by lifting their legs from the ground. From that perspective, Arto's divine protection of the soul of language focused the majority of its burden on his brain. Since the brain converted the voices of living beings that entered through his ears into voices that Arto could understand, it was natural for the burden to be concentrated there. Arto was trying to pick up the voices that were normally kept closed off and grasp all the sounds he could hear. Therefore, he asked for Petra to use her freshly learned yang magic to physically strengthen Arto's body, focusing particularly on his head. For a skilled warrior, it was said that physical strengthening through mana was done naturally, but in this case, it was being done through external interference. Of course, even with the functions of one's head being strengthened with yang magic, Emilia's intuition would not suddenly become as sharp as Ram's. The expectation was that Petra's yang magic would improve Arto's endurance rather than the functions of his brain. By strengthening the capabilities of his brain, Petra would allow Arto to keep the channels open for longer, much like how improving cardiovascular function would allow someone to stay underwater for longer. Without Petra's cooperation, the results would have been less than half of what they were then, without a doubt. Arto, that said, there are many times when I almost get too greedy and try to go deeper, Petra. If I feel like you're in somewhat danger, I can just give you a slap to the best of my power, right? Arto chuckled at Petra, practicing her slap with reassuring readiness. In fact, if Arto was in danger, it was in his best interest to have Petra pull him back. The fastest and surest way to do this was to forcibly disconnect the channel. As he followed the sound of a voice, he would begin to lose track of his own position. Of course, the voice that Arto focused on naturally when he talked to Petra was the correct one, But if he lost sight of that connection, he would probably lose his ability to recognize languages. If the closest voice became unrecognizable, Otto would have to keep the channel open forever in order to communicate with anyone. If this were to happen, it would be easy to see a future in which even the mere sound of the wind or the rustling of clothes would be perceived as a voice, and Otto would lose his sanity. Otto, when it becomes so, I too will become a member of the people who have lost their lives because of their divine protection, like many others who had this same divine protection. Though he was lucky enough to be able to overcome his childhood without dying, now he would lose his established self due to his own decision to open the channel. Too many pitfalls in the way of life of a bearer of a divine protection. Though it could be said that the more difficult the path was, the more rewarding it was. Petra, so what happened? Otto, the first and second bastions are useless. There is no one left that I can listen to. The first was burned to the ground, and the second, that is Emilia Sama's. Petra, Emilia Sama. Petra reacted with a complicated face at Otto, who was muttering with a handkerchief on his nose. The first bastion was guarded by Erikia, one of the highest-ranking members of the 9 divine generals. Her power, wielded through her spirit, had burnt the entire field, causing the voices of all living things that Otto could have heard to be completely destroyed. If birds, small animals, or insects had not survived, then even if Otto had opened up his channels, there would have been no voices for him to pick up in the first place. Petra, if the field is burnt, wouldn't the ground beneath the surface be fine? Otto, even if they have survived, underground creatures often do not speak. Besides, as I told Petra-chan, the divine protection of the soul of language is. Petra, it only allows you to understand the speech of audible creatures. It doesn't make your ears better. Otto, that is right. Otto nodded emphatically at Petra's words, who was leaning in front of him. As Petra had just said, Otto's divine protection of the soul of language was only able to understand the voices he heard and allowed him to converse with others who spoke a different language. In other words, the divine protection could not be employed properly unless living beings were in a location where their voices could be heard. Petra's application of her yang magic to strengthen Otto's head also played a role here. By having his hearing and listening abilities enhanced, he was able to pick up voices over a wider range than usual. However, Otto, there is no chance for the first and second bastions anymore. They were burnt by Arakia and frozen by Emilia Sama, respectively. Petra, Emilia Sama isn't as malicious as to do that. Otto, I know. And even if Emilia Sama had not done anything, the reaction from the others at the second bastion was already quite negative, probably because the other creatures were afraid of the dragonkin. Petra's way of saying that malice did not exist in Emilia, rather than Emilia having no malicious intent, had been a perfectly fitting way for Petra to put it. Since there was no malice present in Emilia, there was no way to display any. Regardless, with such shared views aside, Petra's advocacy was also deceptively true. The guardian of the second bastion was Madeline Eschart, the dragonkin who had almost plunged the fortress city into a state of total destruction and was part of a demi-human race so exceedingly rare. People questioned its very existence. Since the dragonkin were related to the dragons, which reigned at the pinnacle of all existence, they were feared by animals, no matter how large or small, leaving them no choice but to flee. Emilia lowering the temperatures in the area to extremely cold degrees conveyed the impression of a last-ditch effort. Anyway, Otto, as for the fifth bastion, Garfield should handle it well. The fourth bastion is under constant attack by a group of Glow people. As instructed, the Weaponkin and Cyclops tribe survivors will join them there. Petra, and at the third, the Shadrakian people join the other groups fighting the stone golems. What about the other way around the bastions you wanted to explore? Otto, it looks like there is a direct path from the first bastion to the castle that had been filled up ahead of time somehow. I am unexpectedly getting sick of Abelson guessing correctly. Petra, but since someone doesn't have to go and check it out, we can make the next move faster. After bringing the mental image of the voice distribution in order, he compared it with the map Petra spread out in front of him. Otto added the information he had just obtained to the map, which already had a number of characters drawn on it, and Petra assigned arrows and other markers to it. With brain fatigue and even a strange feeling of heaviness, as if warm water was accumulating within his head, Petra's presence was critical in pulling together these visually unshareable images. For the Emilia camp, Petra's inclusion might have been the most significant. At the very least, Otto took it as Subaru's greatest achievement that Petra was here now. Otto, since Natsuki-san is the reason we are doing this, it balances out to zero, but... With a deep, bloody breath forced out of his nose, Otto checked to see if his nasal passages were still open. Petra's handkerchief was already stained with Otto's blood. Assuming he would buy a new handkerchief later and give it to her, Otto slowly got to the point of switching to a different channel. There was Otto-chin, Petra-chan. Otto, Medium-chan. A small figure ran to them in the meadow, waving her hands in a wide arc. Her long blonde hair danced in the air as she ran restless across the battlefield. She ran in a straight line to Otto and Petra. Medium, you've been very helpful, Otto-chin. Abel-chin wants the next report. Otto, I am absolutely sure that you did not mean to say that in a cute way. However, I appreciate it, if it helps you. There is nothing to be gained by giving something to someone who does not understand its value. Petra, why so sharp-tongued, Otto-san? Although it is understandable. Otto and Petra smiled slightly at Medium's report, who had a twinkle in her eye. Unintentionally, Medium had been acting as a soft intermediary in the chain of command, focusing on gathering information, was reassuring for Otto since he could easily leave the management of that information to Abel and his group. This was another scheme that would not have been possible without Medium. Medium, it might have been doable, but also more awkward for sure. Otto, probably, especially since Petra-cha. Lady Petra and I are the ones who have to take a hard stand against Abel-san. Medium, am I getting praised? Hooray! Otto and Petra's exchange was met with great delight by Medium, who raised both hands in the air. Slightly behind her were 4 soldiers who were sent to Otto and Petra to make contact with the main camp. This was probably a result of the importance Abel attached to the value of the information Otto brought. Normally, it would be easier for Abel if Otto were also in the main camp. Medium, Otto-chin, you have to wander around to hear the voices, right? Petra, it's because Otto-san's ears are not that big, you know. Otto, both are different ways of saying the same thing. In contrast to Medium's ingenuous remark, Petra responded with banter, yet both were tricky in their own regard. Although it was generally true, so there was no denying it. At any rate, they handed over the map they had just drawn to the messengers and received a new map in return that reflected the ongoing changes in the state of the battle. Otto, please use this well. There are a few typographical errors, but the arrows and other symbols that the lady added should be understandable. Messenger, understood. Be cautious for scouts, analyst, donor. Otto, analyst. Otto looked bitter at the title given to him, along with the map they exchanged. First a peddler, then an internal affairs minister, then a warrior-grade head internal affairs minister, and now an analyst. How many positions would he have to hold before the royal selection was concluded? Or would these troubles continue to haunt him even after the royal selection was concluded? Otto, I guess I should put such blissful worries off to the side. At the very least, the tomorrow Otto envisioned would not come to pass unless he completed what was in front of him. Tomorrow was something Otto had no choice but to face on his own. That was why Petra, Otto-san, let's move. Otto, dear me, how about a minute's rest, my lady? Petra, says the person who usually doesn't rest even when someone tells him to. You can drink until you pass out when everything is done, so try to do your best. Otto, that makes me sound like the biggest drunkard in the world. When Otto raised his voice about the reputational repercussions, Petra stuck out her tongue to gloss over it. In such a way, he was feeling cared for without becoming too serious. Otto slapped himself on the cheek free from blood stains to regain his focus. He was not sure whether he wanted to ask Petra or Garfield how frightened he looked, or if he could even afford it. All of those things were normally the responsibility of Subaru, who was not there. Otto, I might as well get the victory benefits. That is why, immediately after Otto opened up the channel to gather more information, a loud noise shook Otto's mind. Otto, Petra, Otto-san. Seeing Otto's stiffened face, Petra called his name. However, Petra's voice did not reach Otto's ears. It was because they were covered with deafening screams filling up the world. Arto, ugh, ah. In an instant, Arto's mind felt like it was boiling over, and he held his head in shock. However, just before his consciousness was blown away, Arto managed to just barely hold out. Terrible screams still engulfed the world. The reason was Arto. Ah. As Arto was struck by the sudden shock, the two girls, Petra and Medium, looked at the sky and dropped their jaws. Before the sight of those girls, as it fell straight from the sky to the ground, majestically spreading its wings just before it crashed, was a presence that, even from a distance, conveyed a palpable sense of why the world screamed. It was no wonder why every living thing in the world screamed. A dragon! It was not clear whether it was Petra, Medium, or one of the messenger soldiers who said this. Arto could say for certain that it wasn't himself. Why was it that, Arto? At the moment when everyone on the battlefield was captivated by the white dragon that had appeared, there were only two people whose consciousness were not stolen by its presence. One of them, Arto, pulled Petra with one hand, while pushing Medium's shoulder with the other. Petra! Kaya! Petra let out a scream and collapsed onto Arto's chest, who had fallen backwards forcefully. In the lower part of his vision, the pushed-back Medium had fallen onto her rear. Those were the minimum evasive actions Arto could do at that moment. A mass of red-hot flames scorched the air as it passed over the heads of the grounded Arto and Petra as well as Medium sitting on her butt. Petra, ah! After being pulled down, Petra's slender throat let out a scream. But being able to scream was a kind of safety signal. If the situation had been more horrendous than that, there would not even have been time to scream. In fact, just like the messenger soldiers who were out of Arto's reach. Arto! A mass of flame flew over the heads of Arto and the girls, while hitting the messenger soldier holding the map. In the next moment, the entire body of that soldier clad in a red and black military uniform was instantly burnt to a crisp. Due to the map in hand, there was no chance to prevent it, and upon catching sight of such devastation, they were not even permitted to raise their voices in astonishment. Watch out! Immediately after the girl's high-pitched scream came the sound of steel striking steel echoing through the air. The one who spoke up was Medium despite being pushed by Arto. She straightened her long, childlike legs from her sitting position and pulled out a barbarian sword from behind her waist in a low posture. Yet she still managed to bounce back the deadly blade, descending upon Arto with all her might. Petra, stand up, Arto-san. Arto stumbled forward as Petra pulled him up by the arm. When he stepped back and looked behind him, he saw Medium, with both of her hands gripping a barbaric sword too large for her petite frame, as she stared down the assailant head-on. Then, my bad, and here I was going to get them all at once. Saying that, the grumbling man who faced Medium was the only one apart from Arto who consciously ignored the presence of the white dragon creating this abnormal situation on the battlefield. It was an imperial soldier with a bandana wrapped around his head. He held a long-handled, one-handed axe, and judging from his armband, he was not a high-ranking opponent, a common soldier. The question was, why was that man here? While his channel was focused, he had remained vigilant. So how had this man managed to avoid Arto's monitoring of voices? With the utmost caution possible, Arto protected Petra behind him with his arm and glared at the man facing Medium. Otto, no mercy for women and children. That's pretty barbaric, don't you think? Tard. It's easy to just answer, there are no women or children in the battlefield, but that would fit the residents of the imperial capital perfectly. Besides, wouldn't that be a bit too convenient? Otto, convenient. Tard. If you were non-combatants who'd just been left behind on the battlefield, your current logic might have held. But I don't recognize a man who serves on the battlefield as a non-combatant. He was the type of person who would mercilessly ambush with full intent to kill them. It was unlikely that a reasonable negotiation would have worked from the beginning, but in the face of his thoroughness, it could be said that hope was completely dashed. But still, it did not make sense. Otto, me and these kids are here for work. And what kind of work so far away from the camp? Tard, who knows? But my gut is telling me, you're the root of all evil in this war. And my gut also tells me this. Otto. Such as, the man who looked at Arto and the others in a nonchalant, dismissive manner cut off his words there at once. When Arto urged him onward, the man looked at the three of them in turn, and Tard, it's better not to waste time with you guys either. His axe swung with that pronouncement, gleaming as it mercilessly aimed to take the lives of Otto, Petra, and Medium. Arc 7, Chapter 96, Painting with Deep Love. Human translated by Archbishop, Section 14, Machine translated by Archbishop, Section 57, Proofread by Archbishop #750 Archbishop Japanese to English checking by Archbishop Paper Art Sources. Funaibaba Rokumama Yuki. This an edited machine translation, which has been checked by at least one Japanese-English human translator for quality using feedback from the machine translators and proofreaders. This may have a quality dip in accuracy, therefore, if you read this chapter, you must take into consideration the trade-offs between speed and quality. One of the 9 divine generals, the steelmen, Meguro Hagin. That fact that they were not truly a steelfolk was known to only a select few even within the Valatian Empire. Originally, the bodies of the steelfolk were composed of inorganic substances like minerals and metals, and they were born as beings in the space between people and objects. It was conceivable that the weaponkin, whose bodies possessed one part made out of metal, were a race that branched out from the steelfolk, and there were many parts of their abnormal ecology that were obscure. Although they were not as rare as the dragonkin, the steelfolk were distinguished from human tribes not only in appearance, but also in mentality, so in the sense that they were more difficult to communicate with, they overwhelmed the dragonkin. Existences more difficult to make contact with than spirits, which could be conversed with if one had certain training, those were the steelfolk. Henceforth, climbing to the top of the empire at the seat of a general first class, and also being said to be easier to contact than the other problem-riddled divine generals, Meguro was recognized as a heretic from within the steelfolk. However, that was not the case in reality, and Meguro took advantage of their own outward appearance, as well as the special trait of lacking involvement with others from the steelfolk tribe, and was in existence who merely self-proclaimed themselves as the steelmen. So then, regarding the true identity of Meguro Hagin, Abel considered this as an absolute truth. It was certain that within this decisive battle to capture the imperial capital, Meguro would be the greatest obstacle. Launched up by an impact that seized his whole body, he met eyes with an excessively mighty being. Immediately after, he received another blow. He could not avoid the future of his life being scattered, and he was convinced that he had finally reached the final destination of his fate. That was what should have happened. Cough HK. His lungs, deflated to the utmost limits, expanded, and that pain reawakened Heinkel's consciousness. His interrupted consciousness returned, and the first thing he felt was the firm and large sensation of his back being supported. It was the ground. Launched up to the sky, his body, which should have been flying through the sky, was on top of the ground. Recognizing that fact, bewilderment occupied the insides of his head. For what reason? How? What had happened? Only, at the same time as his brain had comprehended that he was still alive, Heinkel, my sword is. In the empty hand of his body, besieged with pain, there was no feeling of a sword's hilt. Even when his other hand immediately reached out to his waist, there was no weight in the scabbard that hung there. Turning his head, within his vision that was being vigorously shaken along with his brain by the loud ringing in his ears, in a place some ways away from him, Heinkel saw his sword thrust into the earth at a slant and leaked out a breath. That it had vanished, or it had been lost. He felt his entire body bouncing around as if his heart had become those unthinkable feelings of unease. Heinkel. Fuck. Since he had gone through all those things, he began to hate himself for worrying over losing the sword. The fluctuation of his heart in that moment seemed like a representation of his half-assed self. Heinkel, just what? As the causes for him to hate himself increased, Heinkel broke away from his loathsome sentimentality. He was not dead. He still lived. However, that in itself was a strange thing. At that moment, Heinkel had met eyes with an existence which introduced itself as a divine general, and a definite intent to kill had been directed towards him. It had clearly declared that it would kill him. In truth, having been launched up to the sky then from there, being scattered by another attack with nothing he could do, Heinkel's life should have been lost. For what reason had that not come to fruition? Seeking that answer, he looked around Heinkel. Unconsciously, an astonished voice slipped out. However, that was a matter of course. What Heinkel saw was absurd enough to warrant that. It was far, far too detached from reality. The world itself was divided in two from where Heinkel was, and separate hells were unfolding. On the right sky, the massive clouds formed from the bright red flames engulfed the scorching world. On the left sky, the majestic figure of a colossal scale, clad in clouds of pure white, spread its wings as it lorded over the frozen lands. Heinkel, a burning sky, and a white dragon. Gazing at the sight which should not have been there, Heinkel muttered in blank amazement. It was possible that he had been mistaken when he felt he had not died. This sight made it seem like Heinkel was already dead, and that was why he was seeing this kind of world. Heinkel, HK. At the world which went beyond what he could take in, thoughts of wishing to escape reality threw him into disorder. That which had done so to Heinkel, causing his whole body to straighten up after lying down on the ground, was the black shadow which suddenly came over him. No way, he did not want to think that there was a second dragon passing right above him, but Heinkel, woah! Looking up to the sky, Heinkel's throat screamed as he saw the origin of the shadow. Passing over him with a tremendous force, flying through the sky as it spun, was an enormous boulder that could be mistaken for a house even then. It was not just one or two. One after another, the throwing stones of an abnormal scale passed over his head, clad in an extremely strong wind. They flew from above Heinkel's head towards where his feet were pointed. And then, at the end of where they were headed, Heinkel. The impact of the crash quaked the world, and it shook Heinkel's buttocks, giving him the impression that the ground was coughing violently. As those were continuously fired out, reverberating upon their crash, Heinkel got up from that place in a panic. The one who was continuously being targeted by those boulders, suffering direct hits one after the other, was the figure who was also on an abnormal scale standing up. It was the rampart itself. Heinkel, Meguro Hagen. That was one of the 9 most feared people within this empire, and from what he could see, Heinkel felt that with his whole body and soul. What he saw just before his consciousness was blown away, he thought that it might have been an optical illusion, or a hallucination he saw when paralyzed by fear, but it had been neither. With a large body that probably exceeded tens of meters, quite literally as the third bastion that Heinkel and the others originally were supposed to capture, Meguro blocked their way. Literally, yes, quite literally. Perhaps this very situation was an existence in this world most suitable for the word, literally. In that place, the rampart had gotten up on its knees and taken the shape of a golem, and using the pavements from the upheaved farmland as its own arms and torso, it carried out an unbelievable defensive measure. Swarming at the feet of that massive body were the stone golems, which Heinkel had cut down when he had gotten desperate, and the giant fist struck downwards from above their heads was just like a town crashing down. Heinkel, aiming for that massive body, were the large boulders which had been fired countless times just a bit before. Those were from both the stone pits along the way to the site of the decisive battle, the imperial capital, as well as the rocks prepared from the crumbled cliffs of the steep mountains to be used in the siege. So then, continuing to throw those towards the large Meguro, were those who were awaiting an opportunity to attack from back at the stronghold, Heinkel, the subordinates of Yorna Mishigya. To be precise, they were the citizens of the demon city of Chaos Flame who Yorna directed. Races with horns and lizardmen, beastmen, and those from the multi-leg tribe. They were a mixed force without a sense of unity, and there was only one thing in common which tied them together into an assembled formation. Each one of them housed a red flame in one of their eyes, and housed within was their high morale that could be said to be what they had in common. This was also quite literally a group whose fighting spirit burned within their eyes, and several of them were able to lift up the unbelievably big boulders, and were able to throw them across an outrageous distance. However, even if one said that Meguro suffered a direct hit from those large boulders, Heinkel's judgment was somewhat doubtful. Of course, through the direct hits of those large boulders, Meguro's construction of the rampart and farmland crumbled and was broken. However, in order to repair those broken parts, Meguro made the boulders crashing against him into the next materials which formed its massive body and was certainly offsetting the attacks. Even when looking from afar, the meaninglessness of those attacks was deeply communicated. Even so, the reason why they still did not cease to throw them was plain and simple. While their attacks were keeping Meguro's large body at bay, The other rebels were fiercely attacking. Heinkel, foolish. Heinkel had also heard it. This third bastion had the weakest defense compared to the other bastions. However, that would have been before Meguro had erected like that, and began to use its entire massive body to block their way. Despite that, the strategy had not been updated, and the rebels who had chosen to withdraw from the other battlefields were converging, and even now they continued to swell up their military strength here. In the midst of that, the people of Shadrach, who Heinkel had fought alongside with, were also present. Heinkel, foolish. Heinkel's deep feelings had leaked out with a sound more clear than before. Foolish. It could not be called anything but foolish. What else was there to say? Looking right or looking left, looking up or looking down, looking forward or looking back, there was nothing to see but hell. Just what else could Heinkel have possibly said? Heinkel, you're all out of your fucking minds, you guys. Everyone, what the hell is wrong with all of you? Before he realized it, Heinkel had jumped towards his sword, thrust into the ground in order to cling on to it. Putting his weight onto the hilt of the sword thrust into the ground, he grit his teeth as he exhorted his trembling knees. What was wrong with everybody? He was unable to understand their mentality. Like he thought, he could not do it. 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 There was nothing he could do. Heinkel, what the hell is wrong with all of you? While powerlessly leaning against his sword, Heinkel's throat feebly trembled. In the surroundings of Heinkel, who had limply lowered his head, the world was shaken by the flames, by the dragon, and by the huge army. Was it really such a sin for him to not fight against all that? In that case, Heinkel. Aye, it was directly after Heinkel had let that leak out. The sound of nimble hooves resounded, and the chestnut-colored galewind horse passed by Heinkel's side as it stomped on the ground. As his red hair swayed in the wind produced by that galewind horse, Heinkel looked up. And then Heinkel. For but a moment, Heinkel exchanged gazes with the man with a spherical hairstyle who sat atop the galewind horse. It was Zikr Osman, working as the right-hand man of Abel, giving orders to the rebels from the stronghold. While he was also a general of the Valatian Empire, he was a part of the rebellion against the country. He himself had declared that his fighting skill with his sword was poor, and from Heinkel's point of view, his individual war potential was really difficult to count, but he had overtaken Heinkel. The moment Zikr passed him, he left a scornful gaze upon Heinkel, who had bent his knees here. Heinkel, I really. Going past Heinkel, who had bent his knees, the galewind horse ran towards the battlefield. As if to follow the majestic figure of Zikr, the rebels who had gathered from various warfronts headed forwards. Towards Meguro Hagin's rampart, they charged forth. As he watched them, Heinkel still continued to lean on his sword, unable to move. And as he was unable to move, Heinkel, it's just like I thought, I really can't do it, Luana. When he overtook the red-haired swordsman, who bent his knee on the battlefield and hung his head, as if his fighting spirit was disheartened, what flashed through the mind of Zikr Osman was sympathy for following the natural course of life. The brave woman of crimson who introduced herself as Priscilla Bariel had boldly taken part in this rebellion. The swordsman, participating in the war as her follower, was probably not even a person of the Valatian Empire. It was far too cruel to impose the Empire's way of being that the people of the Empire must be strong on a guy like him. Zikr, I can hardly say that I myself follow that way of being. Sword in hand, Zikr self-deprecated as he shook atop the back of his beloved horse lady. He was currently feigning bravery like this, but it had been largely due to the power that the previous generations of House Osman had accumulated that Zikr had taken up the seat of general. If Zikr was not part of a lineage of military men, and he had to work his way from the ranks of private like the other soldiers, then he, without any skill in the sword, would probably not have been able to find any success in life. It was not that he lamented that. Of course, Zikr was a man of the Empire. Due to that, he swung his sword on the front lines, and the first time he swung it, his heart yearned for him to exist in a way reminiscent of the 9 divine generals who would be able to alter the war situation. However, to make sure that nobody would be able to take up Zikr's position, Zikr was once again unable to feign reality by turning that yearning into his personal matter. Therefore, Zikr, I am a second-class general of the Empire, the coward Zikr Osman. Raising his voice to a loud volume, his beloved horse galloped across the battlefield where a tremendous change had been accomplished. In most cases, Lady was used to light sprints for the purposes of both strolls and military campaigns. However, this time she could guess what Zika was feeling, so she displayed the best sprint of her life. At seeing his beloved horse put on a brave sprint, completely irrelevant from her fear and anxiety, Zika could only fall in love again. Lady's excessively beautiful sprint ignored Zika's unaccustomed war speech and sparked a flame in the hearts of many rebels as she continued to dash. Zika, glow people on the right wing, weaponkin on the left wing. Everyone, move in accordance with the orders. Everyone else, follow me. We shall defeat the Steelman Meguro Hagen. Everyone, yeah. Hearing Zika's orders, the assembled military strength roared as they charged towards Meguro. The boulders which flew overhead were thrown by the volunteer soldiers who Yorna loved dearly as a means of providing cover. If those drew Meguro's attention, and a disturbance was yielded in the command of the stone golems, and above all else, if the charge of Zika and the others reached its feet, their aim would be successfully accomplished. Fire! A valiant shout could be heard in the distance, and the fired arrows rained down on the stone golems, blocking the way, sowing them to the ground. Commencing from far away, having opened up a distance on Zika's orders, was the overwhelming display of offensive ability by means of the people of Shudrak's archery and the archery of the rebels skilled in the bow. He accepted the cover from the beautiful and high-spirited women and pushed forward. Including the battle formation that those women had reasonably lowered, it seemed too good to be true, so Zika clenched his molars. Zika, no, if anything is too good to be true, it would be that blessing. Gripping his sword tight, looking towards its drawn blade, Zika slightly loosened the corners of his lips. Right before he departed for battle, the one to bestow Zika with a blessing as he visited the camp enclosure was the sweet girl whose eyes somewhat inspired a sense of reverence, just as if it was a gaze that had lived an amount of time unimaginable to Zika. It graciously met his entreaty. It was not that the coward had been blown away. Only thinking about the duty he must accomplish himself, Zika wished for a blessing. Even if there was only a slight chance, he had wanted to rely on his superstitions. General Second-Class Zika, please fall back. We can handle things here. Zika, do not speak nonsense. There is no path of retreat, nor is there room to fall back. I shall also move forward. HK. Straddling his gale-wind horse, he shook his head at the appeal of the soldier riding next to him. Zika would not abandon his duty. For a moment, the subordinate attempted to say something, but he did not get in the way of Zika's determination any further. Grateful for that consideration, he tightly gripped the reins. Ha! To think that General Second-Class Zika Osman, the womanizer, would proceed to the front lines. Then, opposite of the subordinate riding next to him, a figure sprinting at the same speed as a gale-wind horse caught up to them. Looking at him, he was wearing an eye patch, a soldier wielding twin swords, Jamal Orili. He became a prisoner of war during the fall of the fortress city, and after that, since he displayed strong loyalty towards His Excellency the Emperor Vincent Valesha, he was taken under the command of Zika as a swordsman. Zika, Private First Class Jamal, how is their response? Jamal, the fucking best. Whether I look left or right or directly in front, there's a fuck ton of enemies. I'm having an absolute blast. Zika, it is indeed quite magnificent. It is the honor of an imperial soldier. From here, I intend on removing General First Class Meguro from the seat of 8th, so will you follow me? Jamal, only if you order me. If you want, I can head over there and open up the path. An uncouth yet charming smile emerged on his face, and Jamal accelerated after saying that. He easily overtook Lady's speed and charged right into the group of stone golems directly in front of them. While chasing after his back, on the other side of Zika, thinking his bravery was reliable, he felt guilty for taking him along. However, he immediately discarded that hesitation. He would fulfill what he needed to do in the place that he needed to do it. That had been requested of him, so it was none other than Zika himself who desired to meet those requests. What remained was, Zika, Your Excellency, you are free to do as you wish. Indeed, it had been practically at the same time as when Zika offered up a prayer. The crystal palace of the imperial capital Lupugana, the magic crystals upon its summit, began to glow. In this decisive battle for the imperial capital, there were several people painting over the picture Abel had painted. One of them was the existence of Priscilla, who joined the battle of the first bastion which Yorna Mishigia faced. One of them was Arto, who through use of his divine protection demonstrated his ability to gather information on the details of the war situation. One of them was Garfield, who instead of being in a deadlock with Kafma Urulux, was able to crush him. One of them was Emilia, who angered Madeline Eschart more than had been assumed and caused her to invoke the Cloud Dragon. And yet, even if that added some change in the coloration of the picture Abel had painted, they were not incidents that greatly changed its final form. If one of the 5 bastions on the points of the star-shaped ramparts that defended the imperial capital were to be broken through, then there were means to seize victory, even if the other bastions were locked in stalemate. For those who painted over the picture, the main reason why it could not be swayed, no matter what they did, was Meguro Hagin no. It was the meteor which governed the Crystal Palace, the heart of the Valatian Empire. The Crystal Palace, which boasted beauty of preeminent status within the world. The magic crystals that formed the crystal portion of the palace were especially pure, even among magic stones, and it made the palace itself into a weapon to attack outside enemies. The mana stored within the palace could be passed through the magic crystals located everywhere in the building to amplify it, and then be released through the magic crystal cannon installed on the highest layer of the Crystal Palace. That power was able to bring about enough destruction to wipe out the entirety of a large city. And in the past, when it had been used hundreds of years, prior legends say that its target had been a great disaster. Henceforth, the magic crystal cannon of the Crystal Palace remained only a thing of legends, but since the existence of the real thing had been known, it had been serviced to be made possible to use, so the threat was restored. As irony would have it, that magic crystal cannon had become a fang pointed towards Abel himself. But as long as it was present, there was a high probability that the war situation of the decisive battle of the imperial capital could be easily overturned. Therefore, no matter what, there was a need for this magic crystal cannon to be fired. That, too, was not a decisive blow in order to change the war situation, but part of the damages taken into his consideration. For that purpose, Abel, will you desert and run away, Zikr Osman? That was what Abel had asked Zikr, who mounted his gale-wind horse and headed towards the battlefield of the third bastion. Zikr had a choice. Managing the rebels who had chosen to move away from the battles of the other bastions and converge on the third bastion, raising their morale, facing the massive body of Meguro who blocked the way, he had the choice to desert that war front. However, Abel had a hunch that he would likely not choose that. Was it because of Zikr's prudence as the coward, who feared even the slightest possibility that his goal would not be fulfilled? Or was it perhaps because he was one of the brave and righteous members of the imperial army? Whichever it was, Abel, who was not Zikr, could not surmise. However, whatever the reason for his determination may be, Abel would not discourage it. The life or death of Zikr was a position which held no final impact on the picture that Abel had painted. Speaking on the grand scale of things, ultimately within his picture, even the life or death of Abel himself. Reporting from the lookout, the magic crystal cannon of the Crystal Palace is beginning to operate. Abel. Its target, the third bastion. The resoundment of the bellowing voice throughout the stronghold was proof of Abel's aim being fulfilled. The magic crystal cannon was fired upon it. Upon the third bastion, that is to say, mowing down the battlefield of Meguro, who had turned into the rampart itself, it would likely wipe out the rebels in one fell swoop. Even if that happened, as long as Meguro's true body of the Crystal Palace was going strong, then neither would the steelman, Meguro Hagin, be defeated, nor would the third bastion be overcome. However, the imperial capital would forfeit the firepower of the magic crystal cannon, which had the ability to overturn any war situation. Everything was for that purpose. After all, it had been painted on that illustration. Therefore, there is something unusual in the line of fire of the magic crystal cannon. Abel. What? Upon the moment his plan had succeeded, that report was an incident completely outside Abel's hypothesis. In this decisive battle for the imperial capital, There were several people painting over the picture Abel had painted. One of them was the existence of Priscilla, who joined the battle of the first bastion which Yorna Mishigia faced. One of them was Arto, who through use of his divine protection demonstrated his ability to gather information on the details of the war situation. One of them was Garfield, who instead of being in a deadlock with Kafma Urulux, was able to crush him. One of them was Emilia, who angered Madeline Eschart more than had been assumed and caused her to invoke the Cloud Dragon. And then, impossible. In the distance, beyond the hulking, writhing city walls of Meguro Hagin, lay the Crystal Palace, the very heart of the beloved imperial capital and the symbol of the Valatian Empire's authority. At the top of that beautiful palace, only a few people even knew of that weapon, and in fact, even the general did not know of the existence of the magic crystal cannon until he had heard about it from Abel. Zikr Osman risked his life to make them misfire that single, precious shot of this decisive weapon that, if fired, would cleave the horizon and completely disrupt the tide of battle. Riding his beloved horse across the front lines, he appealed loudly that they had the chance to win the battle, and while rallying up the rebels, he appealed for their support in order to get the magic crystal cannon to focus on them. All this in order to mislead them into believing that this was the best opportunity to make a decisive change in the battle. Hence, the moment the pinnacle of the Crystal Palace glowed, Zikr was convinced that he had accomplished the task. His mind was filled with images of his mother, of his elder sisters, and of his younger sisters, those women so crucial to the formation of his own self, and he even smiled at how much like him that was. A prayer far too beautiful to let die in one's embrace, a demise that was supposed to come peacefully, but was replaced with astonishment before the wide-eyed Zikr. Because of Zikr, Miss Beatrice, figured this is what it would be, in fact. Beatrice muttered to herself while in free fall, her dress and long curly hair fluttering in the air. When confronted by Zikr, who had come to Beatrice and the others camped tent to ask for her blessing as a warrior, Beatrice had a gut feeling that he intended to die. 400 years ago, in that time of constant warfare, there were many with the same look in their eyes. Back then, Beatrice was not able to reach out to them. Some did not want to be reached out to, and some did not know how to reach out. Perhaps even if Beatrice were to repeat that time again, it would be hard to imagine that she could have approached it better. Surely she would experience the same helplessness again, watching them go to their deaths. But that is Beatrice. No reason to do the same here today, I suppose. Ah, you! With their characteristic pattern, Beatrice's eyes faced forward, and there was a little girl holding Beatrice's thin shoulders from behind as if she were holding her tightly. Beatrice did not forgive the little girl with golden hair and blue eyes. It was true that her actions, unknown to her, had made many people miserable. But still, for this one moment, she thought. For this one moment, she believed in some other feeling other than the naivete of Natsuki Subaru. Beatrice and the little girl Louis were high up in the sky, even higher than the city walls. After a series of short-range teleports, as if with no other means, Louis brought Beatrice to this place as if to prove her worthiness. Just now, Louis demonstrated her worth, in which case Beatrice was next to respond to those deeds. Betty can just see everyone's angry faces, in fact. Angry, or perhaps concerned, but in the end, still angry. Beatrice's lips suddenly relaxed as the loving faces of her companions came to her. But there was no choice not to do it, because Beatrice was Beatrice. Betty is Subaru's partner, I suppose. At the moment she muttered those words, the entirety of the beautiful palace, visible from a distance, glowed with a dazzling light so bright that it was able to transform the shape of the world, aiming at the rebels who were pushing forward on the ground in a straight line. Zikr and his men, who were leading the charge, would be engulfed by the shot that would be far too destructive for them. Interrupting the line of fire with Louis, Beatrice clasped her hands together in front of her chest. And then, Beatrice, Al-Shamak. Then, the hole into another world that swallowed even the light that would change the world, opened then closed. How many were there that could have properly grasped the events of that instant? In truth, if things had come to pass as Abel had painted them, the damage would have been enormous, even if it had been within the range of what had been expected. the impact it would have provoked on those fighting at the other bastions would be immeasurable. However, the magic crystal cannon did not deliver the damage it was intended to unleash, and Zikr Osman, having been ready to sacrifice himself, continued on with that same vigor and began to fight the horde of stone golems. The descent of the cloud, dragon Mesorea, and Emilia's battle with Madeline who had brought it along continued, and the aged skill of the vicious old man Albert was cornering Garfield. Yorna, the flamboyant, and Priscilla, a mother and daughter, were forced into a fierce battle by the spirit eater Arakia, who had decided to shake off everything to achieve her own ends. Arto and Petra, who had planned to establish control of the battlefield, and in fact accomplished it partly, confronted the malice along with Medium. There was no significant impact on the state of those battles. Merely, the possibility that the state of those battles would substantially lean unfavorably was now lost. In exchange for this tremendous achievement, Louis, Yua, Ahu, the presence of the little girl in Louis's arms faded as she fluttered through the air in a tight embrace. It was, quite literally, the sight of the little girl's figure gradually fading away. As if to deny it, Louis embraced the girl, Beatrice, but it served no purpose. As if scattering into the air, Beatrice's body was about to turn into light. Louis, Screaming, Louis tried hard to deny the situation before her eyes, but no amount of lamenting and screaming could stop the crumbling of Beatrice's existence. In order to save the lives of many, she blew into the beyond the light of destruction that was released. As compensation for that overwhelming power, Beatrice's existence had become dispersed. Even if one reached out their fingers to the light waning from as if it were being peeled off, those fingers would not be blocked, instead passing through. Louis, With tears welling up in her ragged, wide blue eyes, Louis screamed. Screaming, even though screaming did not help, she screamed desperately. There was nothing else she could do, and she could not find anything more she could do, so she screamed. And so she frantically screamed and ranted and raved. Louis, With a plop, her large tears scattered freely into the air, and then Louis turned her face away from her face and out into the distance. Embracing Beatrice in her arms, she looked not at the little girl about to disappear, not at the sky that had turned white, not at the sky that had turned red, not at the ground where many people were shouting in anger. But at this moment, forgetting everything that formed the battlefield, she looked out into the distance. And then she leaped toward that distance. Louis, midair, the distance that she could leap at a time was about 10 meters. Using it over and over again in a sequence placed a strain on her organs like they were being squeezed, but she did not care. Taking on all of the burdens that would be placed on Beatrice, Louis leaped. She leaped, and then finally Louis. Upon reaching the ground, Louis fell forward as if crouching. Ignoring the general lethargy of her body, Louis held up the incredibly light little girl in her arms in front of her. Beatrice, whose very presence was becoming thinner and thinner, was put in front of her. And then, Louis, I know, the two of you're both being too reckless. Then, suddenly, there was a sigh that sounded like a bitter laugh, and the little girl was snatched away from her outstretched arms. No, she was not taken from her. She was gently held up. Then Beatrice's body was embraced in front of the kneeling Louis's eyes. It was there, in the arms of the black-haired boy who was there, that he gently, cherishingly, tightly held her. Receiving this embrace, visibly so full of love, the girl who had accomplished a great task, her eyelids framed by long eyelashes trembled and her eyes slowly opened. Then her eyes, with their distinctive pattern, flickered. Beatrice, you left me so worried, in fact. Yeah, I love you too. To that whispered deep affection, he responded with proud, deep love, and the hands that should have been joined became joined. The boy laughed in front of Louis, who was watching it from the front row and letting out a small exhale. He laughed and said, "Well, shall we begin? Bring it on, O inevitable fate." Arc 7, Chapter 97, Arriving from Beyond the West. Machine translated by Archbishop 297 Brucef cast Datchesem Archbishop Kiln proofread by Archbishop #750I3 Lay Dragon MPS Devil Japanese to English checking by Senkel Archbishop Art Sources Marahan 52,623,048 This an edited machine translation, which has been checked by at least one Japanese-English human translator for quality using feedback from the machine translators and proofreaders. This may have a quality dip in accuracy, therefore. If you read this chapter, you must take into consideration the trade-offs between speed and quality. Battles unfolded with the imperial capital of Lupugana as their stage, and in every single one of those locations, the climax approacheth. A dragon, clad in the very clouds themselves, swooped down to the sky where white snow was falling, and vermilion flames scorched the sky into a turbulent cloud. Stone golems were colliding against soldiers donning desperate expressions. A beast's powerful arms clashed against age-born malice, riddled with craftiness after a collapsed rampart. The status of the conflict seesawed back and forth unending. However, at this moment, at this very instant, the greatest focal point of this battlefield laid with the innermost part of the imperial capital, the most beautiful castle in the world, known as the Crystal Palace. A white light had been emitted. Utilized throughout the entire construction of the castle were magic crystals, mana crystals purer than most magic stones. By amplifying the mana stockpiled therein, the magic crystal cannon was a strategic weapon able to lay devastation upon its target. To be precise, it was the Crystal Palace's trump card, the artillery of the highest firepower within the possession of the Valetian Empire. The ultimate attack, which could quite possibly decide the outcome of a battle with only a single shot, even in this battlefield. In the first place, only a limited number of people possessed knowledge of the existence of this magic crystal cannon. It went without saying that Abel, who had been on the seat of the emperor, and Zikr Osman, to whom the outline of the operation had been conveyed to, would be aware of it. In addition, there was also Priscilla Bariel, whose possible prior awareness of this information would not strike as odd were she to actually possess it, alongside a very limited number of personnel on the side of the rebel army. Probably, things would be more or less similar on the imperial capital's side, amounting to the fake Emperor Vincent Valencia, who led the insurrection, and his accomplice, the Prime Minister, Bastet's Fondalfin. Along with Meguro Hagen, who was the Crystal Palace itself, it was a secret weapon that even the other divine generals had not known about. And then, the power of the magic crystal cannon is limited to just 3 uses, but it shall not be used more than once on this battlefield. That was Abel's judgment, and therefore an awareness Vincent shared as well. For a variety of reasons, the magic crystal cannon was the trump card of national defense in every sense. The reckless act of using up all its remaining ammo was not something that could be done with the future in mind. Of course, if Vincent intended to deplete it on this battlefield without any consideration for the future, then that was another matter. Abel, you could not possibly engage in such desperate behavior. Abel did not especially think about what to call that conviction. However, conviction was conviction, and without discarding what had budded within him, Abel had prepared the battlefield. Hence, he chose to give rise to the certainty that the magic crystal cannon, which could only be fired once, would fire a fruitless shot. That expectation had been lured out of them by the decoys. Zika, a valuable asset when it came to warring potential, the high morale soldiers under his banner, and the other various tribes, had all been put together. Abel, use the elite as decoys. The enemy shan't be able to turn a blind eye to them. Then, having seen the unfortunate turn of events at the third bastion, the magic crystal cannon was directed to the battlefield protected by Meguro. The flaw of the magic crystal cannon was that it may cause tremendous damage even to allies, but on Meguro's battlefield, those worries were unnecessary. Because the stone golems, scattered across the battlefield, were nothing but forces that had split from the divine general, and even the titanic Meguro, who had become one with the rampart, was not the Eighth's main body. Therefore, the expectations of both sides overlapped, and the magic crystal cannon would wipe out one group of rebels upon being fired. However, it would also eliminate the possibility of the rebels being defeated with nothing they could do about it. Or so it was to have passed. Abel, that instant, a large number of people on the battlefield bore witness to a black light engulfing the shot of white light. Just what had brought that about? Where had the tremendous shot disappeared to without doing a sliver of damage? Was that an action belonging to friend or foe? Countless thoughts zipped past in the emptiness of mind birthed, everyone left dumbfounded as they ceased their movements. At the rebel command post, Abel was no exception. That had been an incident outside of what he had hypothesized. He, too, had had his mind enraptured by the unexpected phenomenon, and a brief emptiness was yielded in his thoughts. What was different about him was that he recovered faster than anyone else from that state. Who, how, where, he did not know any of it, but Abel, fire it up, just as planned. If one was met with a situation better than expected, there was nothing greater. In many cases, what was utmost necessary on the battlefield was a quick decision, rather than a correct decision. Then, by updating the decision based on the events that had occurred due to that very choice, it could be transformed into the correct one. Removing his gaze from the battlefield that the white light had been expected to lay wreck to, Abel gave the order. At that voice of Abel's, the stiff soldiers of the command post widened their eyes and lowered their gazes. To the several gazes which could not conceal their trembling, Abel responded with his own black eyes through his Oni mask. Abel, fire it up immediately. Give the order. Any delay shall lead to the death of Zikr Osman. Soldiers, HK. Abel, hurry, move. Soldiers, yes, sir. The soldiers around and within the command center were all Zikr's good subordinates. Originally, the plan had included Zikr's life in the equation. It was hypocritical of him to refer to Zikr's life, however. The soldiers grasped that, quickly beginning to move. Rather than Abel's decisiveness, it was the trust that Zikr had built which had allowed for that. Abel, you have fulfilled your duty as suicide corps. Nevertheless, do not slacken your hands, Zikr Osman. If you have survived, it means that you still possess a role to fulfill. In the distance, at the third bastion of the city walls that protected the imperial capital, a clash that would supposedly never have happened had occurred. A battle headed by Zikr, with the people of Shadrach and many other tribes accompanying him. The battlefield had become a true contest of strength to see who would be able to break past Meguro and into the imperial capital. Watching the unforeseen, hard-fought battle from afar, Abel touched his own Oni mask and muttered, Abel, inevitably, the role I must play is also close at hand. Behind Abel, as he muttered that, the soldiers fired a magic stone cannon into the sky as they had been ordered. That was an indication of the situation having developed, a retaliation against the imperial capital's faction, who had used up their trump card, the magic crystal cannon, a sign that the rebel army's side had also played their own trump card. Beholding the cannon's light with his eyes, Abel shifted his gaze to the side opposite to the third bastion. Abel, the one who seems to have entered the board from the west, who are you? That surely cannot be. As he cast his eyes toward the distant battlefield from the top level of the Crystal Palace, the aged throat of Bastet's Fondalfin quivered a smidgen. The Imperial Prime Minister, an individual who was usually unflappable, was bewildered, shaken to an extent such that it had taken the guards by his side by surprise. Bastet, once he sensed the gazes of the soldiers to his side, Bastet instantly tightened his cheeks. Displaying any sort of indolence would make light of the Empire. Even if those around him did not believe likewise, as long as he himself did, he would not stand for it. That was the way of the Valetian Empire. This was exactly how Bastet himself envisioned an ideal Valetia. Bastet, naturally, since the imperial capital is being advanced on, figuring out some sort of countermeasure is a must. But, getting a hold of himself, Bastet tackled the events that transpired head-on. What had spilled from his lips was a reflection of the events that had taken place, just before a reflection on fact that the first blow of the magic crystal cannon, the trump card of the Crystal Palace, had failed to hit its mark. The existence of the magic crystal cannon was considered to be top secret, known only to very few people in the Empire. However, since they had to take on the true emperor, Vincent Valetia, the secrecy of the magic crystal cannon's existence was completely meaningless. However, even with its existence known, it was a fact that there was no way to thwart the magic crystal cannon's extraordinary firepower, the value of its very existence, in the first place. Therefore, Bastet had surmised that Vincent would either avoid a decisive battle in the imperial capital or not deploy his army in a situation where the magic crystal cannon would be used. However, Vincent had entered the battlefield. Moreover, amidst the battle, he had taken command of the rebels who had gone ahead before him. This way, he began handling the state of affairs, presumably pushing expendable fighters all the way into the line of fire of the magic crystal cannon had been a last resort of his. Then, seeking maximum efficiency, Bastetts had pointed the magic crystal cannon at the third bastion. Even if Vincent's plan had been to have them shoot at the area of the battlefield with the highest concentration of rebel troops, as to minimize the overall damage to his allies, the fact remained that the opponents would still suffer. Putting down the sacrificial lambs, they would then utilize the power of the 9 divine generals to crush the enemy's plans. With this in mind, he had beseeched the other Vincent on the throne for forgiveness. And then Vincent, once each side's chicanery is gone, only the sheer difference in troop strength shall remain. Do it. Seeing that Vincent and he were in agreement, Bastetts had fired the magic crystal cannon. Once homed in on a target, the burst of enormous destructive power, having been unleashed, would rush into the battlefield in a flash, vaporizing many heroes in the process, supposedly sending them to the great beyond. Therefore, with victory and defeat decided after the magic crystal cannon had mowed down the rebels, he would give thought on the steps that would follow the redefinition of the battle's status. However, Bastetts, the damage done by the magic crystal cannon is non-existent. Considering the achievements of the restored magic crystal cannon sealed in the Crystal Palace, it had not occurred to him that Vincent could possibly possess some means of offsetting it. Keeping cards well hidden until the last possible moment was indubitably a habit of Vincent's. Bastetts lamented over the fact he had been completely outwitted, but at the same time he felt a rush of excitement in his heart. More than anything else, he thought, what a shame it was. Bastetts, Your Excellency, I am regretful from the bottom of my heart. Since it was the way of the Valetian Empire to revere the strong, Vincent's approach to rule the empire with wits rather than violence as the one at its pinnacle was a combination of boredom and horror. To possess the political skills to avoid any major war was something that he himself esteemed, and at the same time shunned. Still, he had no complaints about serving Vincent, so long as he fulfilled his duties as emperor and protected the glory of the Valetian Empire. Bastetts, what shall you do upon your return, Your Excellency? What would he do with the empire after returning to the throne and executing all those who had rebelled against him? Would he leave the empire as it was before and once again relinquish his duties as emperor? Even the most outstanding emperor had no right to remain on the throne if he was content with letting that happen. Bastetts, prepare the magic crystal cannon for the next shot. Since the number of charges for the magic crystal cannon was fixed, depleting them was unacceptable. Nevertheless, if the situation needed to be changed, Bastetts would utilize the plenitude of his jurisdiction. However, if the opponents did possess 2 trump cards with which to counteract the magic crystal cannon, he could not make the same mistake again. Until he figured that out, he could not see it through. Soldier, Prime Minister Bastetts, look at that. Suddenly, one of the soldiers standing by Bastetts raised his voice. Following the soldier's gaze, the light of the magic stones emanating in the sky far behind the battlefield could be seen probably at the place where the rebel main camp had been positioned. It was some kind of signal, a terribly unreliable one, as the sky above the battlefield was dyed white and red, but it would be effective enough for anyone waiting for the signal to come. Bastetts, a signal. Behind his narrowed eyes, Bastetts surmised his opponent's intentions. After the magic cannon had fired, they would have thought the situation had supposedly changed as well. If so, was that signal an instruction to the soldiers on the front line? However, if the intention was to inform the soldiers fighting on the front lines, that signal was way too unreliable. Therefore, it was not for informing the soldiers on the front lines, Bastetts, reinforcements. But simultaneously, Bastetts gave it careful rumination. With the majority of the rebels who had gathered from all over the country already wreaking havoc on the battlefield, with that group having already been crushed by the power of the 9 divine generals, what kind of forces could function as reinforcements? Reinforcements were not pieces one would simply withhold. They ought to be a trump card in the proper sense, deployed to change the war situation in decisive fashion. Of course, they were meaningless lest they packed a sufficient punch. Just what kind of forces could they possibly be? With those thoughts, Bastet's widened his slit-like eyes and turned them to the distant west. Bastet's, it cannot be. Slowly reflected in Bastet's vision, as he muttered faintly, were shadows arriving from the western sky, spread across a vast expanse of those skies, with the supreme rulers of the sky making their calm approach. A flock of flying dragons. A large number of flying dragons resided in the Valatian Empire, however. Taming a flying dragon required treasured techniques and masterful skills, and the one who had gathered many of those under their banner was a leading noble who possessed preeminent power within the empire. A high countess who had refused to participate in the decisive battle for the imperial capital on the grounds of maintaining order within her own territory, the one in command of the empire's strongest flying dragon squadron, Bastet. High Countess Serena Drakray, is it? Spotting a dragon ship sporting flaming red sails among the flying dragon squadron approaching from beyond the sky, Bastet understood the threat of the reinforcements that the rebels had prepared. When it came to controlling flying dragons, his faction also possessed one of the 9 divine generals, Madeline Eshot. In front of said dragonkin, all flying dragons were slaves to her will. However, the only exceptions to that were the flying dragons who had forged bonds with a tamer through the technique of flying dragon taming. Bastet. Even so, it would merely be a struggle for air supremacy. No, if she has summoned the cloud dragon, then that presumption must also change. Despite the shock of the magic crystal cannon's nullification, Bastet had not neglected his grasp of the battlefield. During the fierce battles that had unfolded at the 5 bastions, even the colors of the heavens and the earth had experienced erratic changes due to various battlefields. And in one of those battles, the descent of the mighty dragon had been spotted. As a dragonkin, Madeline was able to summon the dragon which was connected to her ancestors. Up until now, she had never called the cloud dragon Mesorea to the ground. Her summoning it would change the flow of the battle, drastically. Of course, the circumstances under which Madeline would summon Mesorea were impossible to intuit, meaning it was possible that simply driving her into a corner could suffice. Bastet, be that as it may, in the case that flying dragons fight each other for air supremacy. In both quantity and quality, Bastet believed that they held the advantage. The determined decision of High Countess Serena Drakray to side with the rebels must have been a rage-inducing mistake for the men of Valatia, yet Bastet. Thinking this, Bastet was staring towards the western sky as he realized something. He had been completely fixated on the slowly approaching flying dragon squadron, but that had not been the sole change that had occurred in the west. A closer look to the hills to the west revealed the shape of a group deploying anew. For a moment, they appeared to be the forces of High Countess Drakray, but Bastet quickly changed his mind as it became evident that this was not the case. The reason for that was simple. The flag that group was hosting. It sported neither the crest of High Countess Drakray, that of a flying dragon with a scar on its cheek, nor the national emblem of the Valatian Empire, the wolf pierced by swords, but an entirely different flag. Slightly troubled by what was portrayed on it, Bastet said, "Bastet, is that a star?" "Oi, bro, what ray you doin'? We're completely late already." "Stop with the fussin', lizard bastard Schwartz is in the middle of something." "Sure, he's in the middle of something, but Hein has a point. What are we going to do? Should we join the ranks of the rebel army like this?" "Wow, do you see that, boss? The right and left are all over the place. It truly is a great, decisive battle. Where should we go? I can't stop my chest from throbbing." "Subaru." "Ah, shut up. Can't you see that I'm in a very moving scene right now?" As a group of familiar voices barged in, making a huge ruckus, Natsuki Subaru rebuked them. He was reminded how dangerously accustomed he had become to being Natsuki Schwartz these days. Although Natsuki Schwartz was ultimately just an alias, he felt strongly about his real name, the one he ought to be called by, being Natsuki Subaru. "Rather, Subaru. It's fine to take that as you calling my name, right? Louis, you, tilde. Subaru, I get it. I get it already, so don't spill your snot all over me." "Yuck." So Subaru responded, and with force he pushed away the face of the blonde-haired girl clinging to him, Louis, as she drenched him in her tears and snot. But he was unable to shake Louis off with full resolve, since he was also greatly indebted to her for the far too valuable contributions she had amassed. Subaru had already asked too many things of Louis he could not make amends for, although he could exculpate himself for having no other recourse. Subaru, if I do that, I don't deserve to face you, so I'll do it right. Louis, ooh, Tilda. As she rested her forehead while clinging on to Subaru's back, Louis groaned. Whether that was her way of forgiving him, or whether she was just happy to be reunited with him, Subaru sighed, accepting that she did not seem to harbor any negative feelings. Not only did he have to apologize to Louis, but he also owed her many thanks. But the one he was most thankful for, Subaru, Beatrice. Tightly, he hugged her and invoked her name, stroking her ample hair. The one true reason why the owner of such a sheer volume of curly hair and a gorgeous dress, a little girl ill-fitted to the battlefield, was present on it was, no matter how one looked at it, Subaru. She had certainly done something incredibly reckless for her to come near to disappearing as she had. That was why Beatrice, Subaru. As those lips uttered his name indeed, Subaru breathed a sigh of relief. His name was truly Natsuki Subaru, once again. Excuse me, Schwartz-sama. Subaru, you were. Feeling relieved, Subaru's shoulders jumped upon hearing an unexpected whisper close to his ear. He turned around by reflex, and present there was a lovely, familiar face, Tanza's. The dear girl, clad in a kimono, stared at Subaru with her usual expressionless face, while the latter sat on his butt holding Beatrice in his arms, and with Louis clung to his back. Tanza, I apologize for interrupting your amusement, but Heian-sama and the others are correct. We do not have enough time to spare for leisure activities. Subaru, leisure activities. Isn't that a bit harsh? Tanza, we do not have enough time to spare for leisure activities. Subaru, sorry, my bad. I understand your feelings, Tanza. Yorna-san will probably also be somewhere on this battlefield. Rushed by a cold, firm voice, Subaru admitted his wrongdoing, displaying his understanding. Thereupon, Tanza slightly lowered her round eyebrows and muttered, yes. Tanza, who had ended up accompanying Subaru following a series of events, was a girl who had originally been a servant to Yorna Miss Higya, the ruler of the demon city of Chaos Flame. While suppressing her desire to meet up with Yorna as soon as possible, Tanza had joined Subaru on his journey, and finally, their reunion was close at hand. Being in such a restless state of mind, it was fairly understandable of her to feel the urge to interrupt Subaru, who was getting a head start on his own joyful reunion. However, Beatrice, Subaru, what is the deal with this impertinent dear girl? Writhing in Subaru's arms, Beatrice looked up at Tanza, declaring thus in a somewhat dissatisfied voice. Promptly, Tanza gazed towards Beatrice. Tanza, my name is Tanza. Due to a series of events, I have been serving as Schwartz-sama's attendant. Beatrice, HMPH, I understand, in fact. Thank you for your hard work, I suppose. From now on, Betty and the others will take care of Subaru, so you can consider yourself dismissed, in fact. Tanza, you will take care of him. In that state, it appears like you cannot even move properly without Schwartz-sama holding you in his arms. Beatrice, Subaru's purpose in life is to hold on to Betty, so this is fine, I suppose. Subaru, wait, why are we fighting? As fellow little girls, shouldn't you get along? For some reason, a perilous atmosphere had broken out all of a sudden between the two girls. Caught in the middle, Subaru's voice involuntarily cracked. For Tanza, typically composed as she was, this attitude was both unbefitting and unendearing, but in a good way. Not that Subaru was unaware that he should not tell a young girl how immature she was being. Subaru, Tanza, Beatrice, don't fight, you two. You're allies, both of you. Come on. Tanza, Beatrice-sama was poking her nose first. Also, Yorna-sama told me to respond in kind to contemptible people who act heedlessly. Subaru, she really told such a code of Hammurabi type of thing. I didn't know that. Then you should be sorry, Beatrice. One Subaru attempted to mediate between them as Beatrice's round eyes stared at him motionlessly. Enthralled by the characteristic pattern of her pupils, Subaru tilted his neck, asking what's wrong. Then Beatrice's lips trembled and quivered, and she spoke. Beatrice, just now you called that girl's name before Betty's, in fact. What's the meaning of this, I suppose? Subaru, did I? Beatrice, you did, in fact. How utterly infuriating, I suppose. I won't stand for this no matter what, in fact. Her eyes flaring up in anger, Beatrice grabbed his collar and shook her head back and forth. Upon hearing this unexpected ruling, Subaru also became dizzy. And then, getting fed up with this back and forth going absolutely nowhere, Schwartz, even I, as the official, have limits to my patience. You should be aware of this, correct? Beatrice, MYA. Subaru, oh. A baritone, oppressive voice fell upon them. Beatrice screamed even before Subaru. Tracing Beatrice's baffled gaze, Subaru understood her surprise. Standing there, in a black overcoat with 4 folded arms, was a stern-faced Gustav Morello staring down at them. Being the governor of the Gladiator Island, his position would normally be that of keeping Subaru and his men captive, yet he now was a collaborator of those who were now brazenly traveling outside of the island. No, he was a comrade of theirs. This was not limited to just him. Gathered at that very place was not only the large number of people accompanying Subaru from the Gladiator Island, but also companions who had joined them in the meantime as comrades. Beatrice, S. Subaru, this man. Subaru, that's Gustavsen. He looks scary, but at his core he's frighteningly diligent. Gustavsen, the one on my back, is Louis, and this girl is Beatrice. She's my Gustav. Your Subaru. I mean, you know that. Stroking Beatrice's back as she curled up, Subaru was at a loss for words, coming up with an explanation for Gustav. Witnessing that, Gustav, Tanzer, and Beatrice all frowned. At the numerous stares directed towards him, Subaru awkwardly scratched his head, and Subaru. I'll fill you in on the details later. Gustav, hey now. Beatrice, wait, I suppose. Subaru, could it be that not only your appearance, but also your mind has been slightly... Gustav accepted Subaru's overly sloppy misdirection in his overly serious way of being. But as Beatrice was about to hit the nail too straight on the head, Subaru covered her mouth. And then he whispered to Beatrice's ear, who was struggling noisily. Subaru, explaining that I've shrunken is going to be complicated. So I'm going to keep it to myself for now. Beatrice, do you really remember Betty, in fact? Subaru, I really do love you. That's why I have to do this. Seeing Beatrice's questioning look, Subaru replied, then squeezed her hand, intertwining the fingers of his small hand with those of Beatrice's also small hand. As soon as he did so, Subaru was momentarily assaulted by a dizzying sense of emptiness. But it did not last forever. Only the initial pang had been large. Subaru, I couldn't go on living without you. Isn't that so? Beatrice, Betty gets the feeling you're quite skilled at pulling the wool over her eyes, I suppose. Besides, Beatrice. Subaru, something is off, in fact. Warmth flowed from within Subaru to Beatrice as they held each other's hands in front of one another. Instinctively, Subaru was aware that this was not a bad thing, but rather a reassurance. His memory of Beatrice had become slightly hazy in some parts, as only some details had become blurry, but he was somewhat optimistic it would all be all right once his body was returned to normal. In any case, close to Subaru as he viewed the situation in such a positive view, Beatrice furrowed her shapely brow, apparently pondering something. Subaru, as adorable as your thinking expression is, what exactly feels off? Beatrice. Subaru, while you were separated from Betty, you had no method of expelling mana, I suppose. So it's natural that mana would pile up, but this amount is Subaru. Beatrice's long eyelashes trembled as she tightened her fingers as if to confirm. Before Subaru, whose head was tilted, her lips spilled a voice bereft of sound. Certainly, she had muttered something of this sort, that it was too much. But before the truth of the situation could be ascertained, Hein. Ah, bro, bad news. That Cecilus guy went ahead. Subaru, wah! Hein's shrill voice rose like a scream, and Subaru hurriedly turned his head. Hein pointed in the direction his own gaze was being cast, to a battlefield where fierce, relentless clashes ensued unending, a cloud of dust raging on towards it without stopping. It was the evidence of an impatient, unruly boy rushing down the hillside. Whites, what now? Should I bring him back or... Subaru, no, as much as I appreciate your thoughts, that'd be too much for you, Whites. To begin with, it's impossible for anyone to stop Ceci flag. Idra, got you, Schwartz. While harboring annoyed thoughts at the distant cloud of dust, Subaru took into consideration the positive aspects of the boy's rampage, since he knew full well from his journey so far that would be unable to rein him in. Having regained his composure, Subaru made his next request. and it was Idra who moved keenly. Alongside White's, they slowly raised the flag right there, and this action was followed by a massive number of their comrades in arms surrounding them. Flag after flag was raised. To those in their environs, the appearance would be that the group upon the hillside was firmly united. Subaru, Louis, could you get off my back? Louis, Subaru. I'm not going to disappear out of the blue again, I assure you. I've made peace with what caused me to get whisked away. Subaru persuaded Louis, who was still traumatized by his disappearance and reluctant to leave Subaru's back. She was still skeptical, but in the end she left Subaru's back by her own will. Still, her reluctance was evident of a certain lack of trust. Beatrice. Betty has no intention of ever leaving, in fact. Subaru, yeah, you stay with me. Tanza, is everything ready? Tanza, yes. The Pleiades battalion is ready to go at any time. 2. Behind the bowing Tanza, Subaru smiled to himself as he watched his comrades raise their flags, their weapons, and their fighting spirits. Their morale was high, their motivation filled to the brim, their objective was in sight. All that was left was to seize it. Subaru, since Sesak probably knows my plan without me telling him each and every detail, that's just his usual amusement. Well, let's get started, everyone. Everyone, yeah, Beatrice. HK. There was a tremendous response to Subaru's call, as Beatrice's breath got caught in her throat. If one were to hear it for the first time, this would come as a guaranteed surprise. However, Subaru's ears had already grown accustomed to it, and it was a very important pre-fight ritual. Louis, you, Beatrice, Subaru, just what do you intend on doing, I suppose? Louis and Beatrice, who had just joined Subaru, looked up at him, not knowing the details of the situation. Closing a single eye as to meet their gaze, Subaru took a step forward, excitement welling up from deep within his body, which he firmly contained in his slender legs. And then he declared, Subaru, isn't it obvious? We're gonna ruin this stupid war that my shitty father started. Translation note. 1. The Code of Hammurabi is one of the longest and best preserved legal texts from ancient eras. In general, the laws therein described follow the principle of an eye for an eye. Underneath Tanza's statement is present that very same principle. For more information, see here. 2. In Japanese, Pleiades battalion, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, is actually a wordplay of Pleiades star cluster. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter.